Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 701 Stone Tribulation. Although an exchange agreement was reached with true person Zhou Chun, it wasn't immediately implemented. Zhou Chun worried that true person Zhou Chun might be bait sent by some force to weaken Silver Dragon Lord before plotting against him. Therefore, he agreed to complete the exchange in 20 years. By then, the golden armor mountain carrying turtle stone should have advanced to Demon King, and with luck, he could even exchange some highly nourishing items for Silver Dragon Lord at the Heavenly One Dharma Assembly, shortening his recovery time. He told true person Zhou Chun that such a significant matter required time to persuade Silver Dragon Lord and time to gather tonics for his recovery. In any case, 20 years was not a long time for a nascent soul cultivator. If true person Zhou Chun couldn't even wait that long, Zhou Chun would be even more suspicious of his ulterior motives. After the agreement was reached, true person Zhou Chun didn't linger at the Zhou family's residence and departed. After seeing true person Zhou Chun off, Zhou Chun summoned Silver Dragon Lord to his cave and explained his plans. I know this is very unfair to you, bye-bye, since you are the one who paid the price, while the Zhou family and I benefited, but you should know that I never mistreat any of you. I will make up for the price you paid this time in other ways in the future. I will never let you suffer in vain, Zhou Chun said, a look of apology appearing on his face. Upon hearing his words, the Silver Dragon Lord quickly shook his head and said, Master, you don't need to feel guilty. We are one. If your strength increases, we, your companions, will also benefit, he then added in a low voice. However, if I were to shed 70 or 80 dragon scales at once, my strength would definitely be greatly affected. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you for a long time. Hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly promised, your agreement is already a huge help to me. Unless the Zhou family faces annihilation, you can just stay in the family to recover your strength. In that case, I have no further questions. Just tell me whenever you need anything, Master. The Silver Dragon Lord nodded and readily agreed. Having convinced the Silver Dragon Lord, the matter was truly settled. However, since the matter wasn't completely resolved, Zhou Chun didn't publicize it, only he and the Silver Dragon Lord knew. Spring passed and autumn came, and 5 years went by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, after more than 10 years of secluded cultivation, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone had finally digested the fragment of the rock giant energy core given to it by Zhou Chun, successfully reaching the fourth order perfection realm, and could begin to tempt tribulation. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't hesitate to ask his spirit pet, Stone, how do you feel? Without the spirit turtle tribulation transformation technique, what are your chances of successfully transcending the tribulation? If I had bye-byes, Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword, and the several high-grade magic treasures bestowed by my master, my chances of successfully transcending the tribulation should be over 70–80%. After thinking for a moment, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone gave its answer through mental connection. A 70–80% chance is indeed not low, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, lowering his head slightly in deep thought. The mountain-bearing turtle clan is exceptionally talented. In a sense, their chances of becoming a fifth-order demon king are even greater than those of top-tier demon beast races like the Flood Dragon and Fire Phoenix. The reason their reputation isn't as great as top-tier demon beast races like the Flood Dragon and Fire Phoenix is simply because of the difficulty in breeding offspring, their slow growth rate, and their extremely small population. The golden armor mountain-bearing turtle stone, however, is a mutated mountain-bearing turtle with the bloodline of a mutated one, and it also has the tribulation-crossing magic treasures and elixirs provided by its master, Zhou Chun. Its success rate in transcending tribulation is definitely much higher than that of ordinary mountain-bearing turtles. If one absolutely needs a spiritual treasure to overcome the heavenly tribulation, how many top-tier demon beasts in the world can truly succeed? Therefore, after pondering for a while, Zhou Chun looked at his beloved pet and said, that's settled then. During this time, you will refine magic treasures within the clan. I'll go find the Chongsun Demon King again and see if I can get you another drop or two of 10,000-year spiritual milk. He then gave Stone 2 high-grade magic treasures and another high-grade magic treasure he had obtained from Pang Xianyu, a late-stage golden core cultivator of the Earth Mother Sect, to refine, and also had the Silver Dragon Lord temporarily lend Stone the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword, which had already been nurtured and restored. Then Zhou Chun had Yin Longjin and Luo Qingni stay at the family headquarters while he took Fen Yuanjin with him to the misty immortal ridge of Liang Kingdom. He moved extremely fast, arriving at the outside of misty immortal ridge in just a few days. This was Zhou Chun's first time here since successfully forming his nascent soul. Looking at the misty immortal ridge shrouded in white mist, his mindset was completely different from when he was at the golden core stage. Now, even if he were to fight the Changsun Demon King inside, even if he was no match for him, escaping should not be difficult. Fenger, use your fiery eyes of truth to see what secrets this misty immortal ridge holds. In the sky, after surveying the misty immortal ridge, Zhou Chun gave the order to Fen Yuanjin. He had specifically brought Fen Yuanjin along this time, not only as an extra trump card, but also to see if her fiery eyes of truth could reveal anything within the misty immortal ridge. Having received Zhou Chun's instructions, Fen Yuanjin immediately activated her divine power, her eyes blazing with golden red light as she gazed intently at the mist-shrouded land below. Under her divine eye, the mist seemed non-existent, the mountain ranges and vegetation were clearly visible. However, just as she activated her power, attempting to discern the flow of the earth's spiritual veins beneath the misty immortal ridge, a hazy yellow light suddenly appeared, like a barrier blocking her view. At the same time, a slumbering being seemed to be stimulated, instantly awakening. "Who dares to spy on me from outside?" A deep, angry shout suddenly soared into the sky. A figure flashed on a mountain peak within the misty immortal ridge, and a rock giant, tens of feet tall, appeared, looking towards the direction where Zhou Chun and his servant were in the sky. This angry shout shocked and terrified many low to mid-level cultivators who had come to adventure within and outside the misty immortal ridge. Limited by the mist, they could not see the rock giant. However, the rumors of a fifth-tier demon king within the misty immortal ridge had long been deeply ingrained in people's minds. Therefore, the cultivators who heard the shout knew that something serious must have happened. Someone had disturbed the slumbering demon king within the misty immortal ridge. In this situation, fearing they would become scapegoats for disturbing the demon king's slumber and become its punching bag, they all fled for their lives. In the sky, Zhou Chun was also slightly startled, not expecting the Changsun demon king's senses to be so sharp. Even a mere peek from the outside was enough to alert him. Sensing the gaze of the rock giant, he quickly had Fen Yuanjin withdraw her divine power, then bowed respectfully in the direction of the gaze, saying, "Senior Changsun, please forgive me. I was impetuous just now, allowing Fen Yuanjin to use her spiritual eye divine power to observe your Taoist temple. I didn't expect it to disturb you. I am truly sorry." Little did he know that the Changsun Demon King was also extremely surprised to see him and Fen Yuanjin. "So it's you two, master and servant. I never expected that in just 100 or 200 years, you've both broken through to the 5th rank. I'm truly astonished," King Changsun replied with surprise, his anger subsiding considerably. His previous anger stemmed from the belief that a human cultivator was plotting against him, deliberately spying on him. Now that he saw that the spy was Zhou Chun and his servant, he understood it was a misunderstanding. Zhou Chun, sensing this from his tone, breathed a slight sigh of relief and continued to speak kindly. "We owe our rapid breakthroughs to Senior Changsun's guidance and assistance. Alright, come down and talk." King Changsun shook his head slightly, not pursuing the matter further, and extended an invitation to the master and servant. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly led Fen Yuanjin into the misty immortal ridge. This time, perhaps due to some reservations, the demon king Changsun did not entertain Zhou Chun and his servant in the underground palace they had visited before. Instead, he hosted them in a stone hall atop a mountain peak. "My place is rather simple, and I have no tea to offer you. Please enjoy some of the mountain's spiritual fruits," the demon king Changsun said, waving his hand. The ground churned, automatically forming tables and chairs, and then spiritual fruits with branches and leaves flew in from outside, landing on the table beside Zhou Chun and his servant. "Senior is too kind. It is an honor to meet you," Zhou Chun replied modestly, carefully sensing the demon king Changsun's aura. Previously, his cultivation was insufficient to discern the demon king's exact cultivation level, only guessing he was a mid-level 5th-tier demon king. But now, His perception revealed that the Demon King's aura was restrained, as unfathomable as the mountains and earth, making him highly likely a high-level 5th-tier Demon King. This discovery filled him with both surprise and suspicion, making him even more cautious and humble. He dared not be presumptuous in front of the other party just because he had achieved nascent soul cultivation. If the Zhou Chun Demon King was truly a 5th-tier high-grade Demon King, then with his powerful supernatural abilities, he might indeed pose a threat to his life within the misty Immortal Ridge. You, Junior, have achieved nascent soul cultivation so quickly, it seems you have quite a bit of luck. But since even this Fire Phoenix is 5th tier, why didn't you bring that little mountain-bearing tortoise with you? Inside the stone hall, the Zhou Chun Demon King was also sizing up Zhou Chun and his servant. He hadn't been very optimistic about Zhou Chun's ability to successfully transform his core and form a nascent soul, but he hadn't expected to be so wrong. Zhou Chun had not only succeeded in transforming his core and forming a nascent soul, but the time it took was also far beyond his expectations. Therefore, when talking to Zhou Chun now, he was more cautious, no longer as domineering as before, and his tone was much gentler. Upon hearing him mention the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, Zhou Chun was overjoyed and immediately replied frankly, "To be honest, Senior, the reason I've come to pay my respects is because the stone is about to undergo its heavenly tribulation, and I'm worried about its safety. Therefore, I've come specifically to ask you for a few more drops of 10,000-year spiritual milk, to strengthen its foundation." The Zhou Chun Demon King had casually given him 3 drops of 10,000-year spiritual milk, leading Zhou Chun to believe that the Demon King likely possessed many such spiritual items. Furthermore, given the Demon King's background, such spiritual items should be useless, making them easy to obtain. However, to his surprise, after hearing his purpose, the Zhou Chun Demon King shook his head and said, "Then you've come at an inopportune time. The remaining 10,000-year spiritual milk I possessed was already offered to the Golden Horn Demon Saint a few years ago. I have not a single drop left." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyelids twitched. Although he had delivered the token for the Zhou Chun Demon King, he was somewhat prepared for a meeting between these two great demons. But now, hearing the Demon King Zhou Chun speak of the Golden Horn Demon Saint's name with such respect, he felt a pang of unease. However, he naturally wouldn't reveal his thoughts. After a brief silence, he looked at the Demon King Zhou Chun with admiration and said, "Senior is indeed remarkable, to actually have a demon saint personally come to visit. Indeed, I never expected that after becoming a demon saint, the Golden Horn Demon Saint would be willing to condescend to come and guide me." The Demon King Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed with pride as he spoke. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed slightly before he softly flattered, "With Senior Zhou Chun's talent and cultivation, and having received guidance from the Demon Saint, becoming a saint and ancestor in the future shouldn't be too difficult for you." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the Demon King Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly stared at him, saying, "You Junior, are you perhaps trying to trick me into revealing something?" Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, "Absolutely not, Senior, please don't misunderstand, I have no such intention. It's best if that's the case." The Demon King Zhou Chun gave him a deep look, but didn't pursue the matter further. Then, he raised his hand, and a yellowish-brown banner-like magic weapon suddenly emerged from the ground, landing in his hand, which he then casually tossed to Zhou Chun. "This magic treasure was left behind by a human nascent soul cultivator who once plotted against me. Since you don't have complete confidence in that little mountain-bearing tortoise, let it refine this item to overcome its tribulation. However, I must remind you, if a demon beast can overcome its tribulation without relying on external objects, it's best not to. The opportunity of tribulation lightning tempering the body isn't something you can encounter every day." Zhou Chun looked at the banner magic treasure in his hand, his expression slightly surprised. This treasure was indeed a top-grade magic treasure, and its attributes were extremely compatible with the golden armored mountain-bearing tortoise stone. Crucially, the information revealed in the Zhou Chun Demon King's words was even more astonishing. What did he mean by left behind? It should be a relic. Considering that the misty Immortal Ridge had existed peacefully in Liang Kingdom for so long, without any nascent soul cultivator attempting to wipe out this demon realm, Zhou Chun felt even more awe towards the seemingly peaceful Zhou Chun Demon King. He didn't know if the other party was using this banner magic weapon to warn him not to covet it, but being cautious as he was, he dared not linger any longer. He quickly and respectfully replied, "Junior understands, Junior will certainly relay Senior Chong Chun's words to stone, then so be it. After that mountain-bearing turtle advances to the 5th rank, you can have it come and keep me company again. I'll give it some pointers when I have time." Chong Chun Demon King waved his hand, revealing his thoughts. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly added, "Oh, and your wood spirit, don't forget what you promised me." "Don't worry, Senior, Junior won't forget." Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly, indicating he understood. He then put all the uneaten spiritual fruits into his storage bag and formally bid farewell to Chong Chun Demon King. After leaving the misty Immortal Ridge, Zhou Chun glanced back at the mist-shrouded mountains and quickly left without looking back. He felt he might need to re-evaluate his relationship with Chong Chun Demon King. Previously, his low cultivation level meant little trouble, and his association with the Chong Chun Demon King was entirely forced upon him. However, now that he had successfully formed his nascent soul, getting too close to the Chong Chun Demon King could be disastrous if word got out and other nascent soul cultivators found out. After all, even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't bear the stigma of colluding with other races. Moreover, the Chong Chun Demon King was no benevolent figure, and Zhou Chun couldn't discern whether his association with him had ulterior motives. On his way back to his family, Zhou Chun took the opportunity to examine the top-grade magic weapon the Chong Chun Demon King had given him. This weapon, named the Mysterious Spirit Earth Flag, was a top-grade Earth attribute magic weapon combining offense and defense. In the hands of a cultivator, it could unleash Earth Divine Thunder and Earth Divine Mountain to attack enemies, and condense Earth Divine Light Shield to protect oneself. This must have once been the natal magic weapon of the nascent soul cultivator. There were some minor damages on the flag, but they didn't significantly affect its use. Overall, it was indeed a suitable treasure to serve as a consumable item for tribulation. After playing with it for a while, Zhou Chun put it away. The golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone probably wouldn't need this treasure anymore, but if the wood spirit and mulberry were to undergo tribulation later, this treasure could help it withstand at least 4 or 5 tribulation lightning strikes, greatly increasing its success rate. However, since he hadn't obtained the 10,000-year spirit milk, this time, Zhou Chun would need to put more effort into refining pills and other related items. After returning to his family, Zhou Chun told Stone about the Chong Chun Demon King's words and gave it the Mysterious Spirit Earth Flag to refine, just in case. Afterwards, he went to find Luo Qingyi to discuss refining pills to restore mana. Time passed quickly, and 2 years went by. On this day, having prepared everything, Zhou Chun took the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone to the chosen tribulation location in the Azure Lotus Mountains. Now that the Zhou family had 2 nascent soul cultivators and 2 5th-tier demon kings, there was no need to hide things like spirit pets undergoing tribulations as before. Although Zhou Chun didn't publicly announce the matter, he also had no intention of hiding anything. Therefore, when the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone triggered the heavenly tribulation within the Azure Lotus Mountains, the strange phenomenon of the gathering thunderclouds immediately attracted the attention of the Zhou family cultivators within the Azure Lotus Mountains. Zhou Chun and his servant, who were floating in midair with Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord to protect the stone, were also quickly discovered by the Zhou family cultivators who came to investigate. When they discovered that it was their patriarch's spirit pet undergoing the tribulation, they were all extremely excited, and the news spread like wildfire to gather around and watch. Naturally, this news was also quickly spread to their respective sects through spies planted in the Azure Lotus Mountains by the Moonwheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect, alarming the nascent soul stage true persons of both sects. Another one. Does Zhou Chun really intend to cultivate all his spirit pets into 5th-tier demon kings? Within the Moonwheel Sect, Silver Moon true person, upon learning of the urgent intelligence from the Zhou family, secretly gritted his teeth, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Although he had previously suspected this, seeing that his suspicions were likely to come true, he couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed and resentful. No, I must go and see for myself. After gritting his teeth for a moment, his eyes hardened, and he quickly and quietly left the mountain gate. On the other hand, on the Yang Yang sect's side, Master Ziyang, who had already returned to the sect, only sighed after receiving the information from the Zhou family, and had no other thoughts. He was completely terrified of Zhou Chun, and even if he went to see for himself, he was afraid of arousing Zhou Chun's misunderstanding, so he decided to wait for the result inside the mountain gate. Looking at the tribulation site, as the thundercloud vortex grew larger and larger, The golden armored mountain-carrying turtle seemed to feel the pressure and no longer held back, revealing its true form in its entirety. A golden giant turtle, hundreds of feet long, lay in the valley, carrying a yellowish-brown stone mountain on its back, also hundreds of feet high. This was the first time it had revealed its true form without reservation in front of outsiders. Its conspicuous appearance allowed many Zhou family cultivators who had some achievements in beast taming to immediately recognize its origin. Lying on the ground like a mountain, bearing the weight of a divine mountain, its lifespan stretches for 10,000 years, and it has always aspired to carry the heavens. This is the legendary mountain-bearing turtle. The clan leader actually possesses a mountain-bearing turtle spirit pet. A Zhou family cultivator excitedly revealed the origin of the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone, immediately drawing exclamations of surprise. Many cultivators had long known that Zhou Chun possessed an earth attribute turtle-type demon beast, but at most they only suspected that the beast had the bloodline of a mountain-bearing turtle, without considering the possibility of it being a true mountain-bearing turtle. Now, with a golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone triggering the heavenly tribulation and revealing its true origins, this secret was finally exposed. And any cultivator who knew about mountain-bearing turtle demon beasts understood what the existence of a fifth-tier mountain-bearing turtle meant. It meant that even if Zhou Chun eventually passed away, as long as this mountain-bearing turtle remained in the Zhou family, it could at least ensure the Zhou family's lineage would not perish for 10,000 years. Mountain-bearing turtle, mountain-bearing turtle, this day has finally arrived. On Azure Lotus Peak, Zhou Ming gazed into the distance at the direction of the thundercloud vortex, and couldn't help but sigh with anticipation. Ever since he learned of the existence of the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone, he had dreamed of this day. He had only thought he would never live to see it. But fate had smiled upon him, allowing him to live to witness it. Chapter 702 The Strongest Mountain Guardian Beast. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the heavenly tribulation of the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone officially began. Judging from the power of the falling tribulation lightning, its heavenly tribulation was significantly more intense than that of the Silver Dragon Lord and the Phoenix Lord. Even a nascent soul cultivator like Luo Qingni, with only a top-grade magic weapon, might not be able to withstand it. However, at this moment, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone, in terms of defense alone, was indeed no less formidable than a nascent soul cultivator. Its entire body shone with earth-yellow spiritual light, as if it were connected to the earth below. The tribulation lightning bolts striking its body were like striking real mountains and rivers, leaving marks on the mountains but unable to destroy them. This was the signature divine ability of the mountain-bearing turtle clan, transformation into a mountain. Relying on this powerful racial innate divine ability, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone weathered the first round of 9 tribulation lightning bolts without using any other divine abilities. Such a scene astonished the onlookers. If the tribulation lightning were relatively weak, that would be one thing. The key issue is that the power of each bolt of tribulation lightning was so great that even a nascent soul cultivator would have to fight with all their might. Is this the strength of the mountain-bearing turtle? It's already this strong before even passing the tribulation. How strong will its defense be after it passes it? Su Fu, an elder of the Zhou family observing the grand tribulation, couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. After the first round of tribulation lightning, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone quickly consumed pills and spiritual fruits to recover its mana and injuries. Outsiders only saw that it had passed the tribulation very easily, but they didn't know that the power of the tribulation lightning had actually caused considerable damage to its flesh inside its shell. Of course, this was also because it actively used the power of the tribulation lightning to temper its bloodline and flesh. In short, it wouldn't dare to be complacent just because it had easily passed this round of tribulation lightning. Without giving it much time to rest, the second round of tribulation lightning quickly followed. This round of tribulation lightning was even more powerful. Each bolt struck the giant tortoise's back, blasting a huge gash in its rocky shell, revealing glimpses of tender, red flesh deep within. After enduring 3 bolts of tribulation lightning, the giant tortoise dared not withstand the onslaught with its bare body any longer. Instead, before each bolt struck, it would first condense an earthen yellow light shield to absorb and neutralize some of the tribulation lightning's power, then use its physical body to withstand the remaining lightning. Through this method of neutralizing the tribulation, the giant tortoise stubbornly withstood the second round of 9 bolts of tribulation lightning. At this point, it had already progressed further than the Silver Dragon Lord and the Phoenix Lord. Before the third round of tribulation lightning struck, it continued to consume elixirs and spiritual objects to recover its injuries and mana. When the third round of tribulation lightning struck, the giant tortoise attempted to repeat its previous tactic. However, it seemed to have underestimated the power of this round of tribulation lightning. The first bolt of lightning easily shattered the defensive shield, blasting a gaping hole several meters in diameter in its body. Severely injured, the giant tortoise let out a painful roar. Before the second bolt struck, it hastily activated its renowned, primordial magnetic divine light technique, creating a layer of hazy gray divine light to block the lightning. But even this famous technique was no match for the lightning, quickly shattering again and inflicting another painful blow. This time, the giant tortoise finally realized the danger. When the third bolt struck, it hastily unleashed a beam of yellow light to meet it, within which a large, earthen yellow magic weapon could be faintly seen. But even this high-grade magic weapon seemed unable to withstand this round of lightning. It was easily blasted into pieces, leaving a sizable wound on the giant tortoise's body. Seeing this, the giant tortoise had no choice but to change its strategy once again. When the fourth tribulation lightning struck, it directly activated the earthen yellow stone mountain to meet it head-on. This stone mountain had been tempered for hundreds of years, and its power was even greater than many high-grade magic treasures. The key was that it was perfectly compatible with the tortoise, able to unleash its full power. In this way, it managed to disperse most of the tribulation lightning, with only a portion landing on its body. However, there was more than one tribulation lightning. With the fifth tribulation lightning striking down, the stone mountain instantly collapsed and almost lost its shape. It should be noted that although this treasure was not a natal magic treasure, it was still something that the mountain-bearing tortoise clan had painstakingly crafted. Once it was completely destroyed, not only would it take a lot of time to reforge it in the future, but it would also suffer damage at the time. Therefore, upon discovering that the stone mountain was in danger of being completely destroyed, the golden armored mountain-bearing tortoise could only immediately move it away and instead activate the mysterious spirit earth banner, magic treasure, condensing a thick and dense layer of earth divine light to protect itself within. The sixth lightning bolt struck the earthen yellow light, shattering most of the thick, dense light. The seventh lightning bolt followed immediately, completely dispersing the regathered light and leaving another gaping hole in the giant tortoise's body. Seeing this, the golden armored mountain-carrying tortoise could only change its magical artifacts again, activating the heavenly gang thunder-slaying sword, to meet the eighth lightning bolt. After shattering the eighth lightning bolt, it made another bold decision. It suddenly withdrew the still powerful, heavenly gang thunder-slaying sword, and all its magical artifacts, directly activating its petrified body, divine ability, truly transforming itself into a giant stone tortoise to withstand the ninth and final lightning bolt. This final lightning bolt, the heavenly thunder transformed into a lightning dragon, its power no less than a strike from a spiritual treasure, reaching the full strength of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. It struck the giant stone tortoise, and the aftershocks of the explosion alone shattered the surrounding ground several feet high. As the intense lightning dissipated, a stone tortoise, its body cracked and lifeless, stood silently in the collapsed crater, seemingly dead. However, judging from Zhou Chun's relieved and smiling face, the true outcome was clearly not so simple. Sure enough, as the thunderclouds in the sky rapidly dispersed, the stone tortoise's body began to tremble slightly, emerging from its petrified state. Once it was completely free of petrification, silver nectar began to fall from the sky. This time, the amount of Emperor's flowing nectar falling was at least 30% greater than that of the Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord. As the silver nectar fell, all the spirit beasts in the spirit beast pouches of the Zhou family cultivators watching the battle seemed to sense something, all eager to emerge. Even the demon beasts that had previously been frightened into hiding in their lairs by the tribulation lightning seemed to have forgotten their fear, involuntarily moving closer to the place where the Emperor's flowing nectar was falling. However, with Zhou Chun and powerful figures like Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord protecting him, it was impossible for any outsider to seize the opportunity presented by the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone. Zhou Chun himself only collected less than 1/10 of the total Emperor's essence as usual, using it to cultivate the 4 six-winged ice silkworms. As for the younger generation of his family, it wouldn't be good to give it to anyone now, so it was better not to give it to them at all, letting them cultivate their spirit pets based on their own abilities and opportunities. After the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone finished absorbing the Emperor's essence and returned to Azure Lotus Peak to recuperate and consolidate its cultivation, Zhou Chun also returned to his cave with the other spirit pets. Although Zhou Chun and his spirit pets had left, news of this grand event was just beginning to spread. Including the previously confirmed existence of Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord, both 5th-tier demon kings. The Zhou family now had 3 5th-tier demon kings after the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone's advancement to demon king. Such a rare situation was probably unparalleled in the entire human cultivation world. Not to mention that the protagonist of this grand event is the mountain-bearing turtle, which has been extinct in the cultivation world for many years. As the news spread far and wide, many high-level cultivators who received this information were filled with the same question: how did Zhou Chun manage to do all this? The difficulty of cultivating a 5th-tier demon king is no less than that of a nascent soul cultivator, and in some ways, it is even more difficult. It's not simply a matter of raising a demon beast to the upper 4th tier and preparing a magic weapon for its tribulation. Even if the Zhou family's 4th-tier demon beast, the fire god Jackal, and Zhou Daoi's azure dragon were forcibly fed to the upper 4th tier, or even the perfect 4th tier, and provided with top-grade magic weapons or even spiritual treasures, they would still have virtually no chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation. Because for a demon beast breaking through to the 5th tier, triggering the heavenly tribulation is only the beginning. Those demon beasts with inferior bloodlines need to use more tribulation lightning to temper their bodies and bloodlines to reach the standards of a demon king. If one relies entirely on treasures to withstand the tribulation lightning, even if they ultimately survive the heavenly tribulation, their cultivation will remain at the 4th rank, and they may never have the chance to trigger a second heavenly tribulation. This is even evident in the Golden Winged Tiger. If the Golden Winged Tiger wants to advance to Demon King in the future, it must at least reach the level of the Silver Dragon Lord before it can successfully advance. Therefore, the weaker the bloodline of a demon beast, the more difficult it is to become a demon king. However, this difficulty seems to be non-existent in Zhou Chun's spirit pets. Each of his 3 current demon king spirit pets already possess the potential to become a demon king before becoming one. As long as they survive the heavenly tribulation, they will definitely become demon kings. This is both incredibly enviable and perplexing. How did he manage to cultivate these spirit pets to have the potential to become demon kings? Excluding Phoenix Lord, the initial origins of the Silver Dragon Lord and the Golden Armored Mountain-carrying Turtle Stone are not a secret. One is a mid-level demon beast, the Silver Lightning Python, and the other is a low-level demon beast, the Rock Earth Turtle. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, neither of these 2 types of demonic beasts were particularly rare or precious. While they weren't exactly commonplace, finding identical beasts wasn't difficult. However, even after scouring ancient texts, examples of the Silver Lightning Python successfully transforming into dragon existed, but the only instance of a 5th-tier Thunder Dragon and a 5th-tier Mountain-bearing Turtle evolving from these 2 types of demonic beasts was in Zhou Chun's hands. This inevitably led to suspicion that Zhou Chun possessed some special treasure capable of allowing even low to mid-level demonic beasts to defy fate. However, Zhou Chun's power was now firmly established, and even if someone had doubts, they could only remain at the stage of suspicion. There was no way to force him to reveal everything through any coercive means. Therefore, these speculations and discussions were destined to remain at this stage. Soon after, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle, Shi Tao, who had transformed into human form, also made a public appearance at the Zhou family. He also received a title bestowed by Zhou Chun, Mountain-bearing Lord. His transformed appearance was that of a burly man with a tortoise shell on his back, his muscles bulging, making him extremely intimidating. But this was no mere showy display, it was truly formidable. After becoming the Demon King, Lord Fushin's supernatural abilities truly lived up to the title of extensive supernatural powers. The bloodline supernatural talents of the Fushin Turtle clan were now fully developed. His various supernatural abilities, especially the primal magnetic divine light, were enhanced by his bloodline talent, becoming so powerful that many early-stage nascent soul cultivators would completely crumble when facing him. His racial talent, transformation into a mountain, could ignore any low-grade 5th-tier attack, powerful enough to make ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivators despair. His undying body, which had also been enhanced and advanced, ensured that even if he encountered attacks capable of harming him, he wouldn't be easily seriously injured. Even more powerful was his Earth Escape technique. As a low-grade 5th-tier fusion turtle, his Earth Escape technique had reached a state of divine mastery. With a thought, he could burrow thousands of feet underground, covering hundreds of miles in an instant. This means that as long as he doesn't leave the Earth, doesn't enter dangerous places where Earth Escape techniques are difficult to use, and isn't restricted by formations or restrictions, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator or a 5th-tier high-grade demon king with far greater cultivation and strength than him has virtually no chance of threatening his life. He even awakened the gold escape technique on his own, and his mastery of this technique is no less than that of Zhou Chun, who has been immersed in this art for hundreds of years. Furthermore, after advancing to the 5th tier, Lord Fusion also awakened 3 innate divine abilities: Primal Magnetic Domain, Roar of Annihilation, and Mountain Moving and Mountain Carrying. Among them, Primal Magnetic Domain is a domain-based divine ability formed based on the Primal Magnetic Divine Light divine ability, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities and endless uses. Roar of Annihilation is an extremely powerful offensive divine ability, a silent and invisible force of annihilation capable of collapsing mountains and destroying peaks. Eerie and Ruthless, Mountain Moving and Mountain Carrying, is also an offensive and defensive divine ability, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, directly shifting mountains to suppress enemies. Because the mountain carrying lord needs to stand on the ground to unleash his true power, Zhou Chun couldn't test his full strength. However, based on his limited testing and information gleaned from their conversation, Zhou Chun deduced that in terms of defense alone, the mountain-carrying lord should be stronger than many mid-nascent soul cultivators. In terms of escapability, he was comparable to a late nascent soul grandmaster, and in terms of attack, he was comparable to an early nascent soul cultivator with a spiritual treasure. His only weakness was that he could only unleash his full power when standing on the ground. Once in the sky or water, some of his powerful divine abilities would be difficult to use. This made him the best guardian of the mountain gate. In the future, if his own safety wasn't a concern, as long as he guarded the Zhou family's mountain gate, even a late nascent soul grandmaster might not be able to break down the door. Chapter 703 Flying Snow Palace. Zhou Chun hadn't told anyone about Fu Shanzhen's formidable strength. This would be a very special trump card. If those who harbored ill will towards him and the Zhou family treated him merely as an ordinary 5th-tier demon king, or even a demon king like the Silver Dragon Lord, then when they truly clashed, Fu Shanzhen would definitely surprise them and leave them filled with regret. Due to certain concerns, Zhou Chun hadn't sent Fu Shanzhen to the Lion Kingdom's misty Immortal Ridge to receive the so-called guidance from the Changsun Demon King. After Fu Shanzhen advanced to the 5th tier, the Changsun Demon King might indeed be able to guide Fu Shanzhen's cultivation, but he might also harm him. His claims about his connection to the Fu Shan Turtle clan were all his own words, and Zhou Chun couldn't verify them at all. Not to mention, so much time had passed, who knew what his current thoughts were? Zhou Chun wasn't foolish enough to completely believe everything a demon king of another race said. Even if he were to go, it would be better to wait until he had the confidence and strength to contend with the Changsun Demon King. After Fu Shanzhen advanced to the 5th rank, Zhou Chun could finally focus on another matter. He left Fu Shanzhen to assist Luo Qingmi in guarding the mountain gate, then left his family and headed east towards the Bingai Kingdom. Zhou Chun planned to do 2 things in the Bingai Kingdom. First, to seek out the Ice Moon Toad, demon beast containing the bloodline of the Taine Moon Toad, and second, to seek revenge against the mysterious assassin sect, the Ice Prison Sect, for the assassination attempt on him years ago. Zhou Chun moved extremely quickly, arriving in the Bingai Kingdom in no time. He was already very familiar with the Bingai Kingdom, second only to his usual residences in the Jing Kingdom and the Great Zhou Kingdom. Therefore, upon entering the Bingai Kingdom, he went directly to the mountain gate of the major sect, the Flying Snow Palace. The Flying Snow Palace's mountain gate was located in the Snow Cloud Mountains, one of the most blessed spiritual mountains in the Bingai Kingdom. In fact, the Snow Cloud Mountains were even more beneficial to Ice Attribute cultivators than the Azure Lotus Mountains were to Wood Attribute cultivators. As a major sect of the Bingai Kingdom, Fiksu Palace has been established in the Zuayan Mountains for over 5,000 years, during which time the lineage of nascent soul cultivators has never been interrupted. Zhou Chun had previously come to the vicinity of the Zuayan Mountains in order to obtain the essence blood of the Ice Moon Toad. However, at that time, his cultivation was low and his intentions were impure, so he dared not reveal himself. Now, however, things were different. Riding his golden-winged tiger, he flew through the azure sky, looking down from high above. Every flower and blade of grass on the vast land came into view. The Zhuayan mountain stretched for thousands of miles, with numerous peaks, many of which were over 1,000 feet high, and most of the mountains were covered with snow. However, in the ravines and plains formed between the peaks, as well as in some low-lying valleys and ravines, vegetation flourished, birds and beasts roamed, and even many villages inhabited by mortals could be seen. Within these thousands of miles of Zhuayan mountains, there were no fewer than hundreds of thousands of mortals. Most of these mortals' ancestors were disciples of Fixa Palace. Many of the disciples of the Flying Snow Palace today come from these ordinary families. Ordinary people cannot endure the harsh cold and need to farm, gather firewood, fish, and hunt for sustenance, so they can only live in areas below the snow line. Above the snow line on those high, treacherous peaks, however, lies the place where cultivators live and practice. On some snow-capped mountains where spiritual energy gathers, one can clearly sense the presence of formations, where the disciples of the Flying Snow Palace reside. The Flying Snow Palace's main gate is located on Flying Snow Peak, situated at the northern end of the Snow Cloud Mountains, along with the surrounding spiritual peaks. Flying Snow Peak is the highest peak in the Snow Cloud Mountains, over 3,000 feet high, with most of its area covered in ice and snow. From the outside, Flying Snow Peak and the surrounding hundreds of miles are hidden in a vast expanse of white mist, making it impossible to see its inner workings. Zhou Chun rode his tiger directly to the edge of that misty area and then unabashedly released his nascent soul stage cultivator aura. The nascent soul stage cultivators of the Flying Snow Palace naturally sensed the presence of an unfamiliar nascent soul stage cultivator outside the gate immediately. Without any prior announcement, a streak of snow-white light quickly emerged from the clouds, revealing the figure of a long-faced middle-aged man with black hair and a white robe. May I ask which fellow Taoist graces me with their presence? I am Fei Baiyun of the Flying Snow Palace. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Upon appearing, the long-faced middle-aged man immediately bowed respectfully to Zhou Chun on the back of the golden-winged tiger, and proactively introduced himself. As a major sect in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, the Flying Snow Palace also had two nascent soul stage cultivators. However, the other nascent soul stage cultivator was more senior, and after Fei Baiyun successfully formed his nascent soul, he essentially stopped concerning himself with sect affairs, focusing solely on his own cultivation. Zhou Chun had a general understanding of the Flying Snow Palace, and upon hearing Fei Baiyun introduce himself, he immediately returned the greeting with a cupped fist salute, saying, "Fellow Taoist Fei, you are too kind. My name is Zhou Chun, from the Heavenly Spirit Realm. I apologize for my intrusion." Hearing this, Fei Baiyun's expression shifted slightly, and he replied with a smile, "So you are fellow Taoist Zhou from the Heavenly Spirit Realm, a rare guest indeed. Your presence is an honor to my humble abode. Welcome, welcome." He then proactively opened the protective mountain array, revealing a passage, and gestured an invitation to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, without hesitation, followed him into the Flying Snow Palace's mountain gate. Once inside the clouds, the view suddenly opened up. Besides the towering Flying Snow Peak, thousands of feet high, dozens of other snow-capped peaks rose in the surrounding area. Above these spiritual peaks, various palaces and pavilions were built, many of which were constructed entirely of ice. Inside the mountain gates, numerous disciples of the Flying Snow Palace could be seen practicing spells, tending to spiritual herbs, and discussing philosophy over tea. Zhou Chun's gaze swept across the mountain gate, quickly finding his focus. A snow-capped lake atop Flying Snow Peak. The lake was shrouded in icy mist, seemingly concealed by a special formation, making it difficult to see its inner workings. To avoid any misunderstanding, he didn't look further. Led by Fei Baiyun, he and Fei Baiyun soon sat down in a palace carved entirely of icy blue jade, halfway up Flying Snow Peak. After they were seated, several female disciples of the Flying Snow Palace, acting as maids, quickly served them tea. Then Fei Baiyun, seated at the head of the table, raised his teacup and gestured towards Zhou Chun, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you've come from afar. I have nothing of value to offer you, so I can only offer you a cup of our sect's specialty, Silver Needle Snow Hair Spirit Tea. I hope you won't find it offensive, fellow Taoist Fei, you're too kind. I've come uninvited, and it's an honor to be personally received by you," Zhou Chun said, raising his teacup and drinking it all in one gulp, showing his sincerity. The heavenly spirit realm and the ice barbarian kingdom are far apart. I observe that fellow Taoist Zhou is not someone who cultivates ice attribute techniques. May I ask what brings you to the ice barbarian kingdom and my flying snow palace to pay your respects? After finishing his tea, Fei Baiyun no longer held back and directly asked Zhou Chun about his purpose. As the saying goes, one doesn't visit a temple without a reason. Zhou Chun had no connection with their flying snow palace, so it was impossible for him to have come specifically for a cup of tea and try to get on their good side. Fortunately, Zhou Chun didn't have any intention of hiding anything. Upon hearing his question, Zhou Chun immediately became serious and said, I have come here abruptly because I wish to discuss a transaction with your esteemed sect. Oh? But what kind of transaction is it? Fei Baiyun's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but inquire further. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately said in a deep voice, to be honest, when I was still in the golden core stage, I coveted your sect's ice moon toad, demon beast. I needed its essence blood to aid in the cultivation of a secret technique. However, I know that your sect values this demon beast highly and is unwilling to let it easily circulate, so I didn't dare to propose a transaction to your sect at that time. Now, I have finally been fortunate enough to successfully form my nascent soul and have accumulated considerable wealth, hence my visit today. Upon hearing this, Fei Baiyun's expression immediately changed, becoming much more unpleasant. His face darkened as he stared at Zhou Chun and said sternly, I must correct fellow Taoist Zhou on one point. It's not that our sect is unwilling to let the ice moon toad circulate easily, it's that there has never been a case of it being leaked. He then added coldly, if fellow Taoist Zhou only wishes to exchange some ice moon toad essence blood, I am of course willing to grant your wish. However, if you intend to covet the ice moon toad, then please forgive me for not providing further hospitality. This sudden change in attitude did not surprise Zhou Chun. If the ice moon toad were truly so easy to trade, it wouldn't have received such special treatment from the flying snow palace. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't care about the change in Fei Baiyun's tone and attitude. He simply looked at Fei Baiyun sincerely and said, fellow Taoist Fei, there's no need to rush to send me away. Please let me finish what I have to say. I know how important the ice moon toad is to your sect, therefore, I can promise you that I will never try to cultivate a new species that threatens your sect's interests. If your sect is still not at ease with this, you can exchange only 1 or 2 male ice moon toads for me to use for blood drawing training. However, even after he said this, Fei Baiyun immediately waved his hand without hesitation and said, fellow Taoist Zhou, there's no need to say more. The ice moon toad is the most important foundation of our sect. Unless our sect's lineage is severed, we will never trade this kind of demonic beast to outsiders. His resolute attitude was somewhat beyond Zhou Chun's expectations. This made him frown, and he said again, unwilling to give up, fellow Taoist Fei, won't you listen to my terms of exchange? The terms I offer are extremely generous to your sect. Fei Baiyun, upon hearing this, firmly denied it, saying, fellow Taoist Zhou, even if you offer a nascent soul pill in exchange, there is absolutely no room for negotiation. Zhou Chun did indeed possess a nascent soul pill, but it was clearly impossible for him to exchange it for a mere few ice moon toads. Besides, Fei Baiyun was merely using this example to express his stance. Therefore, Zhou Chun, after hearing this, knew that his trip had been in vain. He nodded regretfully and said, since that's the case, I won't insist. I only ask that fellow Taoist Fei exchange some of the essence blood of a 4th tier ice moon toad for me. Hearing that he no longer requested the ice moon toad, Fei Baiyun's expression softened. After a moment of contemplation, he said in a deep voice, our sect only has a handful of 4th tier ice moon toads. Their essence blood cannot be taken in large quantities. I can only give you a maximum of 30 drops, then I'll take 30 drops as fellow Taoist Fei says. Zhou Chun nodded and readily agreed. After some bargaining, Zhou Chun used 3,000-year-old precious herbs as a condition for exchanging 30 drops of 4th tier ice moon toad essence blood from Fei Baiyun. After completing this transaction, he didn't linger at Fixu Palace and quickly left the Zuian mountain range. Not long after, Zhou Chun's figure appeared at Zulong Ridge, where he had once stayed when he formed his nascent soul. This place is now occupied again by the 4th tier high-grade demonic beast, the Ice Wind Owl. After Zhou Chun arrived, he only slightly released his aura to scare the beast away, and then began refining the essence blood of the ice moon toad on the mountain. Through refining the essence blood of the ice moon toad, which is also of the 4th tier, Zhou Chun found that its effect was actually somewhat worse than that of the essence blood of the 4th tier, moon-gazing ice toad, he had obtained before. However, this also confirmed his previous speculation that the essence blood of the 4th tier, ice moon toad, could indeed help him continue to cultivate the secret technique of 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, moon toad chapter, and push this secret technique to the great completion stage. Since that's the case, this ice moon toad is a demonic beast that he must obtain. And since he can't obtain the ice moon toad through trade on the surface, he won't blame him for using abnormal means. However, although Zhou Chun was determined to obtain the ice moon toad through other means, he was not in a hurry to act immediately. He had just visited to express his intention to exchange for the ice moon toad. If the Flying Snow Palace discovered that someone had stolen the ice moon toad, at this time, they would definitely suspect him. Therefore, this matter could not be rushed and a solution could only be found later. He stayed on Snow Dragon Ridge for more than a month, refining all the essence blood of those 4th tier, ice moon toads, and then left directly. Not long after, on a snow mountain within the territory of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, Zhou Chun activated a communication token obtained through a transaction from the Ice Prison Gate Envoy, and then quietly waited for the Ice Prison Gate Envoy to appear. This assassin sect was elusive, and its mountain gate was hidden in a place unknown to anyone. Outsiders could only contact them through the tokens they issued. If Zhou Chun wanted revenge, he could only use the token to lure the people out first, and then follow the clues to find their mountain gate. After waiting for half a day, a white icy light suddenly shot out from the snow and landed hundreds of feet away from Zhou Chun, revealing a figure completely shrouded in a white robe. Chapter 704 The Sincerity of the Ice Prison Gate. As an assassin sect, the Ice Prison Sect was well aware of the dangers of their profession. Therefore, they not only established their headquarters in a secluded and unknown location, but their disciples were also extremely cautious when traveling outside. Furthermore, they were divided into 2 teams. The Ice Prison Sect envoy, who appeared in Zhou Chun's line of sight, was specifically responsible for receiving commissions. These individuals didn't need to learn assassination techniques, their main focus was on observation and escape skills. Before revealing himself, this Ice Prison Sect envoy had secretly observed Zhou Chun for a considerable period and scouted the surrounding area to ensure there were no other powerful cultivators lying in ambush before daring to show himself. Even after revealing himself, he maintained a distance from his client to ensure he could react immediately in case of any unexpected situation. Now, after appearing, he looked at Zhou Chun through 2 small holes in his mask. With an indifferent tone, he asked, "Since you've come here with this token, you must know our sect's rules. May I ask who you wish to deal with?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's heart stirred. He wasn't in a hurry to act, but instead looked at the other party and said, "This token was obtained by me through a transaction. I'm not particularly familiar with the rules of your Ice Prison Sect. Could you please explain them to me?" Hearing this, the Ice Prison Sect envoy's expression changed instantly, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he looked at him coldly and said, "Since you don't even know the rules, you dare to come to our sect? You have quite the nerve. What? Isn't your Ice Prison Sect just an assassin sect? As long as I can afford the price, you can get rid of this mess for me." Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes, replying nonchalantly. His arrogant and wealthy demeanor made the Ice Prison Sect envoy's gaze grow even colder. Indeed, the Ice Prison Sect is an assassin sect that specializes in taking money to commit murder. But this never means they are inferior. On the contrary, in these contract killings, the Ice Prison Sect is actually in a superior position to their employers. They understand that if an employer can only come to them to resolve a certain matter, it means the employer is incapable of doing so themselves. Therefore, the employer is asking for their help, not the other way around. Any cultivator with even a basic understanding of the Ice Prison Sect is well aware of this. Therefore, at this moment, the Ice Prison Sect envoy actually believed Zhou Chun's earlier words. This was indeed an outsider who didn't know much about the Ice Prison Sect. The Ice Prison Sect naturally had a different strategy for dealing with such ignorant outsiders. The Ice Prison Gate envoy immediately said, "What you say is correct. Now, you can tell me who you want to kill, and also your reward and the target's personal information." Zhou Chun replied, "The relevant information is all here. Please take a look." With that, he waved his sleeve, and a jade slip flew towards the Ice Prison Gate envoy. However, To his surprise, the ice prison gate envoy did not immediately examine the information on the jade slip after receiving it. Instead, he nodded to him and said, "I have received your request. However, whether this request can be fulfilled depends on our sect's careful verification of the information on it before we can give you an answer. Please do not leave the Ice Prison Kingdom for the next month. Our sect's cultivators will contact you then." After saying this, the man put the jade slip into his storage bag and then prepared to use his escape technique to leave. Seeing this, Zhou Chun had no choice but to abandon his probing idea and take action directly. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a barrage of ice spikes towards the ice prison gate envoy. The man, as if anticipating his attack, quickly solidified snow into a thick ice wall, attempting to escape. However, Zhou Chun's methods far exceeded his expectations. The ice spikes were merely a decoy. The true killing move was 9 invisible ice needles. With his mid-stage golden core cultivation, he couldn't detect the 9 annihilation ice needles. Only after the invisible ice needles pierced his protective aura and pierced his robes did he realize this. But by then, it was too late. The 9 ice needles easily pierced his robes and inner armor, the released chilling poison instantly rendering him powerless. Having subdued the man with a single move, Zhou Chun immediately sealed his cultivation and brought him to his own side. However, just as Zhou Chun himself began to use the soul-searching technique, he discovered that the Ice Prison Sect cultivator's soul was afflicted with an extremely profound restriction. Forcibly searching the soul would cause it to immediately collapse. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to abandon the forced soul search and instead awaken the man for interrogation. After waking him, he coldly said, "I'll ask you a few questions. Answer them well, and I'll spare your life." Hearing this, the newly awakened Ice Prison Sect envoy smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, you probably want to ask me where our sect's main gate is, right?" Without waiting for Zhou Chun's response, he answered his own question. "To be honest, Senior, the exact location of our sect's main gate is probably only known to the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators within the sect, disciples like myself, although we've grown up cultivating within the sect since childhood, until, even after successfully forming the Golden Core stage, we've never left the Mountain Gate's protective array. We usually enter and leave the Mountain Gate through a teleportation array. That array is said to have special restrictions. It can't teleport those with a Golden Core stage or higher back to the Mountain Gate. Furthermore, every time we want to return via the teleportation array, we have to undergo several checks to ensure we haven't been marked," he added bitterly. "Therefore, even if I wanted to confess and save my life, I couldn't give you a satisfactory answer." Zhou Chun fell silent after hearing this. Although he had previously considered that the Ice Prison Sect, having operated as assassins for so many years without being exposed, must have some secrets, he hadn't expected things to be so complicated. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chun looked at the Ice Prison Sect envoy and asked, "As far as I know, teleportation arrays require spirit crystals as energy to activate, right? If your Ice Prison Sect relies solely on teleportation arrays for its disciples to travel in and out, where do you get so many spirit crystals to consume?" Hearing this, the man immediately replied truthfully, "Senior, you are wise. This is the special feature of our sect's teleportation array. Besides using spirit crystals, it can also be activated by cultivators directly injecting their mana. It only requires 2 early-stage Golden Core cultivators to inject 80% of their mana to activate it. How is that possible?" Zhou Chun was shocked, his expression changing slightly as he looked at the man and said, "Teleportation arrays can only be activated by cultivators possessing. The activation of spiritual energy crystals is a universally acknowledged common knowledge in the cultivation world regarding array formations. If your Ice Prison Sect truly possessed such skills, why would you only hide in the shadows and engage in petty theft?" "Senior, I cannot answer what you are saying. I am merely telling you the truth of what I know." The Ice Prison Sect envoy shook his head with a wry smile, then said in a low voice, "However, I believe that our sect's teleportation array possesses some special characteristics that cannot be replicated elsewhere. Otherwise, as you said, with such skills, our sect would have no need to engage in assassination." Hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded in agreement. He then looked at him and said, "In that case, take me to the location of that teleportation array. As long as what you say is true, I wouldn't mind letting you go. It seems I have no other choice." The Ice Prison Sect envoy gave another wry smile and could only agree. Led by this person, Zhou Chun entered the icy plains and eventually arrived at a snow-capped mountain within the three-segment area of the icy plains. Guided by someone, Zhou Chun quickly discovered the hidden stronghold of the ice prison sect within the snow-capped mountain. Upon discovering this, he didn't trouble the ice prison sect envoy and released him. Zhou Chun then released the Silver Dragon Lord and ordered him to attack the ice prison sect stronghold. Although it was just a stronghold, the ice prison sect had invested heavily in it. The stronghold's protective array was even strong enough to withstand attacks from nascent soul stage cultivators. The Silver Dragon Lord attacked alone for a while but couldn't break through. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't rush to join the battle, but had the Silver Dragon Lord maintain the offensive while he waited patiently. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait long before a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the stronghold. The nascent soul stage cultivators of the ice prison sect had finally arrived to provide support. If the ice prison gate envoy wasn't lying, this stronghold, serving as the ice prison gate's communication link with the outside world, was clearly second only to the main gate in importance to the ice prison gate. Therefore, Zhou Chun concluded that if this place were attacked by nascent soul stage cultivators, nascent soul stage cultivators from the ice prison gate would definitely come to their aid. Now it seemed his judgment was absolutely correct. After sensing the aura of nascent soul stage cultivators emanating from the stronghold, he quickly ordered Silver Dragon Lord to cease his attack. Seeing him stop, the nascent soul stage cultivator from the ice prison gate inside quickly emerged from the stronghold. This person, like the assassins, was completely shrouded in a white robe, with only two small holes in his mask revealing a pair of bright eyes. His eyes swept over Zhou Chun, and he spoke in a low voice, "Are you perhaps Chunjun's Henren from Jin Kingdom? I wonder where our sect has offended you, fellow Taoist, that you would travel so far to attack our stronghold." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately snorted coldly, "HMPH, since you recognize my origins, you should know why I have come to your door." These words immediately silenced the other party. In fact, after recognizing Zhou Chun's identity, he knew he was in deep trouble. Back then, the ice prison sect's assassination attempt on Zhou Chun failed, resulting in the disappearance of one of their most outstanding top assassins. This was arguably the most humiliating defeat for the ice prison sect's assassins in recent centuries. Later, when Ziyang's Henren personally came to contact them to deal with Zhou Chun, it further astonished the two nascent soul stage cultivators of the ice prison sect, making them even more attentive to information about Zhou Chun. Although the ice prison sect's intelligence had not yet been updated, they were unaware of the news that Fu Shanjun had successfully transcended his tribulation. However, judging from the intelligence they already possessed, Zhou Chun was not someone to be trifled with. For such a figure to now come knocking, demanding justice for the assassination attempt they suffered years ago, was a very serious crisis for the ice prison sect if not handled properly. Even if the ice prison sect's main gate remained intact, this current stronghold would be utterly unsustainable. After a long silence, the nascent soul stage cultivator from the ice prison sect finally spoke, saying, "Our sect was indeed at fault for the assassination attempt on fellow Taoist Chunjun back then. However, the disciples who attempted to assassinate you were killed by you, and our sect has not harassed you again over this matter. Why are you pushing your luck?" "What do you mean by pushing your luck? Your ice prison sect almost killed me back then." Such deep-seated hatred cannot be easily forgiven just because the murderer has been brought to justice. Zhou Chun stared sharply at him, his voice cold and sharp. "If that's your logic, then I'll try to kill you today. If I fail, I'll leave. Would you be so magnanimous as to not hold it against me?" Upon hearing this, the nascent soul stage cultivator from the ice prison sect immediately shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Chunjun is incredibly powerful, and I am naturally no match for you. However, if you wish to kill me, I'm afraid there's no chance at all." He then calmly looked at Zhou Chun and continued, "However, it's better to resolve enmity than to let it fester. Fellow Taoist Chunjun is a powerful figure, and our ice prison sect truly doesn't want to let the hatred fester too deeply. If fellow Taoist Chunjun is willing to be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones, our sect will be eternally grateful and will certainly repay you handsomely." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression shifted, and he looked deeply at the nascent soul stage cultivator from the ice prison sect and said, "Then it depends on your sincerity." In truth, after learning that the ice prison sect's mountain gate was difficult to find, he had abandoned the idea of wiping out this assassin sect in one fell swoop. After all, if you don't kill the snake, you'll suffer a backlash. If you can't wipe out this assassin sect, both he and the Zhou family will face its relentless revenge. However, completely giving up the idea of revenge because of this would be against his own character. Therefore, obtaining some compensation from the ice prison sect to mend his wounded heart became the only thing he could do now. Otherwise, why would he have waited for this nascent soul stage cultivator from the ice prison sect to appear and directly attacked and destroyed the stronghold below? Seeing that his tone had softened, the nascent soul stage cultivator from the ice prison sect also breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly looked at him and said, "Then, in fellow Taoist Shunjun's opinion, what kind of sincerity would satisfy you? A spiritual treasure, or a nascent soul pill, or a fifth-order demon core, in short, something useful to me, Zhou Chun?" Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes and began to make an outrageous demand. Upon hearing his words, the nascent soul cultivator from the ice prison sect, whose face was hidden behind his mask, twitched violently. He glared at him angrily and said, "Fellow Taoist Shunjun, please don't joke. These things are extremely scarce even within our sect. How could we possibly have any extras to give to outsiders?" He then looked at him with great dissatisfaction and said emphatically, "Fellow Taoist, please be more realistic. Then let's change to a more practical request." Zhou Chun said, "I need a large amount of 4th tier, Ice Moon Toad, Essence Blood to cultivate a secret technique, but the Flying Snow Palace refuses to trade live, Ice Moon Toads, to me so that I can use their Essence Blood for a long time." Zhou Chun looked deeply at the nascent soul cultivator from the ice prison sect and said, "If your ice prison sect can provide me with at least 2 live, Ice Moon Toads, I will no longer hold past grudges against you, and we will be even from now on." After hearing his words, the nascent soul cultivator from the ice prison sect couldn't help but frown. He muttered to himself, "The Ice Moon Toad is the lifeblood of the Flying Snow Palace. Fei Baiyun values them more than his own children and grandchildren. Taking a live Ice Moon Toad from under his nose is no easy task, and it would completely offend the Flying Snow Palace. That's none of my business," Zhou Chun said, his eyes narrowing, his tone full of hidden meaning. The nascent soul cultivator from the ice prison sect could easily discern the threat in his words. With Zhou Chun's strength and talent, if his cultivation advanced further, he might truly possess the power to leave behind a nascent soul cultivator. Whether the ice prison sect could still hide its power at that time would be questionable. Faced with this threat, the nascent soul cultivator from the ice prison sect felt no anger whatsoever. This was indeed the ice prison sect's biggest concern. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wanted to reconcile with him. After a long silence, he finally sighed softly, "All right, our sect will do our best in this matter, but it will take some time, and there may not be a result so quickly. That's all right, I can wait 3 to 5 years." Zhou Chun was secretly pleased, but his face remained calm. After reaching this agreement, Zhou Chun left the ice prison sect's stronghold, his whereabouts unknown. From beginning to end, he didn't ask the name of the nascent soul stage cultivator from the ice prison sect, and the other party had no intention of bringing it up. Both sides were well aware that they were now wary of each other, and they tacitly avoided touching on certain sensitive topics. After leaving the ice prison sect's stronghold, Zhou Chun did not return directly to his family. Instead, he sent his avatar with the Moon Toad Pearl to the Zuanming Water Eye beneath the ice plains to help the treasure absorb Zuanming cold energy to restore its original power, and also to allow his avatar to replenish itself. It was also due to the inflexibility of the Flying Snow Palace that Zhou Chun's original plan was to trade the Ice Moon Toad for the Zuanming Water Eye. Now, it can only be said that the Flying Snow Palace simply didn't have that opportunity, missing out on a treasure trove that could have propelled their sect's strength. Otherwise, with a foundation of an ice attribute cultivation sect like theirs, if the Zuanming cold energy here were utilized properly, cultivating a nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't be impossible. Entrusting the theft of the Ice Moon Toad to the ice prison sect is the best outcome for Zhou Chun. He doesn't have to personally risk taking responsibility, yet he can still achieve his goal. Even if a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Flying Snow Palace personally confronts the Zhou family in the future, he can confidently say that he didn't steal their Ice Moon Toad. How can a gift given as an apology be considered theft? On the other side, Zhou Chun's avatar, carrying the Moon Toad Pearl, arrived near the Zuanming Water Eye and immediately used the treasure to absorb the Zuanming cold ki emanating from the water. Simultaneously, he reverted to his one-horned white snake form, silently absorbing the Zuanming cold ki emanating from the water eye. This avatar had previously suffered significant damage to its cultivation, If it relied solely on its own cultivation, it might take 100 or 200 years to recover. Now, absorbing and refining the Zhuanming cold key greatly shortened this process. Furthermore, Zhou Chun had brought the 4, 6-winged ice silkworms with him and released them. As he expected, these 6-winged ice silkworms were indeed extremely thirsty for Zhuanming cold key, immediately approaching the Zhuanming water eye to absorb the emanating cold key. Soon after, the avatar, having absorbed its fill of Zhuanming cold key, returned to Zhou Chun's side with the equally saturated moon-toad pearl and the 4, 6-winged ice silkworms. After carefully storing the avatar, the treasure, and the spirit insects, he returned directly to his clan. When Zhou Chun returned to his family, many were unaware of his trip. Upon his return, he continued his secluded life, rarely making headlines. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day 5 years later, a golden core cultivator from the ice prison sect visited Zhou Chun at the Zhou family home, presenting him with a spirit beast pouch containing 2 third-tier ice moon toads. Both ice moon toads were male, one a mid-grade third-tier demon beast, the other a low-grade third-tier demon beast. Zhou Chun accepted the 2 demon toads without telling anyone, immediately instructing his avatar to take them to the wilderness and place them in the ice cave where the heavenly frost bees were kept, separating them to prevent them from killing each other. His avatar also cultivated in the ice cave, simultaneously guarding and training the 2 demon toads. Meanwhile, some golden core elders and purple mansion cultivators of the Zhou family quickly received tasks to find materials for their patriarch, Zhou Zhengjin, to refine the ancient dust pill. Chapter 705 Purple Dragon Immortal. That's the advantage of being the patriarch of a family. Unless it's something extremely difficult to collect, a single order is enough to summon a large number of family members to do the legwork. Previously, even as a golden core cultivator, Zhou Chun had to travel extensively, searching market after market, to gather the necessary ingredients for refining the ancient dust pill. Now, with a single order, the golden core elders and purple mansion cultivators of the Zhou family would split up and travel to various countries to collect the materials. Moreover, when some powerful forces learned that they were collecting materials for a nascent soul cultivator like him, they generally wouldn't dare to raise prices or commit heinous acts like murder and robbery afterward, even if they weren't willing to lower the prices. Thus, with several family members diligently searching and collecting, only 3 years had passed, and they had gathered enough materials for 3 batches of ancient dust pills for Zhou Chun. With the personal assistance of the alchemy master Luo Qingni, each batch yielded 8 pills, totaling 24 spirit pills. Once the third-tier mid-grade ice moon toad had digested these spirit pills, it could attempt to break through to the 4th tier. Zhou Chun still possessed the demon core left behind by the 4th tier, moon-gazing ice toad, from years ago. He planned to use it to assist the ice moon toad in its attempt to reach the 4th tier, with a very promising success rate. After all, their attributes and bloodlines were highly compatible, and the ice moon toad itself had the potential to advance to the 4th tier. Thus, as long as one ice moon toad successfully advanced to the 4th tier, Zhou Chun could continue cultivating his 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad Chapter Secret Technique. However, somewhat unexpectedly, Zhou Chun had assumed that the Flying Snow Palace would come to test him after losing the Ice Moon Toad. But they didn't. He didn't know if it was because they knew the Ice Prison Sect had stolen the Ice Moon Toad, and blamed them, or if they came to investigate and realized he was not to be trifled with, so they gave up testing him. Regardless of the reason, it was a good thing for him, saving him a troublesome situation. That day, a golden core cultivator claiming to be an envoy of the Heavenly One sect arrived at the Zhou family with an invitation from the Heavenly One sect of the Great Zhou Kingdom regarding the Heavenly One Dharma Assembly. Upon learning the news, Zhou Chun personally received the envoy from the Xian'ai sect into his cave. Junior Yi Xiaofeng of the Xian'ai sect greets true person Shunjun. Inside Zhou Chun's cave, a young man in a white robe, led in by Zhou Daoai, immediately bowed deeply to express his respect. Seeing this, Zhou Chun waved his sleeve and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, there's no need for such formality. Please take a seat to the side." "Thank you for the seat, true person," Yi Xiaofeng replied respectfully before sitting down. After sizing up the seemingly young early-stage golden core cultivator, Zhou Chun addressed him, saying, "The name of the Heavenly One sect is renowned even to a cultivator from a remote place like myself. I have heard rumors about the Heavenly One Dharma Assembly from some fellow Daoists and have long yearned to attend. It is my honor to be valued by the Heavenly One sect and to have them send fellow Taoist Yi to deliver this invitation. Zhou Chun paused slightly before continuing. However, fellow Taoist Yi is likely aware that my family's foundation is shallow, and no one has ever attended the Heavenly One Dharma Assembly before. We are unfamiliar with the procedures and taboos. Therefore, to avoid embarrassing myself at the assembly and becoming a laughingstock, I humbly request that fellow Taoist Yi carefully explain the intricacies to me. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaofeng quickly rose and replied, "This is what I should do. Since this is Senior's first time participating in the Dharma Assembly, I will naturally inform you of the relevant precautions." He then began to explain the details of the Xianai Dharma Assembly. What he said was largely the same as what Zhou Chun had learned from other nascent soul cultivators, only more detailed and thorough, including some things that other nascent soul cultivators considered unimportant or unnecessary. For example, the current Xianai Dharma Assembly is actually divided into two parts. The first part follows ancient rituals, where all Xianai sect cultivators pray together on that day for their nascent soul ancestor, Venerable Xianai. Afterwards, nascent soul true persons of the Xianai sect will take turns explaining the path of cultivation to their disciples and answering any questions they may have. During this time, nascent soul cultivators invited to participate in the Xianai Dharma Assembly can attend as observers or not. After this part of the process is completed, the nascent soul cultivator exchange session, which Zhou Chun is most looking forward to, will begin. This session is also divided into two parts. First, the Xianai sect will bring out various rare and precious spiritual items to exchange for what the invited nascent soul cultivators need. After all the rare spiritual items they had prepared had been exchanged and sold, it would be the turn of the nascent soul stage cultivators to exchange their own items. As for the taboos that Zhou Chun was worried about, apart from the strict prohibition against disturbing others during the Xianai sect's blessing ceremony and the taboo against wearing bright red or purple clothing, there were no other particular taboos. The rules of the subsequent exchange meeting were also similar to most exchange meetings. After understanding the details of the Xianai Dharma Assembly, Zhou Chun nodded solemnly to Yi Xiaofeng and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi, for clearing up my doubts. Please inform your sect's cultivators that I will definitely attend the Dharma Assembly on time. I will certainly convey your words to my sect's cultivators as truthfully as you have, Senior. I still need to go to Feng Kingdom to deliver invitations, so I won't bother you any longer," Yi Xiaofeng said, bowing to Zhou Chun. "Since that's the case, I won't keep fellow Taoist Yi any longer." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then turned to Zhou Daoi and said, "I'll trouble you, granduncle, to see fellow Taoist Yi off for me." He then watched Zhou Daoi and Yi Xiaofeng leave. Not long after, Zhou Daoi, having seen Yi Xiaofeng off, returned to Zhou Chun's cave. "I just spoke with fellow Taoist Yi. In Jing Kingdom, only the Moon Wheel sect and our Zhou family received invitations. The Flame Sun sect seems to have been excluded. I wonder what the Heavenly One sect is planning." Inside the cave, Zhou Daoi returned and whispered the information he had gathered to Zhou Chun. "Is that so?" Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback and frowned in thought. After pondering for a moment, he nodded slightly and said, "This must be a tactic used by the Xianai sect to elevate the status of the Xianai Dharma Assembly. They deliberately selected 2 out of 3 countries like Jingguo to highlight the importance and prestige of their assembly." He then shook his head and added, "However, besides the Xianai sect sending envoys to deliver invitations, other nascent soul cultivators can also apply for invitations directly from the Xianai sect's nascent soul stage masters. They are generally not refused, so if Jiang really wants to participate, he can still do so through this method." Zhou Daoi smiled after hearing his analysis and said, "Even so, since the Xianai sect has given an invitation to our Zhou family, it means that in the eyes of such a Holy Land sect, our Zhou family is already a more valuable force to win over than the Yan'ang sect. This matter can be publicized to boost morale." The so-called Holy Land sect is the term used in the human cultivation world to refer to forces with nascent soul stage masters. Because of the existence of the nascent soul stage venerable, such a power naturally became a holy land in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, when racial wars broke out between humans and other races, these holy lands and major sects usually led the various nations and factions. However, the title of a holy land only existed because of the existence of the nascent soul stage venerable. Once the nascent soul stage venerable of that power passed away or died unexpectedly, the title of Holy Land naturally ceased to exist. Therefore, in the eyes of some top-tier powers and nascent soul stage cultivators, this title was just so-so. Zhou Chun was, after all, only a golden core stage cultivator, and his perspective was limited. He was filled with the same longing and admiration for nascent soul stage venerables as ordinary cultivators. Therefore, even gaining the recognition of the nascent soul stage venerable sect was a great honor in his eyes. Zhou Chun was somewhat non-committal about his thoughts, but he didn't intend to persuade him. Because, as Zhou Chun said, announcing this matter would indeed have the effect of boosting morale. He nodded immediately and said, "Granduncle, you can handle it yourself." After Zhou Chun left happily, he stared at the invitation in his hand and pondered. The date on the invitation was 3 years from now, which meant he had 3 years to prepare. But in fact, he had already prepared everything he needed to, now he just needed to wait quietly. So he quickly flipped the invitation away and put it away. However, Zhou Chun soon realized that he had underestimated the storytelling skills of his younger relatives. When Zhou Chun announced that he had received an invitation to the Xian'ai Dharma Assembly, it indeed caused a stir within the Zhou family. To let these clansmen know about the Xian'ai Dharma Assembly and the Xian'ai sect, Zhou Chun specially educated them on the relevant information. So after these Zhou family cultivators discussed it for a while, somehow the rumor spread that Zhou Chun's ability to cultivate so quickly and possess such strength was because he had received guidance and help from a nascent soul stage venerable, and that he was actually a disciple of a nascent soul stage venerable. Originally, very few people would have believed such an absurd story. However, Zhou Chun's own growth experience was indeed incredibly bizarre. Therefore, after this outrageous rumor appeared, many cultivators actually felt that this might be the truth. After all, nascent soul stage cultivators were indeed godlike beings in the cultivation world. It wasn't impossible for them to possess supernatural abilities that allowed ordinary cultivators to defy fate. In short, people preferred to believe that Zhou Chun had received guidance and help from a nascent soul stage venerable to achieve his current success, rather than believing that he could have achieved his current success entirely through his own hard work. After all, among 10 cultivators, while it might not be possible for 8 to achieve hard work, at least 5 or 6 could. So many key refining stage cultivators have worked hard their entire lives, yet they still died as key refining stage cultivators. Therefore, this outrageous claim was not only believed by many, but also spread everywhere. When Zhou Chun also realized something was amiss and informed Zhou Chun of this, he was also amused. If I really had a nascent soul stage venerable as my backer, wouldn't I have been spreading the news all over the world by now? Did Master Zhuanzun, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, even dare to come to my door to lecture me? Don't people who believe these rumors have brains? He retorted with a ridiculous air, amused by the absurdity. Zhou Chun couldn't help but chuckle at his comment. But soon, his face showed worry as he said, "Those high-level cultivators certainly won't believe such nonsense, but I'm afraid this matter will become increasingly exaggerated. If it really reaches the ears of the nascent soul stage venerable, it will be seen as our Zhou family trying to ride on their coattails, which would be extremely bad." Uncle, what you say makes sense. Let's clarify this in my name and put an end to this farce as soon as possible. Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened, and he nodded, agreeing with Zhou Chun's concerns and offering a solution. Although it was a farce, after this incident, Zhou Chun realized just how monstrous and eccentric he appeared in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, and how much influence he wielded. This public perception of him as a prodigy, and his immense influence, naturally had both advantages and disadvantages. On the positive side, it made the Zhou family more attractive to talented individuals from the outside world, greatly enhancing their reputation. On the negative side, anything that happened to him could be fabricated and embellished, generating all sorts of rumors. Looks like I'm still not low-key enough. He gave a self-deprecating smile, shook his head, and stopped dwelling on the matter. 3 years passed quickly. To show his importance, Zhou Chun set off several months early, as the deadline for the Heavenly One Dharma Assembly approached. This time, he again had Fu Shanjun and Luo Qingni guard the family's mountain gate, while he himself, along with his 2 Demon King spirit pets, Yin Longjun and Fen Yuanjun, and various rare and precious spiritual items, traveled to the Great Zhou Kingdom. As usual, the Golden Winged Tiger served as their mode of transport for this trip. However, just as they were halfway there, Zhou Chun, riding on the tiger's back, suddenly seemed to sense something and looked towards a certain direction in the sky. In the far distance, hundreds of miles above the azure heavens, a painted boat shimmering with 5-colored spiritual light was flying at an extremely fast speed towards the great Zhou kingdom, just like him. Judging from the speed and the strength of its protective spiritual light, this painted boat was likely a top-grade magic treasure. In that case, the owner of the painted boat could only be a nascent soul cultivator. Just as Zhou Chun was pondering this, the owner of the painted boat seemed to have noticed him riding the tiger and quickly approached him. When the distance between them closed to within 200 miles, a hearty laugh rang in Zhou Chun's ears. Haha, fellow Taoist, are you perhaps the pure Gen true person of Jing Kingdom? I am Nanguang Wuking, and I have been invited to participate in the Heavenly One Dharma Assembly. It is fate that we meet. I wonder if fellow Taoist pure Gen would be so kind as to accompany me. As soon as he finished speaking, the painted boat came to a swift stop in the sky. Then, a figure flashed on the deck of the boat, and soon a refined young man in a purple robe emerged, exuding an air of elegance. The aura emanating from this refined young man was clearly at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his expression becoming slightly solemn. He immediately replied in a deep voice, "So it is fellow Taoist Nangong, the purple dragon true person. I have long admired your name." Chapter 706 The Big One is Coming. Nangguang Wuking, the purple dragon immortal, is the supreme elder of the Purple Key Sect, a major sect in the Xia Kingdom. A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he once fought a late-stage nascent soul cultivator for dozens of moves and escaped unscathed. It is said that he possesses extraordinary talent, being a top-grade fire attribute spiritual root cultivator, and also has a special physique perfectly suited to the Purple Key Sect's signature technique, the Purple Key Heavenly Dragon Technique, allowing him to cultivate its power to a level unmatched by any previous patriarch of the Purple Key Sect. Furthermore, he has had other fortuitous encounters. Besides the Purple Key Sect's inherited spiritual treasure, he also obtained a spiritual treasure left behind by a predecessor when he was still in the Golden Core stage. With these two spiritual treasures and his own powerful supernatural abilities, Nangguang Wuking once fought the Supreme Elder of the Zhengyang Palace, a major sect in the Xia Kingdom, for dozens of moves and escaped unscathed, a battle that shocked the cultivation world. After that battle, although Nangguang Wuking did not reach the cultivation level of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he was already regarded as a great cultivator by many nascent soul cultivators. What makes many nascent soul cultivators even more envious is that Nangguang Wuking himself is not very old. He successfully formed his nascent soul before the age of 700, and broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage less than 500 years later. The chances of him breaking through to the late nascent soul stage in the future are very high. Given the powerful strength he displayed at the mid-nascent soul stage, if he really breaks through to the late nascent soul stage, his strength would probably be among the top tier of late nascent soul stage cultivators. Therefore, the name of this purple dragon true person is very well known in the nascent soul stage cultivator circle of the cultivation world. Even though Zhou Chun has not been a nascent soul cultivator for very long, he has heard of his name. However, according to what Zhou Chun has heard, although purple dragon true person Nangguang Wuking is not as heartless as his name suggests, he is still very arrogant. He doesn't take ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivators seriously at all, and he would consider it a waste of time to even bother with him. He doesn't know why he would suddenly be so enthusiastic and take the initiative to invite him to his carriage to travel together. Just as Zhou Chun was wondering about this, Nangguang Wuking, who had heard his words, laughed heartily and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you flatter me. In terms of reputation, you are the one who has been famous throughout the cultivation world for the past 100 years. Even I, living in the Xia Kingdom, have often heard of your deeds. You have been renowned for a long time." He then showered him with praise, saying, "Seeing is believing. Today, seeing your true face, I know that the rumors are indeed true. Your extraordinary demeanor is truly remarkable. You flatter me, fellow Taoist Nangguang. I am but a mediocre person and dare not accept such praise." Zhou Chun waved his hands repeatedly in humility, but he understood why Nangguang Wuking was so enthusiastic towards him. He guessed that the other party's enthusiasm was feigned, and that he really wanted to prove his background. With a thought in mind, he didn't refuse the invitation and quickly said with a smile, "I have long admired fellow Taoist Nangguang. Since we have the opportunity to meet today, and we are both going to participate in the Heavenly One Dharma Assembly. I would like to learn more about the details of this matter from you. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed straightforward. Please follow me. Nangguang Wuking laughed again and immediately stretched out his hand, inviting Zhou Chun into the painted boat. His painted boat was dozens of feet long, with a spacious interior and many cabins. After Zhou Chun followed him into the guest cabin, he realized that this purple dragon true man truly knew how to enjoy life. All the furniture and utensils in the cabin were made of precious wood and jade, possessing a unique and pleasant effect. Moreover, there were dozens of beauties with different temperaments on this painted boat, with cultivation levels ranging from key refining to golden color. They seemed to be the concubines and maids kept by this purple dragon true man. I'm sorry to make you laugh, fellow Taoist Zhou. I have no other hobbies but beautiful women and fine wine. These beauties were all presented by various forces below. Each one has her own unique characteristics and skills. I really can't bear to part with any of them. As if sensing Zhou Chun's surprise, Nangguang Wuking took the initiative to reveal his hobbies with a carefree smile before he could speak. Fellow Taoist Nangguang's life is truly enviable. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then sighed half-jokingly. It's just a pity that I know my talent is mediocre and my willpower is weak. If I diligently cultivate, I might still have a chance to improve. But if I indulge in wine and women, I'm afraid my life will end here. Hearing this, Nangguang Wuking chuckled. Fellow Taoist Zhou is joking. As far as I know, you were not even 600 years old when you formed your nascent soul, were you? If even someone as gifted as you is mediocre, then what about me and the other fellow Taoists who only formed our nascent souls at 600 or 700 years old? Wouldn't we be considered dull-witted? I absolutely did not mean that. Zhou Chun scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he might have been a bit too modest. He couldn't help it. He had always walked on thin ice, knowing the saying people fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear becoming fat, and had always been humble and cautious in public. It had become a habit. Facing someone as powerful as Nangguang Wuking, a nascent soul cultivator, Zhou Chun instinctively adopted a humble demeanor to avoid leaving a bad impression. Seeing his reaction, Nangguang Wuking chuckled and said, "Hey, it seems fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed a diligent cultivator. No wonder you've achieved so much at such a young age." He nodded and said, "In that case, I won't arrange any song and dance performances. Let's sit and discuss the Dao together." With that, he waved his hand, and all the concubines and maids in the hall discreetly withdrew. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't object and could only agree. Next, Zhou Chun and Nangguang Wuking discussed the Dao within the painted boat, while the flying boat, piloted by a late-stage golden core female cultivator, continued its journey towards the great Zhou kingdom. After successfully forming his nascent soul, Zhou Chun had also exchanged cultivation insights with some nascent soul cultivators. However, he discovered that Nangguang Wuking's reputation was indeed well-deserved. His understanding of cultivation was truly unique, and even without in-depth discussions, some of his remarks had been quite enlightening and insightful. During their exchange, Nangguang Wuking also proactively expressed his desire to meet the two demon kings, Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord. Zhou Chun couldn't refuse, so he had the two demon kings' spirit pets emerge from their spirit beast pouches to meet him. Having witnessed the majestic presence of Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord, Nangguang Wuking remarked with a sigh, "Actually, I also raised a 4th-tier fire dragon, but unfortunately, this little dragon is not up to par. Despite expending a great deal of my resources, it still hasn't reached the upper tier of 4th grade, let alone become a king through tribulation." He continued, "In this regard, I truly admire and envy fellow Taoist Zhou. To be able to cultivate 3 demon king spirit pets so soon after his own core formation in nascent soul stage, including the dragon and phoenix spirits like Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord, is truly remarkable." His words were entirely sincere. Even ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivators rarely possess just 1/5-tier dragon or 1/5-tier fire phoenix demon king spirit pet, yet Zhou Chun had achieved both. This alone was enough to make any nascent soul cultivator envious. "Fellow Taoist Nangguang, you flatter me. The Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord were able to advance to the Demon King realm because of their inherent talent. I, Zhou, was merely fortunate to have the opportunity to become their partner. There's no question of any training or cultivation involved." Zhou Chun didn't care whether the other party believed him or not. He still wanted to be humble in this regard to avoid others thinking he possessed some method for mass-producing demon kings. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, there's no need for modesty. In this regard, I and other fellow Daoists truly admire your abilities. Nangguang Wuking, as expected, didn't believe his words at all and continued to praise him. Then, he suddenly changed the subject, saying, I wonder if fellow Daoist Zhou has heard the news that the long-absent Venerable Xian'ai might also appear at this year's Xian'ai Dharma Assembly. What? Is that so? Zhou Chun was startled, looking at Nangguang Wuking with surprise. He quickly said, I haven't heard a thing about this matter. May I ask what fellow Daoist Nangguang heard this news from? Can you confirm its veracity? Please forgive me for not revealing the specific source. Nangguang Wuking shook his head slightly, not revealing the source, but where there's smoke, there's fire, especially when it involves a nascent soul cultivator. Few would dare to fabricate such a thing. It was clear from his words that he believed the story. This made Zhou Chun's mood heavy. He couldn't help but ask, fellow Daoist Nangguang, you formed your nascent soul stage several hundred years before me. Have you ever seen a nascent soul venerable? As far as I know, our human race's nascent soul venerables all live in seclusion, rarely appearing in public. But whenever they do, it seems something significant is about to happen. Hearing this, Nangguang Wuking immediately shook his head and replied, although I am several hundred years older than fellow Daoist Zhou, I have also never had the chance to see the true face of a nascent soul venerable. However, just as fellow Daoist Zhou said, nascent soul venerables generally live in seclusion, cultivating and focusing on ascending to the upper realm. Unless something important happens, if one is born, one generally wouldn't display one's abilities in public. He then looked at Zhou Chun with a solemn expression and said, fellow Daoist Zhou, your abilities are extraordinary, and you are not from any of those prestigious sects. If any major event involving the entire human cultivation world occurs, and we nascent soul cultivators of the human race need to contribute, I hope that when choosing a partner, you will consider our family. Fellow Daoist Nangguang's strength is already well known to me. If it really comes to that, I would certainly be happy to cooperate with a powerhouse like you, Zhou Chun said after a slight pause, then readily agreed with a serious expression. Seeing that he agreed, Nangguang Wuking relaxed and said with a smile, with fellow Daoist Zhou's words, I am relieved. He then added, after we arrive in the great Zhou kingdom, I will introduce fellow Daoist Zhou to some other fellow Daoists. We can hold an exchange meeting before the Heavenly One Dharma Assembly and learn more about the specific details of the assembly. In that case, I, Zhou, will humbly accept your offer. Zhou Chun was secretly pleased and readily agreed. He was worried about how to verify the truth of what Nangguang Wuking said. If he could participate in the small circle of nascent soul cultivators with him, he would naturally have the opportunity to verify it. Moreover, being able to exchange with other nascent soul cultivators before the Heavenly One Dharma Assembly would be even better, as it would mean fewer competitors. Soon after, the painted boat officially entered the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom and, under Nangguang Wuking's instructions, headed straight for the immortal capital market, controlled by the Huangfu family, the royal family of the Great Zhou Kingdom. When the painted boat stopped outside the immortal capital market, a fiery red beam of light suddenly shot out from within the market and arrived near the boat, revealing a dignified middle-aged man. This man wore a dragon robe, possessed an imposing presence, and had a mid-stage nascent soul cultivation level. As soon as the beam stopped outside the boat, he laughed loudly, fellow Daoist Nangguang, since you've arrived, why not show yourself? Are you perhaps hopelessly enamored with a beauty? From his teasing words, it was clear that this middle-aged man and Nangguang Wuking had a close relationship. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangguang Wuking indeed swiftly appeared on the deck of the painted boat alongside Zhou Chun. Then, with a smile, he chuckled at the middle-aged man and said, Hey, it's been over 70 years since we last parted. Brother Huangfu, how have you been, eh? This fellow Daoist beside fellow Daoist Nangguang looks somewhat unfamiliar. May I ask who he is? The middle-aged man didn't respond to Nangguang Wuking's words, but instead focused his gaze on Zhou Chun beside him, asking with surprise about Zhou Chun's background. He was very aware of Nangguang Wuking's arrogance. Generally, cultivators who weren't recognized by him wouldn't be invited onto his paradise boat. Zhou Chun not only looked unfamiliar to him, but his cultivation was also only at the early nascent soul stage. What merit did he possess to deserve such treatment? Brother Huangfu, living deep within the Great Zhou Kingdom, it's normal that you don't know fellow Daoist Zhou. Let me introduce you to, Nangguang Wuking said, first pointing to the middle-aged man and introducing him to Zhou Chun. This is Huangfu Xianming, the supreme elder of the Huangfu family, honored as the sixth burning bright king. Brother Huangfu and I have known each other for hundreds of years, truly bosom friends. Every time I come to the Great Zhou Kingdom, I visit him to reminisce." He then introduced Zhou Chun to Huangfu Xianming. As for fellow Taoist Zhou, Brother Huangfu should have heard of his name. He is Zhou's Hengjin, the pure Jun true man of Jin Kingdom, a fellow Taoist I recently met on the road. We've had a very pleasant conversation along the way. Upon hearing this introduction, Zhou Chun first clasped his hands in a salute to Huangfu Xianming, saying, "I, Zhou, greet fellow Taoist Huangfu." Huangfu Xianming, indeed, had heard of him, and upon Nangguang Wuking's introduction, he immediately recognized him. Not daring to be negligent, he returned the greeting, saying, "So it's fellow Taoist Shunjun in person. My apologies for not recognizing you in person." He then looked at Zhou Chun with deep emotion and said, "I have often heard of the esteemed name of true immortal Shunjun, even while residing deep within the great Zhou Kingdom. Every time I hear of your deeds, I am filled with awe. Today, I am fortunate to see your true face, which puts a weight on my heart." Hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly replied politely, "Fellow Taoist Huangfu, you flatter me. I am but a junior, and I dare not accept such praise." Nangguang Wuking shook his head and said, "Brother Huangfu, if you are interested in fellow Taoist Zhou, there will be plenty of time for a leisurely exchange. Now, let's arrange a place for us to stay." Fellow Taoist Nangguang is right. "Then, please follow me into the market for a chat." Huangfu Xianming nodded repeatedly and immediately led the blissful painting boat into the depths of the immortal capital market. With a personal arrangement of Huangfu Xianming, the most powerful cultivator in the Huangfu family, Zhou Chun and Nangguang Wuking quickly secured a superior cave dwelling at the core of the spiritual vein in the immortal capital market. They could reside there until the end of the Xianai Dharma assembly. Originally, several female cultivators from the Huangfu family were arranged to serve as maids in the cave, but Zhou Chun disliked having other people there and dismissed them. After resting for 2 days, he accepted Huangfu Xianming's invitation to attend a banquet held at his cave. Only Huangfu Xianming, Nangguang Wuking, and Zhou Chun, 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, attended the banquet, along with some golden core stage cultivators from the Huangfu family. During their private conversation, Nangguang Wuking, without concealing Zhou Chun's presence, directly asked Huangfu Xianming about whether the Heavenly One Venerable would attend the Xianai Dharma assembly. Huangfu Xianming didn't dare to guarantee confirmation, only saying that there were indeed rumors circulating. Nevertheless, this was enough to prove that Nangguang Wuking's previous words were true. The 3 then exchanged views on cultivation, and learned from Huangfu Xianming that he was indeed organizing a small-scale exchange meeting for nascent soul stage cultivators, and would notify everyone of the invitation once the time was confirmed. After the banquet, Zhou Chun watched several golden core female cultivators from the Huangfu family return to Nangguang Wuking's cave with him, and suddenly understood why Nangguang Wuking and Huangfu Xianming could be considered brothers. It was because the two shared the same hobby, a love of pleasure. Moreover, based on what he had learned from his previous conversations with Nangguang Wuking, he seemed to be well versed in dual cultivation. Many of his concubines and maids had improved their cultivation through dual cultivation with him. His cultivation method and physique were special, and his cultivation was profound. If one didn't mind slightly expending vital energy during dual cultivation, it would indeed be a miraculous elixir for female cultivators with lower cultivation levels and less favorable aptitudes. "They've each gotten what they wanted, haven't they?" Zhou Chun muttered to himself, then shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. He only needed to focus on his own life. He couldn't concern himself with how others lived. After patiently waiting in the immortal capital market for over a month, Zhou Chun finally received Huangfu Xianming's invitation to an exchange meeting. On that day, Zhou Chun, having been invited, gathered with 17 nascent soul cultivators, including Nangguang Wuking, at Huangfu Xianming's cave to participate in this small-scale exchange meeting. This exchange meeting did not include any late-stage nascent soul cultivators, only 4 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, including Huangfu Xianming and Nangguang Wuking, and a group of early-stage nascent soul cultivators participated. 100 years ago, I obtained a piece of celestial mystic gold. After refining it with my own true fire for a century, I extracted 3 Jin and 2 Liang of Taijuan true gold. Now, I still have 8 Liang left. If any fellow Taoist is interested, please send me a telepathic message with your offer." Inside the cave, Huangfu Xianming, as the host, took the lead and presented his offer. The Taijuan true gold, he spoke of was only the size of a soybean, jet black and unremarkable. However, only those who knew its value would recognize it as one of the hardest spiritual metals in the world, difficult to shatter even with a single blow from a spiritual treasure. This seemingly insignificant grain of Taijuan true gold, when refined into the body of a flying sword or other magical treasure, would definitely increase the overall hardness of the treasure. Zhou Chun was also very interested in this item and immediately sent a telepathic message with several treasures. Unfortunately, Huangfu Xianming ultimately didn't covet his treasures. Instead, he used this item to exchange for a rare spiritual herb with a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages. It seemed Huangfu Xianming had only prepared this one item for the exchange, and after the transaction, he handed the reins to Nanguang Wuking. Nanguang Wuking didn't display anything, but simply looked around and said, "I haven't prepared anything special for exchange this time. I only wish to purchase spiritual items and secret techniques that can help break through the barrier of the late nascent soul realm. If any fellow cultivators possess such items, please contact me privately to discuss it. I will do my best to satisfy you." Upon hearing this, all the cultivators present secretly shook their heads. No one could meet his demands. The late nascent soul realm barrier was notoriously difficult to break through. Otherwise, why would late nascent soul cultivators be called great cultivators? Even if spiritual items and secret techniques that could help break through the late nascent soul realm barrier truly existed, no one would be willing to exchange them unless that person was already a late nascent soul great cultivator themselves. Seeing that everyone remained unmoved, Nanguang Wuking sighed and fell silent, handing over the reins to another mid-nascent soul cultivator. That person was an elderly man in hemp robes with a weathered face. He spoke weakly, "I am old and lack the spirit of fellow Taoist Nanguang. Now I only wish to live a few more years." Then, his eyes gleaming, he looked at the crowd and said, "If any of you fellow Taoists possess any longevity-extending spiritual items or secret methods, feel free to discuss them with me telepathically. I have accumulated a considerable amount of top-grade magic treasures and various spiritual materials and medicines. I certainly won't let you suffer any losses." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. The old man in hemp robes seemed to quickly notice the change in his eyes and directly transmitted his voice to him, saying, "Fellow Taoist, you should have something I need, right? Judging from your appearance and cultivation, you should still have plenty of lifespan and no need for this item. Why not offer it to me in a mutually beneficial exchange? If it works out, I will certainly be grateful for your favor." What use is a favor to an old man who won't live much longer? Zhou Chun thought to himself, but still replied, "I do indeed have two mature, longevity grasses, but I wonder what you intend to offer in exchange." Chapter 707 Xianai Sect, Nascent Soul Techniques. In the end, Zhou Chun's longevity grass was not exchanged on the spot. The old man couldn't produce what Zhou Chun desperately needed. Whether it was the formula for a longevity pill using longevity grass as the main ingredient, a spiritual item to greatly replenish the Silver Dragon Lord's vital energy, or the two other important auxiliary ingredients needed to refine the purple flower crimson pearl pill, the old man couldn't produce them on the spot. Therefore, the transaction naturally couldn't proceed. However, after learning of Zhou Chun's needs, the old man earnestly requested that Zhou Chun keep the spiritual herbs, promising to try his best to obtain what Zhou Chun needed in the future. Zhou Chun didn't close the door, only saying he would seriously consider it. Besides him, the old man seemed unable to exchange for anything else, also leaving empty-handed. Following the old man was another mid-nascent soul cultivator. This person presented a slightly damaged top-grade magic weapon and some top-tier refining materials, hoping to exchange them for spiritual items to aid in nascent soul formation. He actually managed to obtain a small bottle of Mother Key of Myriad Woods. This Mother Key of 10,000 Trees is somewhat similar to the Zuanming Cold Key that Zhou Chun absorbed. It can help cultivators using wood attribute techniques to form their nascent soul, activating their spiritual energy and increasing the chances of successful nascent soul formation. Of course, this effect is far inferior to the nascent soul pill. It's better to have it than not. This also shows that even for nascent soul cultivators, obtaining spiritual items to assist in nascent soul formation is extremely difficult. Therefore, even if a power without sufficient resources manages to produce a golden core cultivator with the potential to form a nascent soul, it's still very difficult to acquire spiritual items to help them overcome this hurdle. This is also why, Although Zhou Chun displayed formidable strength during his golden core stage, he wasn't highly regarded. Everyone knew that the Zhou family wouldn't provide him with any assistance. And relying on himself, the price of spiritual items to assist in nascent soul formation was beyond the reach of most golden core cultivators. Thus, after the 4 mid-nascent soul cultivators had displayed their treasures, Zhou Chun became the first early nascent soul cultivator to do so. The other early-stage nascent soul cultivators who didn't know Zhou Chun were also puzzled and confused by Huangfu Xianming's decision. However, everyone was participating in this exchange meeting out of respect for Huangfu Xianming, so even if they had doubts, no one dared to question it. They simply observed from the sidelines. Zhou Chun, of course, wasn't intimidated. He simply patted his storage bag at his waist and took out several prepared treasures. Most of the items he took out were previous spoils of war, including the 6 Yang Profound Fire Pill, a 5th grade ox horn, a 10,000-year-old flame jade, and 5th grade dragon scales. I have nothing else of value on me except these pills and some materials that I can offer. If any fellow cultivators are interested in these items, they can exchange them with me using spiritual items that greatly replenish vital energy or Zheng metal, Zhou Chun said, also explaining the effects of some of the pills. Seeing that he didn't offer the longevity grass in exchange, the old man who had previously tried to buy it breathed a sigh of relief, and his gaze towards him held a hint of gratitude. I, Su, possess a 6,000-year-old dragon beard ginseng that greatly replenishes vital energy, and I wish to exchange it for a fellow Taoist Zhou's pair of 5th-tier bull horns. I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhou would be willing to make the exchange. Zhou Chun didn't have to wait long before a nascent soul cultivator transmitted his voice to him, stating his offer. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "These 5-tiered bullhorns are the most precious parts of a 5-tiered demon king. If we could invite a grandmaster craftsman to forge them, we might be able to create a top-grade magic weapon. However, a single dragon beard ginseng is probably still insufficient," the man replied in a low voice, "but as fellow Taoist Zhou knows, inviting a grandmaster craftsman would require me to pay a considerable price, and I cannot guarantee that a top-grade magic weapon can be created. If fellow Taoist is willing to add another 1,000-year-old precious herb that also replenishes vital energy, I will agree to this deal." Zhou Chun thought for a moment and then made his request. After hearing his words, the man remained silent for a long time before finally nodding and saying, "All right, then I will add a 3,000-year-old crimson blood ginseng." Thus, the two quickly completed the transaction on the spot. Then another early-stage nascent soul cultivator took a liking to the dozen or so 5th-tier dragon scales Zhou Chun had brought out, exchanging them for a powerful energy-replenishing pill. This gave him a decent haul. In the following exchanges, other cultivators also displayed many rare spiritual herbs and treasures. Unfortunately, even if Zhou Chun saw something he liked, he couldn't provide what the other party needed and had to regretfully miss out. After the last early-stage nascent soul cultivator finished displaying his treasures, the exchange ended. However, the crowd didn't immediately disperse, as Huangfu Xianming began introducing everyone to each other, helping them integrate into his circle. With Zhou Chun's identity revealed, those cultivators who had previously harbored doubts about him finally understood. No one dared to disobey him anymore. For those early-stage nascent soul cultivators, regardless of whether the rumors of him being able to fight late-stage nascent soul cultivators were true, the fact that he possessed 3 Demon King spirit pets was enough to instill fear in them, making them hesitant to offend him. The nascent soul stage elder who had wanted to exchange the longevity grass in his possession completely abandoned his dark thoughts after learning his identity and warmly took the initiative to befriend him. It was only then that Zhou Chun learned that this elder, named Gu Hongzhenren, was the only remaining nascent soul stage cultivator from a major sect. Therefore, his attempt to extend his lifespan was not only for his own benefit but also to delay until a new nascent soul stage cultivator appeared in the sect, ensuring the sect's lineage wouldn't be interrupted. During their further conversation, Gu Hongzhenren revealed some details. He knew which force possessed the formula for the Jiazi longevity pill, and would try every means to obtain it. Willing to cooperate with Zhou Chun to refine the pill, Zhou Chun didn't express his opinion, only saying that he would also keep an eye out for the formula at the Xianai Dharma Assembly. After several more days of friendship and socializing, everyone dispersed. Time passed slowly, and soon the day of the Xianai Dharma Assembly was approaching. Wanting to witness the complete Dharma assembly, Zhou Chun set off for the location of the Cheyenne Sect's mountain gate the day before it officially began. The Cheyenne Sect's mountain gate was located in the Xianmen Mountains in the south-central part of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Although this force was now a Holy Land and major sect, it actually followed an elite path, with extremely strict selection criteria for its disciples, resulting in a small number of members. It was said that even at its peak, the Cheyenne sect had no more than 500 disciples. With fewer members, their need for basic cultivation resources was less, so although the Cheyenne sect was well known throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom, they occupied a relatively small territory and possessed few resources. Following the map, Zhou Chun soon arrived near the Cheyenne sect's mountain gate. However, to his astonishment, even knowing the mountain gate was nearby, he couldn't detect its protective array when he scanned it with his divine sense. This indicated that the Cheyenne sect's protective array must be a forbidden array of the reversal of heaven and earth array level, or perhaps even more advanced. Fortunately, although he couldn't find the Cheyenne sect's mountain gate, the disciples of the Cheyenne sect were able to spot him. Just as he was pondering how to pay his respects, a Cheyenne sect disciple flew out from the mountain gate's grand formation to greet him. This disciple was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm and appeared quite young. Upon reaching Zhou Chun, he bowed respectfully and said, "Cheyenne sect disciple Ren Ziyu greets Senior. May I ask if you have been invited to attend our sect's Dharma assembly?" Zhou Chun, not daring to underestimate him, immediately replied politely, "Fellow Taoist Ren, you are too kind. I have indeed been invited to attend the ceremony. This is the invitation." He then took out the invitation that Ye Xiaofen, the Cheyenne sect's envoy, had given him. After glancing at the invitation, Ren Ziyu quickly returned it to Zhou Chun, respectfully saying, "So it's Senior Chun Jun. Since you are a distinguished guest invited by our sect, I will now guide you into our sect." He then led the way. Under his guidance, Zhou Chun quickly passed through the protective array of the Cheyenne sect and entered the sacred sect's mountain gate. Such dense spiritual energy. Upon entering the Cheyenne sect's mountain gate, the overwhelming spiritual energy immediately moved Zhou Chun. He was not ignorant, he had visited many powerful sects. However, the density of spiritual energy within the Cheyenne sect's mountain gate was the best he had ever seen, far surpassing that of other sects. The spiritual energy concentration in just one random spot within the Cheyenne sect's mountain gate was equivalent to the concentration in his cave on Kinglian Peak. This meant that any disciple of the Cheyenne sect could at least possess the same cultivation environment as Zhou Chun, a nascent soul stage cultivator. "This kind of treatment is unparalleled," Zhou Chun exclaimed in shock. Could this be the divine power of a nascent soul cultivator? He couldn't think of any other way to achieve this besides being a nascent soul cultivator. With such a superior cultivation environment, coupled with the elite lineage inheritance philosophy, the disciples of Cheyenne sect would likely need at least the purple mansion stage cultivation, otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of such a cultivation environment. This was quickly confirmed at the Cheyenne Dharma assembly the following day. After being led into Cheyenne sect by Ren Ziyu, Zhou Chun was soon taken to a spiritual peak within the sect's gate. According to him, all cultivators coming to observe the ceremony would be accommodated on the surrounding spiritual peaks. Many private courtyards were built on these peaks, each with its own array to effectively protect the privacy of its inhabitants. Zhou Chun and the other nascent soul cultivators could freely choose any uninhabited courtyard as their temporary residence. However, once they settled in, they were not allowed to easily leave their respective spiritual peaks, nor could they freely use their divine sense to probe the Cheyenne sect's mountain gate. No one dared to express dissatisfaction with these two rules. After all, the Cheyenne sect was a truly sacred sect with a nascent soul cultivator presiding over it. Under the watchful eye of a nascent soul cultivator, which nascent soul cultivator would dare to freely release their divine sense to investigate? Wouldn't they be afraid of seeing something they shouldn't and angering the nascent soul cultivator? Besides, they only needed to wait one day. The next morning, accompanied by the melodious sound of bells, the blessing ceremony of this Cheyenne Dharma assembly officially began. Hundreds of Cheyenne sect disciples gathered in the square in front of the sect's ancestral hall, sitting cross-legged in a circle according to their seniority and cultivation level. The 7 people in the innermost circle were the 7 nascent soul cultivators of the Cheyenne sect. Yes, 7 nascent soul cultivators. This was the powerful foundation of the Cheyenne sect as a sacred sect. Furthermore, among these 7 individuals, There was one late-stage nascent soul cultivator and 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. These 7 were known as the 7 sons of Xian'ai, the youngest of whom was said to be under 800 years old. Besides these renowned 7 sons of Xian'ai, the Xian'ai sect had at least 75 golden core cultivators who had appeared so far. Few forces in the entire cultivation world could boast such a large number of golden core cultivators. Even more astonishing was the fact that the Xian'ai sect had over 300 purple mansion cultivators. The remaining foundation establishment and key refining disciples all appeared extremely young and inexperienced, clearly juniors under 100 years old. With such a vast number of golden core and purple mansion cultivators, it was no wonder that the Xian'ai sect could achieve nascent soul formation every few hundred years. Is this the foundation of a holy sect? It's truly awe-inspiring. Zhou Chun stood on the viewing area, watching the Xian'ai sect disciples who had begun chanting sutras and praying for blessings, his eyes filled with shock. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons, witnessing firsthand the profound strength and foundation of a Holy Land sect. His early arrival to witness this blessing ceremony was well worth it. Within the viewing area, there were over a dozen nascent soul cultivators who, like Zhou Chun, had arrived early to observe the ceremony. Several of them were also seeing the immense power of the Xian'ai sect for the first time, and like him, they displayed expressions of shock and astonishment. As expected of a Holy Land sect with a nascent soul stage venerable presiding over it, such grandeur is indeed far beyond that of ordinary sects. One nascent soul cultivator exclaimed with heartfelt emotion, immediately drawing nods of agreement from Zhou Chun and the others. Previously, they had thought the difference between a Holy Land sect and those major sects might simply be that one had a nascent soul stage venerable, and the other didn't. Now it seemed they had been too simplistic. Under the protection of the nascent soul stage venerable, even disregarding the venerable's presence, their strength far surpassed that of those major sects. A single nascent soul cultivator could protect a force for 1 or 2,000 years. A nascent soul stage venerable possesses a long lifespan, at least 5,000 years, capable of protecting a force for thousands of years. During these thousands of years, even if the force's initial foundation is weak, it can gradually develop into one of the most powerful forces in the cultivation world. While the number of nascent soul stage spiritual objects is uncertain, a nascent soul stage venerable could likely easily refine a large number of core formation spiritual objects. Even if it's just a matter of quantity leading to quality, they could still cultivate some nascent soul stage cultivators. In the following time, Zhou Chun and the other nascent soul stage cultivators observing the ceremony didn't dare to make a sound, quietly watching the prayer ceremony unfold. Zhou Chun discovered that the prayer scriptures chanted by the Xian'ai sect disciples were not just simple words of blessing, but incantations possessing special power. Furthermore, these incantations seemed to resonate. As time passed, a peculiar power could even be felt gathering above the Xian'ai sect disciples, causing changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, it could be observed that the spiritual and magical auras of the Xian'ai sect disciples were sublimating and rising. Upon realizing this, he nodded with relief, secretly thinking, sure enough, I knew it. This blessing ceremony couldn't just be a formality, it must have some special function to fit the cultivation world. After 7 days and 7 nights of the blessing ceremony, the spiritual energy above the Xian'ai sect disciples had gathered into a 5-colored spiritual cloud. Suddenly, the chanting of prayers ceased, and then, as if a mysterious and powerful force descended, the 5-colored spiritual cloud in the sky twisted and transformed into a 5-colored giant. The giant looked down at the Xian'ai sect disciples below, then waved its hand, and a stream of 5-colored dew rained down, entering the bodies of the Xian'ai sect disciples before dissipating. The reactions of each Xian'ai sect disciple who received the dew varied depending on their individual cultivation level. Those key refining and foundation establishment cultivators, having absorbed only a small amount of the blessed dew, already appeared drunk, their faces flushed, and hurriedly sat down to circulate their energy and refine it. The purple mansion stage cultivators fared slightly better, managing to say thank you for the blessing, ancestor, before also beginning to meditate and refine the dew within their bodies. The golden core stage cultivators, however, remained calm, saying thank you for the blessing, ancestor before slowly entering a meditative state. As for the 7 sons of Xian'ai, although they absorbed the most dew, their capacity to absorb it was clearly much stronger, showing no change whatsoever. They simply rose together, bowed deeply in a certain direction, and silently began refining their gains. Over the next few days, Zhou Chun personally witnessed several Xian'ai sect disciples who had benefited from the due breakthrough to higher cultivation levels, including many Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Those golden core cultivators also clearly benefited greatly, their magical power visibly improving. This scene greatly shocked him. Those five-colored sweet rain and dew, could they really be the same as the sweet rain that falls from the sky when one forms a nascent soul? No way, Zhou Chun exclaimed inwardly, feeling utterly incredulous. Reason told him that they could never be the same thing. But the tangible improvement in the cultivation of those Xian'ai sect disciples made it impossible not to make the connection. At this moment, Zhou Chun felt a deep awe for the methods of the nascent soul stage venerables. Such creation-like methods were even more awe-inspiring and enviable than those heaven-burning and sea-boiling supernatural powers. After collectively enjoying the blessings of the ancestral master, the seven sons of Xian'ai began to preach and answer questions for the disciples. Although they were only preaching to those Purple Mansion and Golden Core cultivators, some aspects of their teachings were indeed quite beneficial to Zhou Chun, making him feel that the trip was worthwhile. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun secretly memorized some of the sermon content, which he could later use when preaching and answering questions for the Zhou family members. Since the number of disciples in the Xian'ai sect was not large, the sermons and explanations did not last long, ending after 3 days and 3 nights. At this point, the first phase of the Xian'ai Dharma assembly had concluded. Zhou Chun and the others, who had been waiting for many days, finally received some attention. The late-stage nascent soul cultivator among the seven sons of Xian'ai, the renowned Xiangxun's Henrin of the Great Zhou Kingdom, nodded slightly to them and said, "Thank you all for attending the ceremony these past few days. The Treasure Exchange Conference will be held in 3 days. You are all welcome to participate in the conference at the Lingxiao Palace." After saying this, he left with his fellow disciples. Zhou Chun and the others dared not object and obediently returned to their temporary residences to wait. 3 days later, nascent soul cultivators who had heard the news arrived at Xian'ai sect from all over the country, and were led to the mountain gate by Xian'ai sect disciples. After Zhou Chun entered the so-called Lingxiao Palace, he quickly saw Huangfu Xianming and Nanguang Wuking. He nodded slightly to the two of them in greeting, and then sat down at the back of an empty seat. "How was it? Fellow Taoist Zhou, how did you feel about attending the ceremony at Xian'ai sect these past few days?" After Zhou Chun sat down, Nanguang Wuking looked at him with a half-smile and asked about his experience. It was an eye-opening experience, a profound shock, and a source of great awe. Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before expressing his feelings in a low voice. Upon hearing his answer, Nanguang Wuking chuckled softly. "Hey, I guessed it was the same. When I first came to witness this ceremony, I was also quite shocked. I felt my eyes were opened and I had boundless admiration for the methods of the nascent soul stage cultivator." He then kindly reminded Zhou Chun, "However, witnessing such a scene once is enough. Repeatedly observing it can easily discourage our Dao hearts and is not conducive to our future cultivation." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded in deep agreement. "Fellow Taoist Nanguang is absolutely right. With our cultivation level, we really shouldn't observe too many nascent soul stage techniques. Otherwise, when we are stuck at the barrier of our cultivation level and cannot break through, it is easy to feel despair." Fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed exceptionally intelligent, understanding so quickly. "No wonder you have such cultivation at such a young age." Nanguang Wuking was slightly surprised to see that he understood so quickly and sincerely praised him again. "Fellow Taoist Nanguang, you flatter me. Compared to you, I am far inferior," Zhou Chun said, quickly changing the subject and steer the conversation elsewhere. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708 Goodbye. 127 Nascent Soul Stage Cultivators. This is the total number of nascent soul stage cultivators participating in this Heavenly One Dharma Assembly. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, 127 nascent soul stage cultivators gathered together. If they hadn't all actively concealed their auras, the sheer volume of their energy would have been enough to destroy the entire hall. It's worth noting that there were at least 8 late-stage nascent soul stage cultivators present. Zhou Chun even saw Zhuanzhen's Henrin, whom he had fought before. There were also 2 mid-stage nascent soul-stage cultivators with the combat power of a great cultivator, like Nangong Wuking. This made Zhou Chun even more convinced of the rumors that a nascent soul-stage venerable would appear today. Otherwise, it would be unlikely that so many late-stage nascent soul-stage cultivators would come. After all, at their level, it was practically impossible to exchange anything of significant use for their cultivation from other nascent soul-stage cultivators. In past Heavenly One Dharma assemblies, having 3 or 4 late-stage nascent soul-stage cultivators present was already considered quite good. At this moment, seeing that everyone had arrived, Master Xiangxun, as the host, spoke first. "Alright, all the invited fellow Daoists have arrived, so let's begin this treasure exchange conference." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the previously open hall doors closed. After the doors closed, Master Xiangxun's gaze swept over the crowd, then landed on a white-clad female cultivator beside him, saying, "Junior Sister Kin, you may begin." Hearing this, the charming white-clad beauty immediately stood up, gracefully curtsied to everyone present, and said, "Greetings, fellow Daoists. I will now preside over this treasure exchange conference on behalf of my sect." As she spoke, she patted her storage pouch at her waist, instantly taking out more than a dozen treasures. One portion of our sect's secret spiritual item, heavenly purifying water, can purify all accumulated hidden injuries and poisons in the physical body, and even purify the foreign spiritual power within the body and the nascent soul's soul. 3 bottles of our sect's secret spiritual item, replenishing essence spiritual water. Each bottle's effect is equivalent to 1 drop of 10,000-year spiritual liquid, capable of replenishing 80% of a nascent soul cultivator's total mana within a quarter of an hour. 2 mid-grade 5th tier, heavenly true water talisman. 1 top-grade magic weapon, plain-colored water cloud banner. 1 piece of top-tier spiritual material, Earth Motherstone, inside the Linxiao Palace. The beautiful woman in white took out one treasure after another that even nascent soul cultivators found incredibly tempting, and then introduced the origin and uses of each treasure. As her words fell, the gazes of many nascent soul cultivators in the hall became fervent. She waited a while, until the atmosphere had built up to a certain point, before speaking again. As with the usual rules, fellow cultivators who possess nascent soul pills, as supplementary spiritual herbs or longevity-enhancing spiritual items can exchange them for these treasures prepared by our sect first. Other rare spiritual herbs and top-grade water attribute spiritual materials will follow. Hearing this, Zhou Chun looked thoughtful. It seemed to be similar to his thinking, even in a holy sect like Xianai's sect, with a nascent soul venerable presiding over it. Nascent soul spiritual items were extremely precious and scarce. Thinking about it, Xianai's sect might have a larger total number of nascent soul spiritual items than other major forces, but they also needed a great many disciples who required them. At least half of Xianai's sect's golden core cultivators could cultivate to the late golden core stage. Therefore, at least a dozen or 20 people would attempt to transform their core and form their nascent soul. This would consume a tremendous amount of nascent soul spiritual items. Therefore, even a holy sect like Xianai's sect needed to find ways to acquire nascent soul spiritual items. Just as nascent soul stage spiritual items are incredibly attractive to golden core stage cultivators, life-extending spiritual items hold immense appeal for nascent soul stage cultivators, and even deity transformation stage venerables. The Heavenly One sect boasts 7 nascent soul stage cultivators, and some of them are undoubtedly nearing the end of their lifespans, requiring life-extending spiritual items to help them prolong their lives. Although Zhou Chun possessed the longevity grass, which could be prioritized for exchanging for those spiritual items, he ultimately abandoned the idea after reviewing the spiritual items offered by the Heavenly One sect. It wasn't that those spiritual items were bad, but rather that they didn't offer him a high cost-performance ratio. If you were offered a large quantity of Zheng gold, or Taijuan true gold, spiritual items with extremely high cost performance for him, he would gladly make the exchange. But while he didn't act, many others were willing to. Many nascent soul stage cultivators knew the old rule mentioned by the white-robed beauty and had prepared relevant spiritual items in advance. At this moment, both auxiliary ingredients for refining, nascent soul pills, and life-extending spiritual items were quickly offered up. So, half of the items the beautiful woman in white had brought out were quickly exchanged. Then, some nascent soul stage cultivators began bringing out rare spiritual herbs 5 or 6,000 years old, or other top-grade water attribute spiritual materials, exchanging them for the rest. In less than half an hour, over a dozen spiritual items were gone. This efficient exchange surprised Zhou Chun. He finally understood why everyone was so enthusiastic about the Cheyenne Dharma assembly. Aside from today, gathering over 100 nascent soul stage cultivators together was practically impossible. After all, without a connection, even if a late-stage nascent soul stage cultivator extended an invitation, other nascent soul stage cultivators might not give them face. Only an invitation from a holy sect like Cheyenne Sect, coupled with a good reputation the Cheyenne Dharma assembly had cultivated in the past, could persuade so many nascent soul stage cultivators to set aside their concerns and make time for this grand event. After all the spiritual items prepared by the Cheyenne Sect officials had been exchanged, the beautiful woman in white bowed slightly to True Person Xiangxun and returned to her seat. True Person Xiangxun then turned his gaze to True Person Zhuanzhan and the other 5 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, asking, "Fellow Daoists, do you have any thoughts on exchanging treasures?" Hearing this, the late-stage nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances. Then, one of the silver-haired elders, dressed in a black robe, spoke first, saying, "Since we're here today, regardless of whether we can get what we want, we should at least try. Let me go first." With that, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, taking out several treasures and placing them on the table in front of him. Zhou Chun stared intently, and among them were 2 top-grade magic treasures. Then, the silver-haired elder said in a deep voice, "I only exchange these things for rare spiritual items that can extend one's lifespan by at least 50 years. I don't want items like the 1,000-year grass or the longevity grass. Fellow Daoists who have other life-extending spiritual items or secret techniques can contact me to discuss them." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun, who had been examining the 2 top-grade magic treasures, immediately lost interest. The only treasures he possessed that could likely pique the interest of these late-stage nascent soul cultivators were the longevity grasses. However, it was clear that the silver-haired elder had already consumed pills made from the 1,000-year grass and the longevity grass, and consuming similar pills and spiritual items would have no effect. This was a common characteristic of life-extending spiritual items. Generally, the same type of spiritual item could only be effective once. Sometimes, even if one consumed too many different types of life-extending spiritual items, consuming other life-extending spiritual items would greatly reduce their effectiveness or render them ineffective. For a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, longevity-extending spiritual items like the 1,000-year grass and the longevity grass, which are still occasionally found in the cultivation world, are undoubtedly not difficult to obtain. Those who wanted to consume them had already done so. Similarly, cultivators who possess other longevity-extending spiritual items that meet the silver-haired elder's requirements have no trouble exchanging them, or they have already used them themselves. Therefore, the silver-haired elder could only disappointingly take back those treasures. Subsequently, it was Master Zhuanzhan who took over from the silver-haired elder to display his own treasures. With a wave of his sleeve, a pile of treasures was placed on the table in front of him. Then he said, "These treasures of mine are only for exchanging for longevity-extending spiritual items and nascent soul-forming spiritual items. Even the 1,000-year grass and the longevity grass will do." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chun was immediately tempted. Because among the treasures that Master Zhuanzhan took out, there was exactly one piece of the Zheng metal spiritual material that he needed. Immediately, Zhou Chun sent a telepathic message to Master Zhuanzhan explaining that he had the longevity grass. After this conversation, he traded 2 3,000-year-old longevity grass for the fist-sized piece of Zhengjin. However, it seemed that no one else was interested in the other spiritual items offered by Master Zhuanzhan. When Master Zhuanzhan took back the other spiritual items and replaced them with another late-stage nascent soul cultivator, the items this person offered caused quite a stir in the hall. One heavenly infant fruit, in exchange for a spiritual treasure or a top-grade special magic weapon. A deep voice rang out from a middle-aged man in blue robes, causing many nascent soul cultivators in the hall, including Zhou Chun, to widen their eyes and look at the jade box in his hand. Inside the jade box, a complete, full-aged heavenly infant fruit lay quietly. With just this one spiritual item, combined with other auxiliary spiritual herbs, and with the help of a Grandmaster Alchemist, it was guaranteed to yield at least 5 nascent soul pills. With the miraculous effects of the nascent soul pill, 5 spirit pills are guaranteed to cultivate a nascent soul cultivator, And there's even a high probability of cultivating too. Such a treasure, when exchanged for a spirit treasure, is indeed of comparable value. After all, while spirit treasures are precious, for many forces, their value is still less than that of a spirit item like the heavenly infant fruit. A force without a spirit treasure might at most have slightly weaker nascent soul cultivators. But without a nascent soul cultivator to oversee it, even with a spirit treasure, it will only attract unwanted attention. Like the Azure Lotus Temple back then. Therefore, exchanging the heavenly infant fruit for a spirit treasure is truly a fair exchange. Zhou Chun was instantly tempted. Although he still had a nascent soul pill, such spirit items were obviously never too many. And if he wanted to sell them, he could easily exchange them for what he wanted. The key point was, he actually had a spirit treasure. Thinking of this, he disregarded his previous agreement with Master Jiang and immediately transmitted his voice to the middle-aged man in blue, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zheng, I possess a spiritual treasure, the Blazing Sun Treasure Mirror, but I lack the corresponding spirit communication technique. I wonder if I could exchange it for your heavenly infant fruit." Hearing this, the middle-aged man in blue frowned and glanced at him, saying, "Without the spirit communication technique, I would have to expend considerable effort to slowly subdue the artifact's spirit, which doesn't meet my needs. Moreover, I would prefer to exchange it for a wood attribute spiritual treasure. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment." While not agreeing to the exchange, he didn't firmly refuse either. This left Zhou Chun with a glimmer of hope. After all, spiritual treasures weren't as common as cabbages, not everyone possessed them. Even cultivators who owned spiritual treasures wouldn't necessarily be willing to exchange them for a heavenly infant fruit they didn't need. Unfortunately, he seemed to have underestimated the value of the heavenly infant fruit. He waited less than a quarter of an hour before the middle-aged man in blue suddenly put away the heavenly infant fruit, saying, "I have already exchanged it for what I wanted, so I won't take up any more of your time, fellow cultivators." Upon hearing this, many cultivators, including Zhou Chun, looked regretful. They were also curious about who had exchanged the heavenly infant fruit. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man in blue was clearly protecting that person's privacy, and they had no way of knowing. After the middle-aged man in blue, another late-stage nascent soul cultivator stepped forward. However, what he brought wasn't a particularly sought-after item like the heavenly infant fruit, and the item he wanted to exchange was extremely rare, so the exchange also failed. The remaining late-stage nascent soul cultivators didn't display their treasures. Soon it was Nanguang Wuking's turn, a top-tier mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, to display his treasure. However, Zhou Chun already knew what treasure Nanguang Wuking possessed and what he needed, so naturally, he didn't gain anything this time. Another nascent soul mid-stage cultivator, also possessing the combat power of a great cultivator, had essentially the same needs, but Zhou Chun also failed to acquire anything. One by one, these nascent soul mid-stage cultivators made their moves, bringing out a dazzling array of treasures that broadened Zhou Chun's horizons. He made several moves, exchanging for a powerful energy replenishing elixir and 2 smaller pieces of Zhengjin. After 20 or 30 nascent soul mid-stage cultivators had displayed their treasures, Zhou Chun, leveraging his previously accumulated reputation, secured an early exchange slot. Compared to the previous small-scale exchange, this time he took it very seriously, displaying his best treasures. These included the longevity grass, that hadn't been shown at the previous small exchange, and rare spiritual materials like the Earth Mother Profound Gold he had left over. There were 7 or 8 of these items in total. When he brought them out, they immediately attracted the attention of many nascent soul cultivators present. He quickly met everyone's gaze and said loudly, "I, Zhou, will only exchange these things for spiritual medicines that greatly replenish vital energy, or Zhengjin, spiritual materials, and spiritual medicines such as Star Moon Ephemeral." Chapter 709 Heavenly One God Venerable. Inside the Linxiao Palace. After Zhou Chun announced what he wanted to exchange, he quickly received multiple offers. Almost every nascent soul cultivator participating in the Xianai Dharma assembly brought something they didn't need but was extremely rare. With over 100 people present, many naturally possessed the spiritual items he needed. After some haggling, Zhou Chun traded away 3,000-year-old longevity grasses, the fire crystal divine iron and 10,000-year flame jade he had obtained from true person Jiang's storage bag, and some Earth Mother Profound Gold. He himself received a 5,000-year-old blood essence grass that greatly replenished vital energy, 3 pieces of gem gold, and an important auxiliary ingredient needed to refine the purple flower crimson pearl pill. Including what he had already acquired, this Cheyenne Dharma assembly was a huge success for him. This brought a smile to his face after the exchange. With these gains already secured, even if he gained nothing at the upcoming treasure exchange conference, his trip would still be considered complete. Following Zhou Chun, one after another, early-stage nascent soul cultivators took turns displaying their prepared treasures. Zhou Chun observed them closely and quickly discovered a pattern. Late-stage nascent soul cultivators, knowing they couldn't exchange for spiritual items that would help them advance their cultivation further, often chose to exchange for life-extending spiritual items or spiritual treasures that enhanced their strength. Mid-stage nascent soul cultivators mostly wanted to exchange for items to aid in breaking through minor realm barriers. Only as a last resort would they consider exchanging for life-extending or nascent soul formation spiritual items. However, early-stage nascent soul cultivators had a wider range of needs. Some wanted to exchange for items to aid in breaking through minor realm barriers, some wanted to exchange for spiritual items to improve cultivation, and others wanted to exchange for spiritual items to enhance their strength or nascent soul formation spiritual items. On the contrary, most early-stage nascent soul cultivators didn't even consider life-extending spiritual items. These were all valuable lessons. Having learned from this experience, Zhou Chun would know what to prepare for future exchanges among nascent soul cultivators. He would also know how to cater to the preferences of any nascent soul cultivator he wished to exchange for a particular treasure. One after another, early nascent soul cultivators displayed their treasures, including several items that Zhou Chun himself found very appealing. However, he didn't possess many items that truly met the needs of a nascent soul cultivator. He certainly couldn't offer top-grade magic weapons or spiritual treasures for exchange. Therefore, he ultimately had to regretfully miss this opportunity. Fortunately, some of the items he admired were not exchanged for what the owners wanted. This allowed him to secretly memorize the faces of those people, preparing to inquire about them later and see if he could have the opportunity to visit them and purchase their treasures. This was another benefit of participating in such treasure exchanges. By the time the last early nascent soul cultivator had finished displaying his treasures, the treasure exchange had lasted for nearly 3 days. At this moment, Master Xiangxun, who hadn't made a single move throughout the entire event, finally spoke. "Alright, this treasure exchange conference has come to an end. Thank you all for your trust and support of our sect." He first confirmed the conclusion of the conference, then glanced around and said in a low voice, "There's something some of you may have already heard about, while others may not be aware. So, let me explain. Finally, it's here?" Zhou Chun's spirits lifted upon hearing this, his eyes fixed intently on Master Xiangxun. Huangfu Xianming, Nanguang Wuking, and other cultivators who had also heard the inside story beforehand similarly looked at Master Xiangxun with solemn expressions. Even the nascent soul stage cultivators who were unaware of the situation sensed the change in atmosphere and were filled with suspicion and uncertainty. But then, true person Xiangxun slowly said, "During this Heavenly One Dharma assembly, our sect's patriarch has indeed emerged from seclusion, and there is a very important matter he wishes to personally announce to the cultivation world. Today, all of you fellow cultivators present are influential figures in the cultivation worlds of your respective countries. While you may not represent the entire human cultivation world, you certainly represent half of it. With your help, this matter should spread more quickly throughout the human cultivation world." Having said this, he didn't wait for the cultivators who were hearing this news for the first time to express their shock. He quickly rose and bowed in a certain direction, saying, "Disciple Xiangxun respectfully invites the patriarch's presence." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of silver light appeared in the Lingxiao palace, and a white-bearded, white-haired old man in a white robe suddenly appeared. This white-bearded old man's aura was completely concealed, making him seem like an ordinary mortal. No trace of magical power could be sensed from him. If he hadn't suddenly appeared in the hall, and they had encountered him somewhere outside, most of the nascent soul cultivators in the hall would likely have overlooked his presence. But at this moment, every cultivator who saw this white-bearded elder stood up. "Junior greets Heavenly One Divine Venerable." Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator like true person Zuanshan respectfully addressed him as Junior, bowing deeply to the white-bearded elder. "Fellow Daoists, there's no need for such formalities. Please continue to sit. The white-bearded elder waved his sleeve and sat down behind the table that true person Xiangsun had offered. True person Xiangsun, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, stood beside him with a slight bow, like an ordinary servant. Seeing this scene, the nascent soul cultivators present exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether they should take their seats. With a divine being before us, we juniors dare not be disrespectful. It would be best if we stood. Finally, the black-robed, white-haired elder mustered his courage and spoke first. This was followed by the unanimous agreement of several late-stage nascent soul cultivators, including Zhuan Hanren, who all echoed his sentiments. Seeing this, Venerable Xianai glanced at everyone with an unchanging expression and said calmly, "Since that's the case, you may all stand." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There was no other way, facing a nascent soul cultivator in their true form. No one dared to be careless. If they were to offend a nascent soul cultivator, 1,000 years of cultivation would instantly turn to ashes. Faced with such a being who could annihilate them with a flick of the finger, even seasoned nascent soul cultivators had to be as cautious and humble as key refining cultivators. Then, Venerable Xianai quickly looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "The reason I have come out of seclusion to meet with you all is because I have made a major discovery concerning the changes in the fortunes of our human race, and I must announce it to you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun and the others were all shocked. A major discovery concerning the fortunes of the human race was not something to be said lightly, especially not by a nascent soul venerable of the human race. Instantly, everyone's expression became solemn. Venerable Xianai gave everyone some time to prepare themselves before slowly and solemnly saying, "According to my discovery, the turbid evil energy that affects our meditation and cultivation is gradually dissipating. If this dissipation does not continue, the turbid evil energy may completely disappear from the world within 1,000 years." As soon as these words fell, the entire hall was shocked. All the cultivators in the hall who were hearing this for the first time widened their eyes. Even Zhou Chun was no exception. Even if he himself was completely unafraid of the turbid energy's influence, he knew the immense impact it would have on the entire human cultivation world if it were to completely disappear. The most direct impact would be an unprecedented shock to the current spirit currency system, potentially causing its collapse. After all, the anchor point of the spirit currency system is a safe and reliable cultivation and living environment. Once the turbid energy ceases to exist, those key refining stage cultivators would no longer need to spend most of their income on rented land for cultivation. While cultivation speed on spiritual vein land would be faster for key refining cultivators, the increase in speed wouldn't be commensurate with the rent they paid. Without the turbid energy, they could cultivate to the 12th level of key refining even in the desolate mountains and wilderness. Therefore, spirit currency would no longer be something they needed to painstakingly earn, thus losing its value. Moreover, the number of rogue cultivators would increase by an unknown amount. Furthermore, once the turbid evil energy disappears, various forces will no longer need to expend a large amount of manpower to maintain the purification array. This freed-up manpower can be deployed elsewhere, such as occupying more spiritual veins. At the same time, wars in the cultivation world will become more frequent, as supplying enemy forces will no longer be a major issue. In short, once the turbid evil energy truly disappears completely, the current structure of the human cultivation world will definitely undergo a dramatic change. It is certain that the cultivation world will experience a major reshuffle, with many geniuses and prodigies emerging. What most nascent soul cultivators don't even know is that once the turbid evil energy disappears, late-stage nascent soul cultivators will have one less obstacle when attempting to break through to the deity transformation stage. This means they will no longer need to consider the corrosive interference of the large amount of turbid evil energy entering their bodies during the celestial tribulation. Therefore, the most excited people at this moment are undoubtedly the several late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Then the black-robed, white-haired old man looked at Venerable Xianai with excitement and said, "Your Majesty, I have no intention of offending you. However, this matter is of great importance, and we need to confirm it before we dare to believe it is true. You late-stage nascent soul cultivators, whose divine sense has crystallized into essence, if you leave your cave and observe carefully for a few years, you might be able to barely detect the gradual dissipation of the turbid evil energy." Venerable Xianai nodded slightly, not minding the black-robed, white-haired old man's words. Then he spoke calmly, "However, I have already communicated with several other fellow cultivators about this matter and have also visited various regions of this realm to observe and confirm it. Currently, it is certainly not false. As he said this, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he looked at everyone with a solemn tone, saying, regarding the impact of the disappearance of the turbid key, you should all have a general understanding. However, I must remind you that once the turbid key disappears, it will not only have a huge impact on our human cultivation world, but also on those alien races. Among the alien races, there are also 6th-tier experts. They will gradually discover this matter, or perhaps they have already discovered it. How they will react is truly unpredictable. The worst-case scenario is that, fearing that our human cultivation world might seize the opportunity brought by the disappearance of the turbid key to unleash a massive power surge, they might unite and launch a preemptive attack against us. Therefore, in the next 1,000 years, you yourselves and your respective sects and families should be mentally prepared for a possible great war at any time, so as not to be caught off guard and unsure of what to do when the real war arrives. Finally, those of you whose sects and families are located on the edge of the alien territory should pay close attention to the movements of the alien races in the coming days. Any important discoveries should be promptly reported back to your sect so I may be informed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun and several other nascent soul cultivators present paled. Without exception, their sects and families were located in regions bordering the alien races. According to Venerable Xianai, if the alien races intended to deplete the human cultivation world's energy before the turbid key completely dissipated, they and their sects and families would likely become the frontline fighters. How could they not be filled with worry under such circumstances? At that moment, Master Zhuanzhan suddenly bowed to Venerable Xianai and asked, "This junior dares to ask, Venerable Divine Lord, if a large-scale invasion of our human cultivation world by alien races were to occur, would you and the other Venerable Divine Lords intervene to provide support?" Hearing this question, Zhou Chun and the other cultivators concerned for their own safety looked expectantly at Venerable Xianai. Venerable Xianai frowned slightly before nodding gently and saying, "If a war between the two races were to truly occur, we certainly could not remain indifferent. We would definitely step forward to protect our human cultivators and prevent the alien races from wreaking havoc." With these words from Venerable Divine Lord, this junior is at ease. Master Zhuanzhan's expression relaxed, and he immediately expressed his gratitude profusely. Zhou Chun also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they all knew that if a war between the two races were to truly occur, even if a nascent soul Venerable intervened, it would not be possible to prevent casualties on their side. However, with a nascent soul Venerable backing them up, at least they wouldn't have to worry about being wantonly slaughtered by higher beings from other races. With this guarantee, they could fight the other races with peace of mind on the battlefield. After answering Zhuanzhan's Henren's question, Xianai Venerable didn't linger any longer. He quickly appeared and then teleported away from Lingxiao Palace as if he had just appeared. Then, Xianxun's Henren announced the complete end of the Xianai Dharma assembly and dismissed the cultivators in the palace. Chapter 710, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After leaving Xianai Gate, Zhou Chun received telepathic messages from both Zhuanzhan's Henren and Nangguang Wuking. After some thought, he decided to meet with Zhuanzhan's Henren first. However, to his surprise, when he saw Zhuanzhan's Henren near the Xianai Gate, Yinayu's Henren was also with him. Zhou Chun had already spotted Yinayu's Henren at the previous Xianai Dharma assembly. He had even noticed that Yinayu's Henren had offered a top-grade magic treasure in exchange for a nascent soul spirit item. However, since the two were currently enemies, he hadn't greeted her at all. He never expected that Zhuanzhan's Henren would bring them together again. At this moment, he frowned slightly, then, as if he hadn't seen True Person Silver Moon, simply cupped his hands to True Person Zhuanzhan and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhuanzhan invited me here via telepathy. What brings you here, fellow Taoist Zhou?" "You have heard what Senior Venerable Xianai said. If what he said is true, the entire cultivation world will undergo tremendous changes in the future. Fellow Taoist Zhou, your Jing Kingdom borders the demon race's territory in Longyuans. If the demon race truly attacks our human race prematurely because of the disappearance of the turbid evil energy, igniting a war between the two races, your Jing Kingdom will undoubtedly bear the brunt. Under such circumstances, if the various factions within your Jing Kingdom continue to attack and oppose each other, I fear none of you will benefit. Therefore, I wish to act as a peacemaker, mediating between your families, to see if you can forget the past unpleasantness, for the sake of our human race and for your own survival and safety. to restore your old friendship and shake hands in reconciliation. Master Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and stated the purpose of his summons without any pretense. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun did not immediately respond, but instead frowned and fell into deep thought. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chun looked at him and said, "Since fellow Taoist Zhou Chun has said so, I am not unwilling to give you face. As long as the Moon Wheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect are willing to lower their stance and acknowledge my Zhou family as the primary decision-maker in Jing Kingdom, and respect my family's decisions on major foreign affairs, I and my family will naturally be happy to coexist peacefully with them." Upon hearing this, Master Yin Ayu's expression immediately changed. He sneered at him, saying, "What a joke. What kind of family is your Zhou family that you dare to be the head of Jing Kingdom?" He then questioned him bluntly, "Has your Zhou family ever produced a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Does your Zhou family have the ability to quickly contact major powers in various countries? Does your Zhou family even know how to contact a nascent soul venerable?" This strong reaction showed that Zhou Chun's words had crossed his line. But Zhou Chun clearly wouldn't tolerate it. Upon hearing this, he immediately retorted sarcastically, "My Zhou family may not have produced a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but even facing one, my Zhou family is not afraid at all. On the other hand, some sects are clearly declining and have no successors, yet they still try to maintain their prestige by relying on the glory of their ancestors. Little do they know that paper tigers are easily punctured and cannot intimidate anyone." At this point, Zhou Chun leisurely added, "As for contacting major powers in various countries, as long as the Zhou family becomes the leader of the Jing Kingdom, I will naturally do my best to accomplish this. As for contacting nascent soul venerables, Senior Xian'ai Venerable just said not long ago that we can come to Xian'ai Sect to report the news at any time." These words of rebuttal filled Silver Moon True Person with shame and anger, and she couldn't help but glare at him angrily. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Master Zhou Chun quickly intervened, saying, "Fellow Daoists, please calm down. Let's talk things out calmly. There's no need to hold grudges like this." He then frowned and looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, your strength is formidable, and I understand your unwillingness to be subservient. However, the Moonwheel Sect has a long and distinguished history. In the past, whether fighting against a demonic army or resisting the monster army, you have contributed immensely to the cultivation world of Jingguo in our Xianling realm. Moreover, although the Moonwheel Sect's power is not what it used to be, it still has two nascent soul stage cultivators, fellow Taoist Silver Moon and fellow Taoist Azure Moon, and the sect's treasure left by our founder, giving us the trump card strength to threaten even late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Under these circumstances, if I were fellow Taoist Silver Moon, I would not agree to the Moon Wheel Sect being subordinate to your Zhou family." Before Zhou Chun could object, he continued, "I think it would be better if, one day, fellow Taoist Zhou, your cultivation breaks through to the mid-nascent soul stage, giving you the strength to directly confront a late-nascent soul stage cultivator. And if the Moonwheel Sect hasn't yet produced anyone capable of matching you, then it won't be too late for your Zhou family to rise to power." He then immediately looked at True Person Silver Moon and asked, "Fellow Taoist Silver Moon, are you willing to agree to my proposal?" Upon hearing this, True Person Silver Moon remained silent for a moment before replying in a low voice, "If Zhou Hengchen truly possesses the strength of a late nascent soul stage cultivator, then our sect bowing to him wouldn't be shameful." With this answer, True Person Zhou Chun felt relieved and immediately turned to Zhou Chun, asking, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, what about you? Are you willing to give me face and agree to this?" Zhou Chun fell silent upon hearing this question. Judging from Zhou Chun's Henrin's demeanor, he was clearly determined to make this happen. Since Zhou Chun's Henrin had already gone this far, refusing him on the spot would likely cause him great embarrassment and offend him needlessly. This wasn't Zhou Chun's style. Therefore, he needed to carefully weigh the matter. After pondering for what seemed like an eternity, Zhou Chun reluctantly nodded to Master Zhou Chun and said, "All right, since fellow Taoist Zhou Chun has put it this way, I'll give you face and agree to your arrangement for now." He quickly added, "However, I must make it clear beforehand, while the Zhou family doesn't insist on the Moonwheel Sect being subordinate to it, the Moonwheel Sect shouldn't try to govern the Zhou family under any pretext. If the Zhou family needs your assistance in the future, it will require fellow Taoist Zhou Chun or fellow Taoist Kung Sa to intervene." Master Zhou Chun glanced at Master Yin Liu, and seeing no objection, nodded to Zhou Chun, saying, "Then let's do as you say, fellow Taoist Zhou. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll contact you personally, that would be best. Zhou Chun nodded slightly and then took his leave. Master Zhuan didn't try to keep him any longer, and they soon parted ways. After seeing Zhou Chun off, Zhuan's Henren looked at Yinayu's Henren and said, "Fellow Taoist Yinayu, I have done my best to help you where I could. If any conflict arises between you two in the future, I will not take sides. You should take care of yourself, fellow Taoist Zhuan. Rest assured, I will not trouble you again in the future." Yinayu's Henren replied calmly, then bid farewell to Zhuan's Henren, and the two parted ways. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Zhuan's Henren, Zhou Chun returned directly to the Immortal Capital Market. Upon entering the market, Nanguang Wuking, who had returned earlier, immediately invited him to his cave dwelling. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you have reaped considerable rewards at this Dharma assembly. If I had known you had so many longevity grass, I would have certainly tried my best to obtain one or two treasures that you needed to exchange with you." Inside the cave dwelling, after Zhou Chun sat down, Nanguang Wuking recounted the events of the treasure exchange conference with considerable emotion. He seemed to speak without thinking, but Zhou Chun instantly understood his meaning. He immediately smiled slightly and said, "If fellow Taoist Nanguang also desires the longevity grass, I happen to have a few on hand, and I could certainly spare one to exchange with you." This response greatly pleased Nanguang Wuking, who laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, then I won't stand on ceremony with fellow Taoist Zhou. Please keep this for me for a few more years, until I obtain the Zhengjin, spiritual material you require, and then we can exchange it." After saying this, Nanguang Wuking quickly changed the subject and brought up another important matter. He looked at Zhou Chun with a solemn expression and asked, "What do you think of what Senior Xian'ai Venerable said earlier, fellow Taoist Zhou?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, "Speaking of this matter, I actually have a question I'd like to ask fellow Taoist Nanguang. Would you be so kind as to answer it for me?" "Oh, please speak, fellow Taoist Zhou." Nanguang Wuking's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded in response. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Nanguang, you must know that my family's foundation and heritage are very shallow. We are not very clear about many secrets of the cultivation world. Therefore, I still don't know how the turbid key suddenly appeared in the cultivation world, so that's what it is." A look of realization flashed in Nanguang Wuking's eyes, and then he said in a deep voice, "Regarding this matter, I can indeed answer for fellow Taoist Zhou. As fellow Taoist Zhou knows, the turbid key did not exist at the beginning of this world, or rather, it has not been widely present in all parts of the world since the appearance of human cultivators. As far as I know, the turbid key truly spread widely throughout the world about 30,000 years ago. It is said that at that time, powerful beings from the upper realms frequently descended to this world, seemingly searching for some important treasure. They fought fiercely in this world for this purpose, and many of the cultivation world's current inheritances were left behind by them at that time. The appearance of the turbid and malevolent energy is said to have been caused by a powerful being from the upper realm who, after losing a battle, was unwilling to perish in the lower realm. He then used a forbidden divine power to pierce the membrane between heaven and earth, causing the chaotic and malevolent energy from outside the realm to flow back into this realm. According to ancient texts, when the chaotic and malevolent energy from outside the realm flowed back into this realm, in less than 100 years, it turned over 80% of the sentient beings in this realm into mindless demons, almost wiping out all life in this realm. Those powerful beings from the upper realm who remained in this realm were thus rejected by the heavenly Dao, almost losing all hope of ascending back to the upper realm. Therefore, those powerful beings from the upper realm joined forces to mend the heavens, using great divine powers and various treasures to temporarily seal the breach above the membrane between heaven and earth, greatly slowing the rate at which the chaotic and malevolent energy entered this realm. They then developed a purification array to purify the malevolent energy. Because the gap in the membrane between heaven and earth was blocked, the chaotic and turbid ki from the outside world could not flow in large quantities. Furthermore, the heavenly laws of this realm suppressed and purified the turbid ki, so its influence on sentient beings gradually weakened. In addition, the surviving sentient beings adapted to the turbid ki, further reducing its harm. By 10,000 years ago, the turbid ki had almost stabilized. Most ordinary mortals without spiritual roots were no longer affected by it. Only cultivators like us, who absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, needed to be mindful of its influence. Nanguang Wuking sighed with emotion. Although I know this history, without the guidance of Senior Xian'ai Venerable, I'm afraid none of us would have imagined that the turbid key would one day truly disappear completely. Zhou Chun, who was hearing the origin of the turbid key for the first time, was utterly shocked and remained stunned for a long time. Over 30,000 years, that was indeed a very long period. Even nascent soul stage cultivators rarely live to be 3,000 years old, less than a tenth of that time. It's no wonder this period of history is largely unknown to ordinary cultivators in the current cultivation world. After all, the cultivation world itself is extremely chaotic, and many cultivators like to hoard and monopolize certain knowledge, preventing much information from circulating outside. Furthermore, Nangguang Wuking stated that when the chaotic and turbid energy flowed into this world, it transformed almost 80% of the human population into chaotic demons, thus destroying countless ancient texts. Therefore, it's not surprising that current cultivators are completely ignorant of the secrets of ancient times. According to fellow Taoist Nangong, the turbid energy is now receding and dissipating, probably because the gap in the membrane of heaven and earth has been completely repaired, depriving it of its source, and thus it is slowly being eroded and purified by the laws of this world. After a long period of shock, Zhou Chun slowly spoke, revealing his own insights in a low voice. After hearing his speculation, Nangguang Wuking nodded slightly and said, "That should be it. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why the turbid evil energy that has existed for tens of thousands of years has gradually dissipated. Does that mean that the fact that even nascent soul stage venerables in this world previously found it difficult to ascend will also change?" Zhou Chun suddenly seemed to remember something, and his voice became somewhat excited as he voiced another of his speculations. Hearing this speculation, Nangguang Wuking's pupils shrank, and then he looked at him and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Zhou's speculation has really reminded me that this matter might not be impossible." At this point, he became excited and said in an excited tone, "If this is true, then for us, it is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Zhou Chun, of course, understood what he meant by opportunity. At this moment, he couldn't help but pour cold water on the idea, saying, "This matter will probably not be confirmed for another 1,000 years, and before that, we must first break through to the next major realm." Sure enough, these words immediately pulled Nangguang Wuking back to reality from his excitement. After a moment of stiffness, he smiled wryly and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou is absolutely right. I was just being too attached to appearances." Chapter 711 Old Stories. Although Zhou Chun poured cold water on his enthusiasm, Nangguang Wuking was clearly still in a very good mood. After all, no matter what, once the turbid evil energy truly disappeared, it would be entirely beneficial for them, the nascent soul stage cultivators. Although he wasn't even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator yet, his pride prevented him from believing he would be stuck at his current level forever. Therefore, he had every right to dream about the bright future Zhou Chun proposed. Thus, the two then discussed some potential future collaborations. Nangguang Wuking's Xia Kingdom didn't border the alien territories, but it was adjacent to the Xianling realm. If the Longyuan's demon race launched a large-scale attack on the Xianling realm, igniting a war between the two races, Nangguang Wuking would certainly be conscripted to fight the demon race there. Having a powerful local cultivator like Zhou Chun to guide him, provide intelligence, and offer rest would naturally be very convenient. For Zhou Chun, keeping a powerful nascent soul cultivator like Nangguang Wuking in the Zhou family would also be extremely beneficial. After a long and in-depth conversation, the two parted ways. Zhou Chun then visited Huangfu Xianming to express his gratitude for the hospitality over the past few months and to bid him farewell. However, to his surprise, after hearing his purpose, Huangfu Xianming suddenly looked at him and said, "I only recently learned that fellow Taoist Zhou's family seems to have a grudge against the Yuling sect of my great Zhou kingdom." Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, then looked at Huangfu Xianming thoughtfully and nodded, saying, "Fellow Taoist Huangfu is right. Back then, the Yuling sect took in a traitor from my Zhou family and obtained many of my family's secret techniques from that traitor. As a result, the two families have formed a grudge." Hearing his answer, Huangfu Xianming's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at him and said, "To be honest, fellow Taoist Zhou, the Yuling sect has long since submitted to our great Zhou royal family and is now a vassal of my Huangfu family. After learning that fellow Taoist Zhou was a guest here recently, they specifically came to me, wanting me to act as a mediator and resolve this grudge with fellow Taoist Zhou." "Then what do you mean, fellow Taoist Huangfu?" Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened, and he looked at Huangfu Xianming solemnly as he asked. This question seemed to put Huangfu Xianming in a difficult position, And he fell silent. After a long silence, he slowly said, "Actually, I don't have any deep relationship with the Yuling sect. However, the Yuling sect has been under the Huangfu family's control for many years, and their fifth-tier demon king often listens to my ancestors' lectures. Now that they've come to me for help, I feel obligated to mention this matter to fellow Taoist Zhou." His answer seemed to say a lot, but it was actually ambiguous, offering no clear stance, and appearing quite slippery. Zhou Chun, after hearing his answer, had a thought process and understood his concerns. Clearly, from Huangfu Xianming's personal perspective, he was unwilling to owe Zhou Chun a favor for the sake of the Yuling sect. However, as the highest-ranking person in the Huangfu family, he couldn't disregard the family's interests and reputation and couldn't directly refuse the Yuling sect's request. Therefore, he was only willing to pass on a message and clarify the details. If Zhou Chun was determined not to reconcile, he wouldn't turn against Zhou Chun for the sake of the spirit control sect. This made Zhou Chun ponder. Actually, if it weren't for his chance encounter with Nangguang Wuking and his subsequent acquaintance with Huangfu Xianming through Nangguang Wuking, Zhou Chun would definitely have come to the Great Zhou Kingdom to settle scores with the spirit control sect once he had the strength to directly confront a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even if he himself couldn't use his power to bully the weak, having Zhou Ziyang lead the charge would be enough to destroy the spirit control sect, and his strength as a great cultivator would naturally be enough to withstand the pressure from the Huangfu family. However, now that he had established a relationship with Huangfu Xianming, if he insisted on settling scores with the spirit control sect, he would definitely be unable to rebuild a trusting relationship with him in the future. Therefore, Zhou Chun had to weigh the pros and cons carefully. After pondering for a long time, Zhou Chun looked at the quietly waiting Huangfu Xianming and said, "Since fellow Taoist Huangfu has stepped forward to convey this message, I cannot completely disregard your dignity. If the Yuling sect is willing to offer all of its beast-taming related inheritances as an apology, and compensate my Zhou family with 3 core formation spiritual items, and forbids them from cultivating or using my Zhou family's beast-taming secret techniques in the future, I can let this matter drop." Hearing his reply, Huangfu Xianming was taken aback, then nodded slightly and said, "I will convey fellow Taoist Zhou's request to the Yuling sect, but whether they are willing to accept it, I cannot guarantee." He knew that Zhou Chun's request was far too much for a sect, and the Yuling sect might not be willing to accept such humiliation. But that was none of his business. If the Yuling sect dared to disagree, and dared to gamble that Zhou Chun wouldn't dare to act, then whatever happened in the future would naturally be their own responsibility. Because of this incident, Zhou Chun, who was originally planning to leave immediately, returned to his temporary cave to await a reply from the spirit control sect. After waiting for 5 full days, Zhou Chun finally received a response from the spirit control sect. Ultimately, the spirit control sect agreed to his conditions and sent the current Grand Elder to the Immortal Capital Market to apologize and offer the requested inheritances and 3 core formation spiritual items. Under the witness of Huangfu Xianming, Zhou Chun checked and confirmed that the inheritances and core formation spiritual items were in good condition, and personally agreed to forgive and forget the past. He then took these items and formally bid farewell to the Immortal Capital Market, returning alone to his family. On his way home, Zhou Chun also examined the spirit control sect's beast-taming techniques. He found that apart from a few pill formulas that could improve the cultivation of 2nd and 3rd tier demon beasts, the effects of the other beast-taming techniques were quite ordinary, far less useful than the techniques that true person Zhuanting had shown him, at least not very useful to him. Therefore, after a brief study, he didn't delve any deeper, planning to return and have his family's younger members verify the cultivation techniques. For him, the truly anticipated technique was the Qiankan's Huanling Ju secret method that Master Zhuanting had shown him. He had obtained many spiritual items that greatly replenished his vital energy, and he should be able to complete the agreed-upon transaction with the other party soon. After returning to his family, Zhou Chun didn't hide it from Zhou Mingde, Zhou Daoai, Luo Qingni, and others, quickly informing them that the turbid evil energy would eventually completely dissipate. The result was as he expected. Everyone who heard this was utterly shocked and speechless. "Zhangjin, can you really confirm what you're saying? Will this turbid evil energy really disappear completely?" After a long while, Zhou Mingde finally looked at Zhou Chun with excited expressions and asked repeatedly, still unable to believe the truth of the matter. This was said by Venerable Xianai himself, and in front of hundreds of nascent soul cultivators, so it cannot be faked. Zhou Chun replied solemnly, understanding the elder's shock. Upon hearing his answer, Zhou Ming opened his mouth, then exclaimed in astonishment, "This is too shocking, too unreal." Luo Qingni, after her initial shock, said softly, "This should be a great thing, right? Once the turbid evil energy dissipates, we cultivators will no longer be bothered by this evil aura. Even low and mid-level cultivators can travel thousands of miles without worrying about finding places to resupply and rest. The dissipation of the turbid evil energy is generally a good thing, but it also has its downsides." Zhou Daowei shook his head slightly, his tone grave. Once low-level cultivators can travel thousands of miles, communication between cultivation communities of different countries will become much easier. Even cultivators from distant regions will find it easier to come to our Xianling realm. This will make the cultivation world of each country very complex, and the number of bandit cultivators who kill and plunder will increase significantly. Moreover, most importantly, once the turbid evil energy dissipates, the current spirit coins will have little purchasing power. All the spirit coins we've worked so hard to earn will become a pile of scrap metal. As the person in charge of all affairs of the Zhou family, he naturally had a much clearer understanding of the workings of the cultivation world than someone like Luo Qingni, who secluded herself in cultivation. Therefore, he was very clear about the impact of the turbid evil energy on the cultivation world, and exactly how it manifested. To put it bluntly, the current structure of the cultivation world was largely formed because of the existence of the turbid evil energy. Once the turbid evil energy disappeared, the structure of the cultivation world formed because of it would definitely undergo a major change. Uncle is absolutely right. Although the turbid evil energy has not yet disappeared, once the news spreads, it will inevitably have a huge impact on the current spirit currency system, causing everyone to want to sell their spirit currency and exchange it for other spiritual items. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, affirming Zhou Daowei's judgment. Actually, although the matter of spirit coins has a huge impact, there's no need to worry too much right now. After all, according to Senior Venerable Xianai, it will take over 1,000 years for the turbid evil energy to completely dissipate. Even we golden core cultivators can't survive that long, Zhou Ming said with concern. What I'm more worried about is the alien invasion that Senior Venerable Xianai mentioned. If a war really breaks out between humans and alien races, and the battlefield is in our Jing Kingdom, then the impact on the family will be fatal. Hearing his words, Zhou Chun shook his head and sighed helplessly. No matter how much we worry about this, we are powerless to change it. After all, the family's foundation is here, which means we can only stay here. What we can do next is to accumulate as much strength and build up our trump cards as possible before the war breaks out, so that we can better preserve our own strength when the war actually breaks out. After speaking, he looked at Zhou Daowei and said, "Now that the family has learned of this matter first, we must make preparations as soon as possible. Even if we can't spend all the spirit coins in the family account at once, we shouldn't leave too many behind. Of course, I will arrange for the family members to purchase various supplies immediately." Zhou Daowei nodded, agreeing with his suggestion. He then said with concern, "I'm afraid the news has already spread, and all the major powers have the same idea as us. With everyone making large-scale purchases, prices in the market will rise sharply, and even shops of major powers will refuse to accept spirit coins." Uncle, your concern is not without merit. Zhou Chun frowned slightly, thought for a while, and then spoke again. "Then let's do this. Let's see if we can purchase at the lowest possible price, while limiting sales in the family's shops and observing the situation first." He then analyzed softly, "I think if the situation you described really happens, Uncle, the powers that issue spirit coins will certainly not sit idly by. The various powers in the Spirit Coin Alliance will definitely discuss solutions. The Supreme Elder was right earlier. There's still 1,000 years to go. Even if spirit coins are abolished in the future, they should still exist for the next 300 to 500 years. No one will let them lose their value so quickly." After his analysis, Zhou Daowei felt a little relieved and immediately replied, "Then I'll go and arrange things." He then left first. Zhou Chun then turned to Zhou Ming and said, "I forgot to mention earlier that I also reached a reconciliation with the Yuling sect in the Great Zhou Kingdom. They voluntarily offered their sect's inherited beast-taming techniques and compensated us with 3 core formation spiritual items." Hearing this, Zhou Ming frowned slightly at first, then nodded gently after a moment and said, "The Yuling sect did indeed incur the wrath of our Zhou family by harboring that traitor Yu Jinghui. However, these are turbulent times, and since they are willing to apologize, let's let this matter rest." It was not hard to tell from his words that he was somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome. but he still understood and respected Zhou Chun's actions. This relieved Zhou Chun slightly, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, "It's good that you understand, sir. I'll keep those things in the family treasury and library. You can take a look when you have time. I will go and see when I have time." Zhou Ming nodded, then took his leave. Only Luo Qingni remained. Zhou Chun looked at the beauty beside him and said, "At this Dharma assembly, I obtained an important auxiliary ingredient for refining the purple flower crimson pearl pill, and I've also made some progress on the formula for refining longevity pills using longevity grass. Perhaps in a while, I'll need your help to refine these pills, Qingni." "It would be my honor, Qingni." Luo Qingni nodded slightly and readily agreed. Zhou Chun then recounted his observations at the Heavenly One Dharma Assembly and the insights he gained from discussions with others. After exchanging views on cultivation, Luo Qingni took her leave. What happened afterward was just as Zhou Chun had predicted. Because so many people knew about the impending dissipation of the turbid energy, the news could no longer be concealed. At least all the major powers quickly learned of this and rushed to sell their spirit coins to purchase supplies. This led to soaring prices and unprecedented widespread inflation. Moreover, the major powers were simultaneously exploiting information asymmetry to plunder the resources of smaller powers while hoarding their own resources to prevent others from taking advantage of them. By the time the smaller powers learned of this, the major powers had already made their fortunes. However, the consequences of this exploitation became apparent. With the purchasing power of spirit coins waning, it became impossible for the major powers to use them to hire smaller powers and independent cultivators. Everyone stopped accepting spirit coins. This created a serious problem. It was under these circumstances that Zhou Chun received a message from true person Zhuan, instructing him to travel to Xian'an Immortal City in the Great Zhou Kingdom to discuss with nascent soul cultivators from other countries how to reform the currency system of the cultivation world. Chapter 712 The debate continues. Xian'an Immortal City. When Zhou Chun arrived after hearing the news, dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators had already gathered in the Immortal City. This matter of re-establishing the monetary system concerned the rise and fall of the entire human cultivation world, and basically every country had sent nascent soul stage cultivators. Just like the cultivation world in the far west that Zhou Chun had previously visited, as well as distant countries like the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, all sent representatives. Therefore, in terms of scale and grandeur, it surpassed the previously held Heavenly One Dharma Assembly. When Zhou Chun arrived in Xian'an Immortal City, some nascent soul stage cultivators from even further away had not yet arrived. So, after meeting with true person Zhuan, he was temporarily accommodated in a cave within the Immortal City. After settling in, he did not sit idly waiting, but actively sought out and contacted some cultivators he had previously interacted with, inquiring about relevant information. Since a new monetary system was to be established, there must have been some proposals and preparations already made. It was impossible for someone to have summoned everyone without any prior thought. Zhou Chun wanted to know what preparations those qualified to propose had made, so he could have a better understanding. However, the secrecy surrounding this matter exceeded his expectations. Whether he approached Huangfu Xianming or Nanguang Wuking, who had also come, he couldn't get any accurate information. In the end, he could only patiently wait for the conference to begin. After waiting for more than half a month in Xian'an Immortal City, Zhou Chun finally received notification of the conference. The conference was held in a council hall in Xian'an Immortal City, with a staggering 173 nascent soul cultivators in attendance, exceeding the number present at the previous Xian'an Dharma Assembly. Furthermore, there were a full 12 late-stage nascent soul cultivators present. It was only because the nascent soul venerables didn't concern themselves with worldly affairs that several nascent soul venerables gathered here. In this setting, Zhou Chun remained very low-key, sitting quietly in his seat and listening to the great cultivators speak. "I believe you all understand why I have gathered you here today," said an elder in purple robes, his face weathered with age. After being reminded by Senior Venerable Xian'ai, and through our own observation and verification, we have confirmed that the turbid evil energy is slowly dissipating, and in the past few years, the refusal of spirit coins due to this matter has seriously affected the entire cultivation world, impacting every force. Now that we are gathered here, we must discuss a way to resolve this crisis and prevent this situation from continuing. This elder, known as True Man Huang, was not only a late-stage nascent soul cultivator himself, but also had a nascent soul venerable, Venerable Yuanyang, standing behind him. Therefore, although true man Xiangxun of the Xianai sect was also present, he was still the one presiding over the meeting. After Master Huayang finished his opening remarks, a mid-nascent soul cultivator immediately spoke up. Fellow Taoist Huayang is right. Currently, spirit currencies from various cultivation worlds are being abandoned, and trade between merchant caravans is almost at a standstill. Whether it's to revitalize the credibility of spirit currencies or to promote an alternative currency, it needs to be done as soon as possible. This person then rose and bowed to Master Huayang and the other 12 late nascent soul cultivators, saying, I dare to ask you all a question. Do you have any thoughts on a replacement for spirit currencies? Fellow Taoist Sen, please be patient and allow me to explain. Master Huayang waved his hand, gesturing for the man to sit down. He then slowly began to speak. I think I don't need to explain why we decided to use spirit coins as the universal currency of the cultivation world, to facilitate the buying and selling of various spiritual items. Once the turbid key completely dissipates, the abandonment of spirit coins is an inevitable consequence. However, as you all know, the inconvenience that will occur to trade in the cultivation world once spirit coins are no longer usable will be immense. Therefore, if we are looking for a substitute for spirit coins, this substance must possess inherent value and be useful to us cultivators. Only then will it be accepted by the public and used as currency. He sighed with emotion. Spirit crystals were originally a very good thing, but they are too rare to be widely adopted. Therefore, if something could be produced in large quantities and used as conveniently as spirit crystals, it would undoubtedly be the best currency choice. These words resonated with everyone in the hall, who nodded in agreement. Cultivators are very pragmatic, especially after the incident of the spirit coins becoming invalid. For them to accept a new currency, it must possess an irresistible quality. In fact, spirit coins were never trusted or accepted by independent cultivators from the beginning. It was only because major powers promoted it and allowed only those willing to accept spirit coins to purchase strategic resources and cultivate in market strongholds that it gained popularity. Now, considering that the turbid energy will dissipate in the future, something like spirit coins, which has no practical value, certainly cannot be used as currency anymore. At least after the turbid energy dissipates, it will no longer be able to serve as a form of currency. Then Master Huayang spoke again. To be honest, I can't say for sure what to use to replace spirit coins. We'll probably need to pool our wisdom and even mobilize alchemists and weapon refiners from various sects to find a way to create something similar to spirit crystals. Before that, after discussing with other fellow Daoists, I think we could use talismans and mana-restoring pills as temporary currency. Of course, the best approach is to continue using spirit coins as currency until the turbid key dissipates, and then prepare something else to replace them before that happens. Master Huayang nodded slightly to the crowd. I finished speaking. Now, fellow Daoists, if you have any good suggestions or ideas, please feel free to speak. Immediately, a nascent soul cultivator spoke up. I have a preliminary idea. Could we use spirit metals and spirit jade such as black iron, purple copper, and flame jade to make coins, and then determine the exchange rate based on their approximate value? Upon hearing this, Master Huayang immediately shook his head in rejection, saying, this is inappropriate. He then explained in a deep voice. Many key refining cultivators lack the ability to distinguish genuine from counterfeit coins. Coins made with 8 parts Zhuan iron and 2 parts refined iron are difficult for them to identify. Moreover, even for foundation establishment cultivators, once a transaction involves hundreds or thousands of coins, it would take an unknown amount of time to verify their authenticity one by one. It's simply too inconvenient. Unexpectedly, the cultivator who made the suggestion did not give up and quickly added, we can crack down on counterfeiters and find ways to imprint inimitable secret runes on the coins, or even forge special magical artifacts that can accurately identify the authenticity of coins. Hearing this, Master Huayang shook his head again and said, so-called difficult to imitate secret texts, are you sure they can stump us nascent soul cultivators? Spirit gold currency is different from spirit coins. This stuff can be used as a material for refining artifacts. If you want to counterfeit it, the profit is extraordinary. It's hard to say that no one will take the risk. Furthermore, this kind of spirit ore is scarce. Once it is mined in large quantities for refining coins, it will inevitably raise their value, causing the price of magic artifacts to rise sharply. The series of problems caused by this will be even more difficult to solve. At this point, to prevent the man from arguing again, Master Huayang simply said, in short, using spirit gold and spirit jade as currency is absolutely unacceptable. Before spirit coins came out, the seniors in the cultivation world had already confirmed that this was not feasible. Seeing his firm rejection of this suggestion, the man could not say anything more and could only sit back down. But soon another nascent soul cultivator stood up and said, I also have a humble suggestion, and I would like to hear the opinions of all fellow Daoists. I believe that pills could be used as a substitute for currency, but not pills to restore mana, but pills to enhance cultivation. We can ask the Grand Masters of Alchemy and the Masters of Alchemy to research 3 types of pills based on existing formulas that can enhance the mana cultivation of key refining, foundation establishment, and purple mansion stage cultivators. These pills don't need to be too potent, each one only needs to enhance the cultivation of the corresponding stage cultivator by about a month. Naturally, everyone would be willing to accept these pills as currency. Unfortunately, his seemingly good suggestion was once again ruthlessly rejected by true person Huayang. This is equally unacceptable, leaving aside the fact that the spiritual herbs used to refine pills that enhance magical power cultivation are inherently difficult to mass produce. Deliberately weakening the efficacy of these pills is a waste of the spiritual herbs. At this point, true person Huayang also criticized sternly, not to mention, consuming large quantities of these pills will inevitably accumulate a lot of pill toxins in the body, which is harmful in itself. The mid-nascent soul cultivator, after being told this, smiled sheepishly and said, Fellow Taoist Huayang, please don't be angry. I was just making a suggestion. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Then he slunk back down. At this moment, another mid-nascent soul cultivator stood up and said, I believe that using blank talisman paper as currency might be a feasible solution. He then went on to answer his own question, saying, Firstly, blank talisman paper is easy to identify, which can basically prevent counterfeiting. Secondly, the materials used to make blank talisman paper are diverse, and mass production of low-grade talisman paper is not difficult. Furthermore, the purpose of blank talisman paper is very clear, so there's no question of it having no exchange value. However, blank talisman paper cannot be stored for too long, and repeated transactions easily damage it. These 2 fatal flaws make it impossible for it to be a long-term currency. It was Xiangxun's Henren who spoke up at this moment, pointing out the flaws of blank talisman paper as currency incisively. As a Grand Master of talisman cultivation, he naturally had the highest authority on this matter. Zhou Chun watched as these people offered suggestions one by one, only to have them rejected one by one, finding it quite amusing. It's hard to say about others, but the cultivator who proposed using spirit gold and spirit jade as currency clearly came from the cultivation world of the Far West, a region rich in various spirit gold mines. If their suggestion were implemented, their Far West cultivation world would instantly become the wealthiest place in the entire cultivation world. The cultivator who proposed using blank talisman paper as the currency unit, however, came from a powerful force skilled in talisman making. If blank talisman paper were used as the currency unit, their entire sect would undoubtedly benefit greatly. Therefore, it's safe to say that these nascent soul cultivators' proposals weren't aimed at solving problems, but rather at maximizing their own interests. Zhou Chun didn't exactly despise their selfish behavior, but he didn't have any goodwill towards it either. At the same time, he was also pondering what would be a more suitable alternative to spirit coins. For the next few days, over 100 nascent soul cultivators debated endlessly about what to use as a substitute for spirit coins. Dozens of nascent soul cultivators offered their opinions, but many of their so-called suggestions couldn't withstand much scrutiny and were completely useless. Some seemingly feasible suggestions all had fatal flaws, and large-scale implementation would easily lead to various problems. Therefore, after 3 days and 3 nights of discussion, the group failed to reach a consensus or come up with a satisfactory solution. Under these circumstances, after a private exchange of information with late-stage nascent soul cultivators such as Huayang's Henren, Xiangxun's Henren, and Zhuanzhen's Henren, they quickly reached a decision. He suddenly spoke, saying, Fellow Daoists, please be quiet for a moment and listen to what I have to say. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at him. Then Master Huayang said in a deep voice, Since we cannot come up with a feasible solution right now, we can discuss this matter later. Over the next 1,000 years, we can slowly think about it and try different approaches until we find a perfect and feasible alternative. Until then, we must ensure that spirit coins continue to be used and continue to fulfill their purpose. Therefore, I propose that when you return, fellow Daoists, you should proactively open up the market and allow spirit coins to circulate again. At the same time, we should all promise that once a substitute for spirit coins is developed, each faction can exchange their existing spirit coins for it according to a certain ratio, instead of simply turning all spirit coins into scrap metal. Chapter 713 Reunion with Master Zhou Chun. The entire cultivation world advocated continuing the use of spirit coins and exchanging them for the new currency at par. This was the fundamental purpose of the meeting convened by Master Huayang and others. They themselves understood that maintaining the legality of spirit coins was paramount, given the current inability to create something universally satisfactory and without major flaws. However, stating this directly would not only be difficult to accept but would also make them appear incompetent. Therefore, they opted for a roundabout approach, first making everyone understand the difficulties before revealing their true purpose. This strategy achieved their desired effect. After several days of debate, many nascent soul cultivators understood the various difficulties and grew increasingly weary of such arguments. Therefore, when Master Huayang proposed maintaining the legality of spirit coins, most nascent soul cultivators quickly expressed their agreement. Thus, even those nascent soul cultivators with differing opinions could not defy the prevailing trend. After unanimously approving Master Huayang's proposal, he then addressed the issue of the number of spirit coins to be issued. Since it's determined that spirit coins will be phased out after 1,000 years, it's natural to start strictly controlling their issuance now. Otherwise, when new currencies emerge in exchange for spirit coins, it will undoubtedly consume a large amount of new money and resources. This is also the first time Zhou Chun has learned about the issuance of spirit coins in detail. Surprisingly, the issuance of spirit coins is not related to the economic resources of each country's cultivation world, but rather to the number of nascent soul stage cultivators. A country with a large number of nascent soul stage cultivators, possessing mid-nascent soul stage cultivators or even late nascent soul stage cultivators, can produce and issue more spirit coins every 100 years. In the context of the entire human cultivation world acting as a unified entity, this increased issuance of spirit coins compared to other countries can indirectly plunder the resources of other countries' cultivation worlds. This plunder doesn't require bloodshed or large-scale deaths, effectively protecting the high-end power of the entire human race. Crucially, the plundered country isn't without hope and opportunity to recover, it simply needs to produce more nascent soul stage cultivators. Currently, Jin Kingdom only has 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, with only one being a mid-nascent soul cultivator, true person Silver Moon. However, Zhou Chun possesses 3 5th-tier Demon King spirit pets, which must be included in the calculation of combat power. Therefore, the actual amount of spirit coins issued by Jin Kingdom is equivalent to the level of 9 nascent soul stage cultivators. This level is considered upper middle tier among all the countries in the human cultivation world. Furthermore, due to Zhou Chun's strong argument, 4 of the 5 extra nascent soul stage cultivator quotas belonging to the Zhou family would go to them. In other words, if each early nascent soul stage cultivator quota is equivalent to 10 million spirit coins over 100 years, then 40 million spirit coins issued by the Moon Wheel Sect over the next 100 years would directly go to the Zhou family. Conversely, although the Flame Sun Sect has 2 nascent soul stage cultivators, the Moonwheel Sect ultimately only allocated them 15 million spirit coins. This is one of the enormous benefits that the Moonwheel Sect enjoys as the leader of a nation, and it's also one of the reasons why Zhou Chun has always wanted the Zhou family to become the leader of the Jin Kingdom. However, every benefit comes with a price. Although the Zhou family can receive 4 shares of the huge sum this time, they also need to write off 4 shares of foreign currency. This means they need to help other countries repurchase and destroy a certain share of spirit coins. This is, of course, to prevent the spirit coins from being issued but not sold, which would lead to a disorderly surge in the number of spirit coins in the cultivation world, causing large-scale currency devaluation and inflation. In general, the amount of foreign currency written off is far less than the issued share. In other words, the Zhou family will definitely still make a fortune in this process. Generally speaking, to avoid trouble, everyone directly exchanges and sells. That is, the Zhou family directly finds a powerful force in a foreign country, exchanges the spirit coins issued by the Moon Wheel Sect in their treasury with the other party for spirit coins issued by the other country, and then destroys these spirit coins under the supervision and witness of a third-party supervisor. The Zhou family has never really dealt with these things before. After all, Zhou Chun's nascent soul formation was only recently completed, and his previous conflict with the Moonwheel Sect was quite unpleasant. Naturally, the Moonwheel Sect would delay as much as possible, refusing to give them their due share. Now, the two sides have temporarily reached a truce. If the Moonwheel Sect still wants a share from the Zhou family, they will definitely have to make up for what they owe them, and also make them understand their responsibilities and obligations. Zhou Chun was also quite surprised and intrigued by this method of currency issuance and cancellation that completely disregarded economic principles. If he had just arrived in this world, he would definitely have found this situation difficult to understand. But now it's different. Now he knows that the cultivation world is vast, and some high-end items are extremely expensive. For example, a high-grade magic weapon, if calculated in spirit coins, could easily cost tens of millions of spirit coins. So, if he really wanted to buy back and cancel spirit coins, it wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, the cultivation world has countless unknown resources, and there are resources in alien regions that rogue cultivators can venture out to acquire. Many spirit coins will be lost forever in some unknown place or destroyed in storage bags when cultivators perish. Add to that the losses caused by war. As long as the powers issuing spirit coins in various countries still have some economic awareness and don't go crazy over issuing spirit coins for hundreds or thousands of years, it will be quite difficult to cause inflation in the entire human cultivation world. Returning to the conference, after discussion, everyone agreed to reduce the future issuance of spirit coins. The final result was a reduction of about 30% from the original issuance amount. With all the matters to be discussed settled, the numerous nascent soul stage cultivators who had gathered gradually dispersed. Zhou Chun also returned to Jing Kingdom with true person Silver Moon. To get the small and medium-sized forces and independent cultivators in Jing Kingdom to accept spirit coins as legal tender again, their two forces needed to work together. Furthermore, they also needed to roughly discuss the resource share each force would contribute to this matter. A little over a month later, Zhou Chun and true person Silver Moon simultaneously announced the official market rescue, with their two forces shops prioritizing unlimited supply of various commonly used cultivation materials to help Jing Kingdom cultivators rebuild their trust in spirit coins. In reality, many of these supplies were hoarded by them using prior information. Selling them now at a slightly higher price than they were previously paid for still yielded a profit. And the cultivators of smaller forces and independent cultivators should thank them for their market-saving measures. This shows the importance of power. With power, one can truly do whatever one wants. Even more terrifying is that even if those smaller forces and independent cultivators were fully aware of the intricacies of the situation, they could only obediently accept it. After dealing with the trust crisis caused by inflation, Zhou Chun focused on his secluded cultivation. Digesting his gains from the Xian'ai Dharma assembly, he obtained several pieces of Zhengjin, a considerable amount. If he could refine them all and use them to cultivate the formless Zhengjin divine light, divine ability, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the power of this ability. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. After several years of buffering and testing, with the joint efforts of major forces in the cultivation world of various countries, the trust crisis regarding spirit coins was finally greatly alleviated. While it's impossible to say that the current rogue cultivators have fully recovered to their pre-crisis state, they are at least no longer averse to accepting spirit coins as payment. However, compared to before, they now prefer to exchange spirit coins for more easily convertible and stored hard currencies like magic talismans and spirit gold. Although the major powers have sensed something amiss with this phenomenon, they know it can't be reversed in a short time. In any case, after a few decades, once most of the current generation of low-level rogue cultivators have passed away, the situation will naturally improve. Meanwhile, at Zhou Chun's insistence, the Moonwheel Sect has delivered its first batch of newly minted spirit coins to the Zhou family. The total amount is approximately 1.2 million coins, all freshly minted. Every few years, the Moonwheel Sect will deliver newly minted coins to the Zhou family according to the agreed-upon quota. These spirit coins represent a fixed and stable income. With such a stable income, the Zhou family's financial situation will undoubtedly improve significantly. They will no longer need to constantly hoard millions of spirit coins for unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun's personal progress in the formless Zhengjin divine light technique was also rapid, aided by top-tier spiritual metal like Zhengjin. Its power increased daily. If all went smoothly, after refining all the Zhengjin, he possessed and diligently practicing for several decades, this technique would have a chance to reach its peak. At that time, even without the help of a spirit pet, a typical mid-stage nascent soul cultivator might not be able to defeat him. Simultaneously, the ice moon toad that Zhou Chun had focused on cultivating had also made rapid progress, seemingly poised to reach the third-tier high-grade demon beast realm in a few years. If all went well, it might even advance to a fourth-tier demon beast within 20 years. It could be said that everything was developing favorably for both the Zhou family and Zhou Chun himself. On this day, Xuanting's Henren, who had previously visited the Zhou family seeking a trade, returned. A rare guest indeed. Fellow Taoist Xuanting's arrival truly brings honor to her humble abode, outside Kinglian Peak. Zhou Chun, upon hearing the news, personally descended from the protective mountain array to welcome true person Xuanting. Compared to the last time, perhaps having already heard about Lord Fushan, true person Xuanting's attitude towards him was much more amiable. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are too kind. Your reputation is now widespread. It is truly my honor to be personally received by you, true person Xuanting said politely, and then followed Zhou Chun into the Zhou family's mountain gate. This time, Zhou Chun directly led him to his cave dwelling and entertained him in the living room. After some pleasantries, true person Xuanting quickly took the initiative to explain the purpose of his visit. I wonder if the agreement we made last time still stands? I've waited for many years, and it's not good to delay any longer. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and said, I always keep my word. Since I made an agreement with fellow Taoist Xuanting, of course I won't go back on my word. Hearing this, true person Xuanting breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing about Lord Fushan's situation, true person Xuanting had worried before coming that Zhou Chun might renege on the agreed terms because of his improved strength, and try to get more concessions from him in the transaction. He had even considered that in extreme circumstances, it wasn't impossible to make further concessions in other areas. Now that Zhou Chun was willing to keep his promise and continue to fulfill the agreement according to the original terms, this was undoubtedly a great thing for him. To avoid any unforeseen complications, he immediately clapped his hands and exclaimed, Excellent. Fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed a trustworthy person. I haven't misjudged you. When can we proceed with the transaction? Since fellow Taoist Xuanting is so concerned about this matter, let's do it today. Zhou Chun gave him a deep look and then said with a faint smile, words that made him beam with joy. Fellow Taoist Zhou is so generous. I thank you in advance. True person Xuanting was slightly taken aback, then bowed to him without concealing his gratitude. Zhou Chun then immediately summoned the Silver Dragon King and explained the relevant matters. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, the Silver Dragon King didn't say a word and immediately reverted to its original form. Then, it let out a low groan, its body shone brightly with silver light, and silver dragon scales fell from its body like snowflakes, exactly 72 scales. Counting the scales Zhou Chun had previously collected from it, there were exactly 81 scales. Thank you for your hard work. Take these spiritual herbs and rest and recover in your cave. Looking at the Silver Dragon King, who had shed a large number of scales and was severely weakened, Zhou Chun stroked its horns with a pained expression, then handed it the various tonics he had prepared. Then I'll go down first, the Silver Dragon King responded weakly, immediately taking the tonics and returning to its nest. It would have to spend a considerable amount of time in its nest for the next period. To truly recover to its previous peak condition, even with the help of the various tonics Zhou Chun had collected, it would be difficult without decades of quiet cultivation. After watching his beloved pet leave, Zhou Chun turned to Xuanting's Henren and said, Fellow Taoist Xuanting, the dragon scales you requested are here. Now you can hand over the complete cultivation method of the Kyankan's Huanling Ju to me. Chapter 714 Collaborative Alchemy. Having obtained Zhou Chun's dragon scale, true person Xuanting naturally dared not refuse to hand over the original copy of the Kyankan's Huanling Ju. This beast-taming secret technique, like other secret techniques of the spirit-taming sect, was recorded on a beast hide scroll. The characters were tiny, finer than river sand, only legible with divine sense. The quality of the beast hide was also of the 5th rank. Zhou Chun personally held the scroll, reading it repeatedly, examining each secret technique and formula with his own discerning eye. After confirming it was genuine, he nodded to true person Xuanting and then carefully put the scroll away. Seeing this, true person Xuanting breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Since fellow Taoist Zhou has no objections, I will take my leave. Farewell, fellow Taoist Xuanting. If there is an opportunity, Zhou, will personally pay you a visit in the future, Zhou Chun said, his eyes narrowing, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Hearing this, Master Zhuanting's heart skipped a beat, but he smiled and replied, that would truly be my honor. If that day ever comes, I will certainly prepare a place to welcome you, fellow Taoist. He then hurriedly left the Zhou family. After seeing Master Zhuanting off, Zhou Chun turned back to carefully study the secret techniques and formulas on the animal skin scroll. His first focus was naturally the Qianqin's Huanlingju, heaven and earth spirit reversal technique. Master Zhuanting had only shown him a third of the technique initially, and had deliberately omitted some key points for cultivation. Now, having obtained the full text, he discovered that the cultivation difficulty was far greater than he had imagined, and it wasn't passively triggered but actively activated. In other words, to truly transfer damage to one's spirit pet, the technique needed to be activated beforehand. Attacks that occurred suddenly, without time to activate the technique, could not passively transfer damage to the spirit pet. Furthermore, when transferring damage, the spirit pet and the user couldn't be too far apart. The closer, the better. The most crucial point is that this secret technique's effect lasts only a short time, less than a quarter of an hour. If the user suffers significant damage during this period, they will have to wait until their injuries heal to use the technique again. In other words, even if Zhou Chun learns this secret technique, he will only gain a damage transfer buff for less than a quarter of an hour, after which it cannot be used again in the same battle. This is quite different from what he had previously imagined. Of course, he cannot accuse Zhuanting's Henrin of selling counterfeit goods because of this. At most, he can only say that the other party did not provide a complete instruction manual beforehand, which is not something that must be provided in a transaction. Moreover, even if it differs from what he expected, the Qianqin's Huanlingju is still of great value to Zhou Chun. After studying the secret technique, Zhou Chun studied two other beast-taming secret techniques of the Yuling sect. These two secret techniques are called Xuanling Beast Armor and 100 Beast Battle Puppet, each with its own mysteries. Taking the Mystic Beast Armor as an example, this technique can transform a spirit pet into armor to protect the user, making it very suitable for cultivators who raise multiple spirit pets. For instance, if Zhou Chun mastered this secret technique, he could transform any spirit pet into a unique beast armor to protect himself. The defensive power of the beast armor depends on the cultivation level and physical strength of the spirit pet. For nascent soul stage cultivators, this secret technique is not very useful, because the beast armor transformed from a 4th tier spirit beast is not defensively strong enough, and transforming a 5th tier spirit king into beast armor is a complete waste. However, for cultivators below the nascent soul stage, especially those below the golden core stage, this secret technique is still quite useful. As for the 100 Beast Battle Puppet secret technique, Zhou Chun is unsure of its merits. The purpose of this technique is to directly refine spirit pets into battle puppets, similar to corpse refining puppets. However, compared to puppets and corpse refining puppets, these battle puppets possess considerable growth potential. Even if a demonic beast is refined into a battle puppet, it only loses its independent consciousness. It doesn't die. It still needs to eat to survive and can even continue to reproduce with other demonic beasts. However, while battle puppets have good growth potential, their growth ceiling is limited to a 4th tier high-grade demonic beast. They cannot break through to the 5th tier. The advantage of these battle puppets is that, like puppet corpses, they are not afraid of death. Even if they are sent to their deaths, they will not resist in the slightest. Demonic beast spirit pets with independent consciousness would find it difficult to do the same. For example, if a golden core cultivator with a 4th tier demonic beast spirit pet were to ask their spirit pet to self-destruct its demonic core, the spirit pet would almost certainly not agree in most cases. The Zhou family has always advocated that its members treat spirit pets kindly and strictly forbids any deliberate abuse of them. This 100 Beast Battle Puppet secret technique undoubtedly clashes with the Zhou family's beast-taming philosophy. Zhou Chun even felt that it was sinister, suspecting that it might be an improvement on some demonic secret technique, or simply a demonic secret technique with a different name. Therefore, after reading the entire secret technique, he decided that this technique could not be freely practiced by Zhou family members like the Mystic Beast Armor. Only members of the clan could cultivate it under certain specific circumstances. What were these specific circumstances? They were high-level demonic beasts that had been forcibly subdued and captured. To prevent them from turning against their masters in the future, these beasts could be used to cultivate this technique. After reading the 3 secret techniques, Zhou Chun also studied the 3 mutated demonic beast breeding recipes. The 3 mutated demonic beasts recorded in these recipes were the mutated thunder crane, the mutated golden-eyed rat, and the mutated horned wood wolf. The mutated thunder crane was formed from the thunder crane demonic beast, the mutated golden-eyed rat was formed from the spirit-seeking rat, and the mutated horned wood wolf was formed from the azure light wolf. The thunder crane itself was a mid-level demonic beast with a very small population. Thunder cranes mutated from this type of demonic beast could usually break through to the 3rd rank. The spirit-seeking rat is a low-level demonic beast, but its population is not small. The golden-eyed rat, a mutation of this beast, is also called the treasure-seeking golden-eyed rat. It can easily break through to the 2nd tier and possesses considerable combat ability. The azure wolf is also a low-level demonic beast, with an equally large population. The mutated horned wood wolf, a mutation of this beast, can not only easily break through to the 2nd tier but also possesses powerful combat ability and super endurance. In their natural state, all 3 mutated demonic beasts have records, and they often become leaders of their respective groups. The Spirit Control Sect, through research and experimentation, has summarized a secret formula to enhance the mutation of these 3 demonic beasts. By cultivating these 3 demonic beast spirit pets according to the formula, there is a considerable chance of successfully mutating them. However, the various materials recorded in the formula are not common and are not cheap. Gathering them all is quite difficult for Foundation establishment cultivators. But this is irrelevant to Zhou Chun. He simply stores the formula in the family treasury, allowing interested and needy clansmen to try it. Success or failure is a matter of fate for each individual. This applies even to the pill formulas recorded on the animal skin scroll. After arranging the secret methods and formulas in this way, Zhou Chun simultaneously cultivated the formless Zhengjing divine light, supernatural power, and attempted to cultivate the Qiankan's Huanlingju secret method. 2 years quickly passed, and Zhou Ziyang, who had been in seclusion for many years, finally emerged victorious. With the help of pills refined by Luo Qingni, she had successfully broken through to the late golden core stage. Considering that she hadn't taken a 4 spirits breakthrough pill, Zhou Chun could only sigh in admiration. Truly worthy of top-grade spiritual root aptitude. Only those who truly witnessed Zhou Ziyang's cultivation speed could understand what top-grade spiritual root aptitude really meant. Cultivators with such spiritual root aptitude are truly favored by heaven, a gift from the gods. Yinger, now that you have broken through to the late stage of the golden core realm, do you have any thoughts on the matter of transforming the core and forming the nascent soul? Inside the cave, after exchanging words with his disciple who had just emerged from seclusion, Zhou Chun asked her with a serious expression what she was thinking. Zhou Ziyang, as expected, had considered this matter beforehand. Upon hearing his words, she quickly replied, "Master, you are wise. I know that my cultivation breakthrough is too rapid, and my mental cultivation may not keep up. I do not plan to attempt the nascent soul formation soon, but instead intend to continue traveling to accumulate experience and refine my mental character. With your talent and aptitude, and with the assistance of the nascent soul formation pill and a taking immortal mushroom, the first few steps of forming the nascent soul should not be a problem. The biggest hurdle should be the heart demon tribulation, although I have prepared a treasure for you to deal with the heart demon tribulation, and you can cultivate the purple flower demon, subduing spiritual light's secret technique to cope with the tribulation. It is naturally better to refine your own mental character and make it more perfect and flawless." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, affirming his disciple's choice and expressing his support. Then he said softly, "I will not object to your desire to travel the world and temper your character. However, you must also be aware that the more experiences one has, the more karma one accumulates, and the more regrets one is likely to have. Therefore, you must never actively seek to accumulate karma in order to temper your character. If you truly want to temper your character, I hope you can treat yourself as an outsider and observer, only seeing and hearing, only thinking about what you see and hear. You must avoid getting caught up in the events and losing your own perspective." Hearing his earnest teachings, Zhou Ziyang solemnly replied, "I will remember Master's teachings. No matter where I am in the future, I will never forget Master's instructions." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded with satisfaction and said, "You are a promising student." Not long after, Zhou Ziyang put his plan into practice and set off to travel the world again. She is now at the late golden core stage, able to slightly activate the power of the 2 elements wind and fire fan, spiritual treasure. As long as she doesn't provoke nascent soul cultivators, her safety is not a concern. Zhou Chun is now somewhat renowned in the cultivation world. Generally, nascent soul cultivators, knowing she is Chunjun's Henren's disciple, would be hesitant to harm her unless they have a life or death feud. Shortly after Zhou Xiang left, Ziyang's Henren secretly sent a confidential letter to Zhou Chun, inquiring about when he would go to Xianmen Plain to hunt the 2-headed black flood dragon. Zhou Chun, of course, gave a perfunctory reply, not in a hurry. For him, he only needs to cultivate quietly to improve his strength. There is no need to rush to risk going to a dangerous place like Xianmen Plain. Ziyang's Henren is merely urging him subtly, he doesn't dare to truly turn against him. Sometime later, Gu Hong, the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator whom Zhou Chun had met at the exchange meeting hosted by Huangfu Xianming, took the initiative to come to his door. I have come without prior notice and have made an abrupt visit. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Zhou, on Kinglian Peak. After being personally received and welcomed into the mountain gate by Zhou Chun, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, Gu Hong, who had asked for his help, expressed his apologies in a very humble manner. Seeing this, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't refuse, and politely replied, "Fellow Taoist Gu Hong, you flatter me. It is an honor for me and the Zhou family that someone of your stature would be willing to visit." He then looked at the other party and asked, "But may I ask what brings fellow Taoist Gu Hong here?" "Instructions are too much to ask," Gu Hong replied, his eyes filled with anxiety as he looked at Zhou Chun. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, do you remember what we discussed before? I have successfully obtained the formula for the Jiazi longevity pill, and have collected all the other materials except for the longevity grass. I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhou would be willing to collaborate with me in refining the pill." Only after the Xian'ai Dharma assembly concluded did he spare no expense to acquire the formula for the Jiazi longevity pill, and then gather all the auxiliary ingredients except for the longevity grass, according to the formula. With everything prepared, he proactively approached Zhou Chun to seek cooperation in refining the pill. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun looked at him with surprise and praised, "Fellow Taoist Gu Hong is indeed very capable, actually managing to obtain such a precious formula as the Jiazi longevity pill." He then calmly continued, "However, as far as I know, the difficulty of refining such a spiritual pill is not low. I wonder who fellow Taoist Gu Hong intends to seek help in refining the pill." Hearing this question, true person Gu Hong smiled proudly and said, "Why seek help from others for alchemy? I am not talented, but I have been studying alchemy for nearly 1,000 years since I reached the nascent soul stage, and I reached the Grandmaster level several hundred years ago." This answer left Zhou Chun speechless. Zhou Chun then understood why he hadn't sought to exchange for the longevity grass, but instead had gone to great lengths to find someone to exchange for the formula for the Jiazi longevity pill. After a long silence, he looked at Master Gu Hong with a serious expression and said, "Let's not beat around the bush. Fellow Taoist Gu Hong, you know that I've already exchanged many longevity grasses at the Heavenly One Dharma Assembly, and now I only have a handful left. If you wish to cooperate in alchemy, I can only offer you 2 herbs for experimentation, and the price will be the Jiazi longevity pill formula you possess." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715 Sudden Bad News. Zhou Chun wanted to exchange 2 longevity grasses for the formula for the Jiazi longevity pill, but Master Gu Hong disagreed. He had paid a considerable price to obtain the formula, hoping to use the extra pills after refining the Jiazi longevity pill to recover his health. However, when Zhou Chun produced a longevity grass, over 5,000 years old, his attitude changed immediately. It was common knowledge that the older the longevity grass, the better the longevity pill produced. Using a longevity grass, over 3,000 years old to refine the Jiazi longevity pill, might extend Zhou Chun's life by 60 years for someone who had never taken any longevity-extending spiritual items. But for Master Gu Hong, who had already taken several longevity-extending spiritual items, the effect might only be around 70 or 80%. However, Replacing the 3,000-year-old longevity grass with a 5,000-year-old one would enhance the efficacy of the resulting Jiazi longevity pill by several times. For Zhou Chun, this might extend his lifespan by 70 or 80 years. For Master Gu Hong, it could extend his lifespan by 60 years. Therefore, attracted by the longevity grass over 5,000 years old, Master Gu Hong found it difficult to refuse Zhou Chun's conditions. Ultimately, the two agreed that Zhou Chun would provide 2 longevity grasses over 3,000 years old as practice materials, and the successfully refined Jiazi longevity pill would belong to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun would then exchange 1 longevity grass over 5,000 years old for the Jiazi longevity pill formula in his possession. After reaching this agreement, Master Gu Hong immediately stayed at the Zhou family's residence and, under the supervision of the alchemy master Luo Qingni, began attempting to refine the Jiazi longevity pill. By observing him refine the Jiazi longevity pill, Luo Qingni could gain experience in refining this type of elixir by comparing it with the formula she had already exchanged. On his first attempt at refining the pill, despite his best efforts, Master Gu Hong still failed. After this failure, he didn't immediately start refining a second batch. Instead, he exchanged experiences with Luo Qingni, discussing the difficulties of refining the Jiazi longevity pill. After this exchange and several months of rest and reflection, Master Gu Hong finally began refining his second batch. True to his status as a master alchemist, after 81 days of refining, he finally succeeded in refining 1 Jiazi longevity pill. Elixirs like the Jiazi longevity pill are rarely produced in large quantities, ranging from 1 to 2 or 3 pills. The success rate often depends on both the alchemist's skill and the potency of the medicinal herbs. Fearing failure, Master Gu Hong chose the most conservative alchemy method, producing only 1 elixir from 1 set of materials, which was understandable. Fellow Taoist Gu Hong truly lives up to his reputation as a master alchemist. You succeeded in producing the elixir after only 2 attempts. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun, after examining the Jiazi longevity pill, handed to him by Master Gu Hong, praised him highly with a beaming smile. According to Luo Qingni, the Jiazi longevity pill was significantly more difficult to refine than the nascent soul pill, and even she would find it difficult to succeed on her first try. Master Gu Hong's ability to successfully refine such an elixir after only 1 failure demonstrates an exceptionally high level of alchemy skill. At this point, Master Gu Hong became humble, waving his hands repeatedly and saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you flatter me. My success in refining pills this time is largely thanks to fellow Taoist Luo's help. Without her guidance, I might have failed again before figuring out the intricacies. Of course, I have no doubt about fellow Taoist Luo's alchemy skills." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, speaking with certainty. After speaking, he looked at Master Gu Hong and asked, "So, fellow Taoist Gu Hong, do you intend to continue refining pills here, or, I have used up all the auxiliary ingredients I prepared. I need to collect new ones before I can continue refining pills. I won't disturb you any longer, fellow Taoist Zhou." Master Gu Hong immediately shook his head, indicating his intention to leave. Hearing his answer, Zhou Chun did not press the matter further and nodded slightly, saying, "In that case, I will not keep fellow Taoist Gu Hong any longer." He then personally escorted Master Gu Hong out of the mountain gate. After seeing off Master Gu Hong and returning to his cave, Zhou Chun looked at Luo Qingni, who was still there, and asked, "Qingni, if you were to attempt this now, what are your chances of successfully refining the Jiazi longevity pill?" "That's hard to say. Refining pills yourself and observing others refine pills are 2 different things. If I were to try now, the chance of success on the first try probably wouldn't exceed 50%. Luo Qingni shook her head slightly, her words very cautious. Zhou Chun, who always listened to her advice on pill refining, immediately agreed, saying, "In that case, let's not rush to refine this pill. Let Qingni study the formula more and improve her pill refining skills before starting the furnace." "That's what I was thinking too." Luo Qingni nodded slightly, agreeing with his suggestion. At this moment, Zhou Chun seemed to remember something and suddenly looked at her, asking, "By the way, how are those transplanted longevity grasses doing? Will they survive?" The longevity grasses he obtained were all still in soil. Zhou Chun had given several of the less than 3,000 years old herbs to Luo Qingni to plant. He had previously inquired about this matter. Although the transplanted herbs hadn't withered, they didn't seem to have fully adapted to the new environment. Later, He was busy with other things and hadn't paid attention to it anymore. Now, with only 3 longevity grasses left, he remembered and wanted to know the situation. Luo Qingni quickly replied softly, 3 of the longevity grasses withered. Only 2 of the younger ones have survived. They should be able to grow normally in the future. 2 surviving is not bad. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, showing no dissatisfaction with the result. After chatting for a while, Luo Qingni returned to her cave. Zhou Chun then summoned Zhou Ming to his cave dwelling. Inside, facing Zhou Ming's inquiry about the purpose of his summons, Zhou Chun immediately took out the newly refined elixir and said to the family patriarch, "This, Jiazi longevity pill, was recently refined by fellow Taoist Gu Hong. Elder, your remaining lifespan is not much, so please take this pill." Hearing this, Zhou Ming was slightly taken aback, then repeatedly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "This is unacceptable. I cannot accept this elixir." He then looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, "Zhengjin, I appreciate your kindness, but there is no need to waste such a treasure on me. I should have passed away long ago. Living for several hundred years is already a blessing from heaven. Living a few more decades is meaningless. Instead of wasting this treasure on me, it would be better to exchange it for a nascent soul cultivation item, or other treasures." However, Zhou Chun had already anticipated his response, and upon hearing this, he immediately shook his head, saying, "Your words are utterly wrong. Leaving aside the fact that we obtained those longevity grasses because of you, your significance to the family cannot be measured by cultivation level alone. Over the years, you have been a pillar of the family. If you were to pass away, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to the younger generation, which is not a good thing in the current situation. Furthermore, I still have a few longevity grasses, and I can continue to refine the Jiazi longevity pill in the future. You don't need to worry about running out of elixirs after using them all." These words warmed Zhou Ming's heart, making him feel Zhou Chun's heartfelt respect and filial piety. He couldn't help but sigh, "But I too will one day pass away. Now that the Zhou family has you in charge, as long as nothing earth-shattering happens, there's no need to worry about any trouble. Whether I leave a few decades earlier or later, it's all the same, but since I now have the ability, of course I want you to live a few more decades." Zhou Chun looked at his elders and spoke sincerely. He truly regarded Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei as family, and he held them in the deepest respect and gratitude for their many acts of help. Therefore, within his means, he wished they could stay with him for as long as possible, even if only for a few decades. That way, when they finally passed away, he wouldn't have any regrets. "All right. In that case, I'll accept this elixir." Zhou Ming seemed to understand Zhou Chun's thoughts and finally nodded slightly, accepting the elixir. Seeing this, Zhou Chun felt relieved. In the years that followed, Zhou Chun devoted himself to the arduous cultivation of supernatural techniques, rarely leaving the family's mountain gate. During these years of seclusion, many promising individuals emerged among the younger generation of the Zhou family. This year, to celebrate Zhou Daowei's 800th birthday, the Zhou family specially invited guests from all directions to hold a grand celebration. Such a grand celebration naturally included some prizes. Zhou Daowei, the birthday celebrant, personally contributed dozens of third-tier magic talismans and a magic treasure as prizes, attracting many Zhou family cultivators and guests to sign up for the martial arts competition. On the arena, a white-robed youth with late-stage foundation establishment cultivation first patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing a second-tier low-grade, silver lightning dragon turtle, demon beast and a second-tier mid-grade golden winged iron feathered eagle. Then, he rapidly formed hand seals and cast a spell. The silver lightning dragon turtle, under the effect of his secret technique, transformed into a jade-green turtle shell imprinted with silver-white patterns, attaching itself to his body. At first glance, with a turtle shell on his back, he looked like a fifth-tier turtle demon king in human form. Simultaneously, the golden winged iron feathered eagle let out a fierce cry and soared into the air. With each flap of its wings, wind blades rained down on the white-robed youth's opponent below. Faced with such a display, the black-robed elder, also possessing late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, hurriedly activated a gleaming yellow shield magic artifact to protect himself, first blocking the wind blade attacks. Then, he formed hand seals and waved his sleeve, a surge of earth-yellow sand erupting from his sleeve, transforming into a giant yellow sand python that lunged at the white-robed youth. Watching the surging sand serpent, The white-robed youth smiled slightly, raising his hand to summon a water-blue magic bead. A ring of blue-white light spread from the bead, rushing towards the sand serpent like shimmering waves. Unexpectedly, the seemingly gentle waves possessed surprising resilience. The sand serpent thrashed forward like a mud dragon, each time managing to push forward dozens of feet against the waves. However, whenever it was about to reach the water-blue magic bead, it would be pushed back by the light. After several such back-and-forth struggles, the sand serpent exhausted its strength and collapsed. At this moment, the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle swooped down from the sky, its golden claws slamming fiercely against the golden shield, causing the magic weapon to shake violently. Seeing this, the black-robed elder immediately increased his magical output to maintain the shield's stability, while simultaneously wielding a crimson gold axe that flew towards the white-robed youth. The flying axe pierced the air, quickly shattering the water barrier erected by the white-robed youth. However, the youth remained unfazed, calmly allowing the axe to strike him. A clear, metallic clang rang out as the crimson gold axe was flung away, as if hitting an iron wall. The white-robed youth, having withstood the attack thanks to his spirit turtle armor, swiftly cast a spell, summoning a water dragon that lunged at the black-robed elder. Under the combined attack of the youth and the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle, the black-robed elder was forced to concede defeat after a short while due to excessive mana depletion. Zhou Chun wins. Outside the arena, Zhou Chun, now at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, calmly announced the result of the duel. He was not surprised by the outcome. Because Zhou Chun on the arena is the most outstanding descendant of the Bai generation in the Zhou family. Not only does he possess a superior grade spiritual root of the water and wood attributes, but he also has extremely high talent in magical cultivation. Less than 10 years after entering the late foundation establishment stage, he can already cast second-tier superior grade spells in battle. For example, the mysterious Spirit Beast Armor secret technique, which even Zhou Chun, a dignified Purple Mansion stage cultivator, is still not proficient in, can already be used flexibly by Zhou Chun. With such talent, he will almost certainly be eligible to exchange for spiritual items to help open the Purple Mansion stage at the next family special meeting. In addition to Zhou Chun, who is skilled in combat, the Zhou family has also seen the emergence of Zhou Futuong, a descendant with outstanding talent in formations, and Zhou Fuel, whose talent in alchemy has been recognized by the alchemy master Luo Qingni, who has taken him in as an alchemy apprentice. The successive emergence of these outstanding descendants shows that the Zhou family is currently enjoying great fortune and is still in a period of growth. Thus, amidst the lively celebrations, Zhou Daoi's 800th birthday came to an end. The only regret was that Zhou Chun, the head of the Zhou family, was unable to attend the grand ceremony due to reaching a critical stage in his cultivation of a secret technique. However, less than half a year after the ceremony, Zhou Chun was forcibly pulled from his seclusion by an urgent message from Zhou Daoi. What? Xiao Lian's soul tablet is shattered. In the secret chamber, Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically upon seeing the urgent message from Zhou Daoi, and he abruptly stood up. Chapter 716 The Secret Exposed. Zhou Yuanlian's soul tablet was shattered. When Zhou Chun arrived at the ancestral hall, he immediately saw the soul tablet shattered into more than a dozen pieces. This essentially declared that Zhou Yuanlian, a golden core cultivator, had perished. If this was true, Zhou Yuanlian would be the first golden core cultivator to fall in the Zhou family in the last 1,000 years. Considering that she had gone to the Yuanmo realm, a strange and alien place, even knowing that she had perished, the Zhou family might not be able to avenge her. Therefore, Zhou Chun, Zhou Ming, Zhou Daoi, and several other important figures of the Zhou family stared at the soul tablet fragments on the offering table, remaining silent for a long time. Little Lian has been in the Yuanmo realm for quite some time now. Since nothing happened before, it means she was very cautious. Now that her soul tablet has suddenly shattered, could it be that she encountered fatal danger while searching for the inheritance of the 10,000 poisons? True scripture. After a long silence, Zhou Ming finally spoke up, expressing his speculation. Zhou Chun shook his head slightly and said, guessing these things now is meaningless. Let's talk about whether I should go to the Yuanmo territory to investigate this matter. That's not appropriate. Zhou Ming immediately expressed his opposition, looking at him with a serious tone and saying, although the Yuanmo territory is also part of our human race's territory, the demonic cultivators there treat us cultivators no better than other races, and may even be worse. If you go there, Zhou Chun, and your whereabouts are exposed, you'll easily be surrounded and attacked. Moreover, none of us know where Xiaolian had the accident. The Yuanmo territory is vast, and if you go to investigate, Zhou Chun, it won't be enough to get results in 10 days or half a month. If it's delayed too long and something happens to the family, we'll lose more than we gain." As he said this, he also winked at Zhou Daoai. Seeing this, Zhou Daoai quickly nodded and said, "Uncle is right. Since Xiaolian's soul tablet is already broken, there's no point in investigating the cause now. There's no need for you, Zhengjin, to risk your life. Besides," he continued, "wasn't there a junior who cultivated the 10,000 poisons true scripture who went to the Yuanmo realm with Xiaolian? We can send someone to that junior's family to inquire whether her soul tablet is still intact. If it is, we can wait for her return and then ask for details." Seeing that both elders opposed his personal investigation, Zhou Chun frowned slightly and fell silent. After pondering for a while, he let out a sigh and nodded, saying, "All right then, let's send someone to inquire at Wu's family first." This answer secretly relieved Zhou Ming and the other elder. Following this, Zhou Chun gave an order, and Su Fu, the golden core elder of the Zhou family, personally went to Wu Yazhu's family with his handwritten letter to investigate. Less than 2 months later, Zhou Chun received an answer that left him unsure whether to be happy or disappointed. According to the information provided by the Wu family, Wu Yazhu's soul tablet was intact. This meant that she was at least safe for now. However, whether she had chosen to separate from Zhou Yuanlian or had been captured alive remained unknown. Unable to risk traveling to the Yuanmo realm himself, Zhou Chun could only continue to wait. Wu Yazhu must now know about Zhou Yuanlian's demise. If she hadn't been captured, she would likely try to return to the Xianling realm to report to the Zhou family. Then Zhou Chun would know how Zhou Yuanlian had fallen and who the culprit was. As for Zhou Yuanlian's death, the Zhou family did not publicize it. Firstly, for the Zhou family, which was on the rise, making this public would only be harmful. Secondly, it was for the sake of the family's overall interests. The existence of a golden core stage poison cultivator like Zhou Yuanlian actually had a considerable deterrent effect on external forces. Therefore, as long as it could be concealed, it was best to keep it hidden. Perhaps it was a case of losing one thing and gaining another. Less than 2 years after Zhou Yuanlian's incident, Zhou Ziqian, who had failed in the family's competition for a core formation artifact, returned as a golden core cultivator. This caused quite a stir within the Zhou family, and even Zhou Chun emerged from seclusion to receive this junior. "Excellent, excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. To achieve core formation without family support, Ziqian, you are the first among all the golden core cultivators in our Zhou family." Truly ambitious. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun looked at the imposing middle-aged man in black before him, smiling with satisfaction as he praised him repeatedly. He hadn't initially been very optimistic about this junior, as the path he had chosen was inherently difficult. But now it seemed that sometimes, some people need a difficult path to spur them on. As the saying goes, jade must be carved to become a vessel. Zhou Ziqian's success perfectly exemplified this. Faced with Zhou Chun's praise, Zhou Ziqian bowed slightly, neither servile nor arrogant, and said, "I owe my achievements today to the guidance and assistance of the clan leader. I will never forget the clan leader's kindness. Hey, we're all family. What's with the talk of gratitude? Your achievements today are the best way to repay me." Zhou Chun waved his hand, his tone full of encouragement, his affection overflowing. He hadn't thought much of Zhou Ziqian before because he felt the path the other had chosen was fraught with difficulties, potentially wasting his talent and making it difficult for him to achieve great things. But now it was different. Zhou Ziqian had successfully formed his core, fully realizing his potential, and would become a powerful warrior for the Zhou family in the future. As the clan leader, Zhou Chun naturally wanted to win over and befriend such an outstanding junior. The key is that, given his status and cultivation level, doing so wouldn't appear snobbish, it would only make the younger generation happy, feeling that their hard work and struggle had been worthwhile and recognized. For example, Zhou Ziqian, upon hearing Zhou Chun's affectionate words as an elder, couldn't hide his excitement and joy, and quickly replied respectfully, "The clan leader is right. I was being too polite. I will certainly remember the clan leader's teachings from now on." "That's right, we're all family, there's no need to be so formal." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then raised his hand, and a stream of dark purple light flew out from the treasure room deep within the cave, landing in his hand and manifesting as a dark purple flying sword. This mysterious ink sword is a spoil of war I acquired previously. Although it's only a mid-grade magic weapon, its materials are extraordinary. It's forged from ink radiant stone, mixed with purple star copper, and it should suit you very well. He introduced the origin of the flying sword in his hand, then gently tossed it to the junior before him. Consider this my gift to you as a core formation cultivator. I hope that in the future you will use this sword to bravely fight for the family and bring glory to our clan. Zhou gaze had been fixed on the mysterious ink sword ever since he took it out. Now, seeing him toss the flying sword, he immediately reached out and caught it reflexively. After he finished speaking, the man bowed deeply, holding the flying sword in both hands, and said, "Thank you for bestowing this sword, clan chief. I will certainly live up to your expectations and wield this 3-foot sword to slay all invading enemies." With these words of flattery and the gift of a magical flying sword, clearly demonstrating his higher regard for Zhou Chun, he politely dismissed the junior. Zhou Daoai, understanding his intentions, held a grand golden core celebration for Zhou to show his respect and as compensation for his previous failure in the competition for the core formation treasure. At the same time, Zhou's success undoubtedly served as an inspiration to other younger cultivators in the Zhou family. Even if they failed in the competition for core formation treasures within the family in the future, they might not necessarily give up on their goal of forming their own cores. They could perhaps follow in their predecessors' footsteps and seek other opportunities elsewhere. More importantly, after Zhou achieved core formation, some cultivators in the Zhou family who loved the sword path but harbored doubts and concerns about it could finally make up their minds and choose their future path according to their inner desires. He thus fulfilled Zhou Chun's initial expectations of him, carving out a unique path within the existing Zhou family tradition and establishing the Zhou family's sword path inheritance. 3 years after Zhou's successful core formation and return, Nanguang Wuking also visited the Zhou family. After years of searching, he hadn't found a Zhengjin spiritual item sufficient to exchange for the longevity grass, but he had found a crucial auxiliary ingredient needed by Zhou Chun to refine the purple flower crimson pearl pill, the very last missing ingredient. Thus, even with the addition of a 1,000-year-old precious herb, Zhou Chun, considering their friendship, still exchanged the remaining longevity grass, over 3,000 years old, for him. In this way, Zhou Chun only had 2 longevity grasses over 5,000 years old left to refine the Jiazi longevity pill. However, having gathered all the ingredients for the purple flower crimson pearl pill, he clearly had even higher expectations. Unfortunately, the purple flower crimson pearl pill was even more difficult to refine than the longevity pill, and with only one set of ingredients, Luo Qingni dared not attempt to refine it for the time being. Therefore, Zhou Chun might have to wait many years before he had the opportunity to test the efficacy of the purple flower crimson pearl pill. Moonwheel Sect Mountain Gate. On this day, True Person Baiyu arrived at True Person Yanayu's cave with a joyful expression, carrying newly acquired intelligence. "Elder, look! This is the result of Elder Guo's personal investigation. It's now confirmed that the Zhou family does indeed control a secret waterway leading directly to Dragon Abyss Marsh, and they've been operating deep in the wilderness for many years, establishing multiple strongholds. In this way, all the intelligence we learned before can be verified, and the reason for the Zhou family's rapid development over the years has been revealed. Moreover, according to Elder Guo's investigation, the Zhou family's cooperation with the scaled frog race has never ceased. Now, most of the scaled frog race along the Dragon Abyss Marsh have become vassals of the Zhou family, collecting rare treasures from the marsh's waters for them." Inside the cave, True Person Baiyu vigorously waved the intelligence jade slip in his hand, speaking its contents with excitement. These words moved True Person Yanayu deeply, a chilling glint appearing in his eyes. He immediately clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good, very good, I knew it. How could a small family like the Zhou family, with such shallow foundations, maintain such high welfare and encourage births within the clan for so many years, even though they occupy the Azure Lotus mountain range? So this is the reason they became rich. Well done, Zhou family. Well done, Zhou's Hengchen. They've kept it well hidden." Seeing this, True Person Silver Moon also said at the right time, "According to intelligence, the Zhou family should have discovered that underground waterway long ago. The reason they were able to know about the beast tide several times in advance was probably because their people there reported it beforehand. Moreover, according to the intelligence we've unearthed, we can confirm one thing. The Zhou family did indeed secretly capture many rogue cultivators and send them to the wilderness to mine for them. And over the years, they've been collecting mortals with spiritual root aptitude and sending them there to train as servants and assassins to help them develop the wilderness. Even now, many of the cultivators in those wilderness areas are descendants of those people. Hearing these words, True Person Silver Moon's eyes flashed with a strange light. After a moment, Silver Moon True Person shook his head slightly and said, "If we want to bring down the Zhou family from this angle, it's impossible. They're too powerful to control now, and so much time has passed since the events of that year. Even if those involved aren't all dead, they've risen to high-ranking positions in the Zhou family and won't come forward to testify. Besides, even if we confirm this, it won't actually harm them much, except for some damage to the Zhou family's reputation." Upon hearing this, Moon Worship True Person frowned slightly and then said, "Then how about starting with the scaled frog alien race? Colluding with alien races is a major taboo and a serious crime. If this is exposed, it should be enough to make the Zhou family suffer greatly, if not completely destroyed. No, the scaled frog alien race doesn't even have a single fourth-tier being. Such a small alien race is not even worth the attention of our human race's various factions. If we announce this news, the Zhou family can still refute it by saying that they enslaved such a small alien race, further boosting their power." Silver Moon True Person shook his head again, rejecting Moon Worship True Person's suggestion. Then, his expression turned serious. And he looked at Master Baiyu with a solemn expression, saying, "Here's what we'll do. Take my token and contact the leaders of the sect's branches outside the sect. Have them travel through that underground waterway to the wilderness, wipe out the Zhou family's strongholds there, and try to bring back some of the Zhou family's trained assassins and servants. Have these people spread rumors about the Zhou family's atrocities." He then whispered a warning, "Remember one thing, regardless of whether this operation succeeds or fails, you must not reveal the existence of our sect." "Yes, this junior knows what to do." Master Baiyu's heart tightened, and he immediately agreed solemnly. Chapter 717 The Ice Silkworm Unleashes Its Power. In the cultivation world, any major sect with a history spanning thousands of years will plan ahead, taking advantage of its prosperity to send loyal disciples to feign death and establish branch sects and hidden branches. The cultivators of these branch sects mostly practice different techniques and secret arts than the main sect, to avoid any association. Often, apart from a few core members, the rest of the branch sect members are unaware that their sect is actually a branch of a larger sect. Meanwhile, to ensure the smooth development of the branch sects and prevent them from growing too powerful and threatening the main sect, the main sect will both support and suppress them. For example, when a branch sect faces difficulties, the main sect will secretly provide resources or even send eligible children to it. And when a branch sect produces exceptionally talented disciples, they will be recruited into the main sect to prevent the branch sect from becoming too powerful. As for hidden branches, as the name suggests, they are extremely secretive branch sects. This branch lineage is often passed down through a single lineage or only a few individuals. Their cultivation resources depend entirely on the main sect's support, and they also cultivate the sect's techniques and supernatural abilities. They are crucial branches capable of reconnecting with the main sect's lineage when necessary. For example, several branches of the Kinglian Temple were wiped out by Zhou Chun. However, the Kinglian Temple's most important inherited spiritual treasure, the Kinglian Calamity Armor, has remained missing, most likely hidden and preserved by a disciple of a hidden branch. A powerful and long-established sect like the Moonwheel sect would undoubtedly cultivate even more branches in secret. As the leader of the Moonwheel sect, Master Baiyu is one of the few within the sect who knows how to contact the cultivators of those branch lines. Upon receiving instructions from Master Yinayu, he immediately summoned a trusted confidant and handed him several handwritten letters, instructing him to deliver them to the heads of the branch lines. These handwritten letters are protected by special seals, and only the heads of those branch lines know how to unlock them correctly. Soon after, several leaders of the Moonwheel sect's branch, who had received messages from Master Baiyu, quietly led their best members into Jing Kingdom and met up in a desolate area of Lanzhou. These people had been strangers to each other before, but upon meeting and comparing their tokens, they realized that the others were also cultivators from Moonwheel sect branches. "Senior Brother Hongai, your cultivation is the highest. Please lead the group. We will all follow your orders." A horse-faced old man with early golden core cultivation fawned over another red-robed old man in the wilderness. Although both were leaders of Moonwheel sect branches, The difference between the early Golden Core cultivator and the late Golden Core cultivator was vast. The latter could speak with equal confidence even before Master Bayu, the sect leader. Moreover, their lineage had suffered misfortune for the past 1,000 years. His successful core formation was largely due to the sect's tireless assistance. Now, among the younger generation, there seemed to be no one capable of succeeding him, which made him even less confident. Junior Brother Song, you're too kind. We're all serving the sect as long as we complete the tasks assigned by the sect. It doesn't matter who's in command, the red-robed elder replied calmly, showing little reaction to the horse-faced elder's flattery. Admittedly, with his cultivation level, he could easily withstand the horse-faced elder's obsequious flattery. However, the horse-faced elder was, after all, a fellow lineage leader, and theoretically, their status was equal. If he truly treated the elder as a subordinate, it was hard to say what the sect leader, Master Bayu, would think, or Master Yunai would think. Therefore, even though he appreciated the horse-faced elder's words, he couldn't utter anything that would give others grounds for criticism. Besides the red-robed elder and the horse-faced elder, another woman in blue was also present. She was also a branch leader with a mid-stage Golden Core cultivation. These three, along with their several capable disciples, were all the branch members the Moonwheel sect had summoned to cause trouble. After some polite discussion, the three, led by the red-robed elder Red Leaf Hermit, and a dozen or so people, followed the map and headed towards the entrance of the underground waterway. The underground river leading directly from Lanzhou to Longyuan's certainly didn't only have the pool discovered by the Zhou family as its entrance. In fact, after hundreds of years of excavation and exploration, the Zhou family alone had discovered several waterways leading directly to the underground river within Lanzhou. The Moonwheel sect, relying on intelligence provided by spies, and with the exploration and excavation of Golden Core cultivators, had reopened a secret entrance directly to the underground river. At this moment, Red Leaf Hermit and his group entered the underground river through this secret entrance and then went downstream towards Longyuan's. Among the group, the woman in blue cultivated water attribute techniques. She piloted a water-splitting flying boat, carrying everyone on a swift journey, arriving at Dragon Abyss in less than half a day. Then, Red Leaf Hermit used a 1,000-mile communication talisman to contact the Moonwheel sect elder lurking in the area. Under the elder's guidance, they directly located the Zhou family's Jade Mountain stronghold. After bringing them there, the Moonwheel sect elder separated from Red Leaf Hermit's group. Red Leaf Hermit and the others then launched a fierce attack on the Jade Mountain stronghold. To date, the Zhou family has deployed 200 to 300 people in the wilderness. The vast majority of them have lived and grown up there, practically considering it their home. However, while the number is considerable, the majority are key refining cultivators. There are fewer than 10 foundation establishment cultivators, and only one purple mansion cultivator. Previously, before Zhou Yuanlian ventured into the Yuan Demon Realm, there were Golden Core cultivators stationed there. Now, only one purple mansion stage cultivator remains to shoulder the burden. This is partly due to the Zhou family's growing influence, making it difficult for Golden Core stage elders to intervene, and also because Zhou Chun's avatar is cultivating within the ice cave. At this moment, the stronghold is suddenly besieged by Red Leaf Hermit and his group, and the protective array quickly begins to shake violently. Because there has never been a particularly outstanding array master. The protective array of Kiu Mountain Stronghold has not been strengthened over the years. Under normal circumstances, it can withstand attacks from 2 or 3 early Golden Core stage cultivators, or 1 or 2 4th-tier demonic beasts, without much problem. However, there are now 3 Golden Core stage cultivators besieging the stronghold, including 1 late-stage Golden Core cultivator and 1 mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. This level of attack exceeds the protective array's capacity. Therefore, when Zhou Yuanlian, the Purple Mansion stage cultivator of the Zhou family stationed at Kiu Mountain Stronghold, realizes the enemy's strength, he hurriedly orders all the cultivators in the stronghold to assist him in maintaining the array at various array bases, while also quickly activating the long-distance communication talisman left behind by Zhou Chun's avatar. To prevent the communication talismans from being intercepted, and also to demonstrate the urgency of the situation, he specifically activated all 3 of his long-distance communication talismans from 3 different directions. However, he himself felt somewhat hopeless about the arrival of reinforcements. Given his status, he wasn't even qualified to know who he was calling for help from. When the previous garrison cultivator handed him the communication talismans, He only said that after activating them, a powerful elder from the family would arrive as quickly as possible. But given the formidable strength displayed by the enemy outside the stronghold, the protective array probably wouldn't last even an hour. Despite this, he still dutifully shouted in a deep voice, "Listen up, everyone. The enemy is powerful. Without the protection of our stronghold, even if you manage to escape after the stronghold falls, you will certainly struggle to survive in the wilderness. Therefore, put away any thoughts you shouldn't have and work together to overcome this calamity. That's the best course of action, and don't panic. I've already requested reinforcements from the family elders, and they will arrive to rescue you soon." He knew that many of the cultivators trapped in the stronghold harbored resentment towards the Zhou family. If he didn't explain the situation clearly to them now, their foolish actions would only lead to their downfall. Regardless of whether Zhou Yuanliang's words had any effect, Hongai Sanren and the others immediately felt a sense of urgency upon seeing the flame of the 1,000-mile communication talisman fly out from the stronghold. After all, the Zhou family was now incredibly powerful, with top experts surpassing even their own sect. They didn't even dare to openly suppress the Zhou family anymore, and could only secretly send their branch cultivators to sabotage the Zhou family's assets and resources. If the message talisman was sent and received by Zhou Chun, the Zhou family patriarch, it wouldn't take long for a nascent soul cultivator to arrive from Jingguo. And if they couldn't break through the stronghold and retreat in time, they might all perish in the wilderness. Therefore, Hongai Sanren also quickly transmitted his voice to everyone with a serious expression and shouted, "Stop being stingy. Use whatever tricks you have. Whatever we use today, our sect will naturally make up for it tenfold later." After speaking, he took out 2 fourth-order magic talismans and activated them one after another, launching them at the protective array of the Kiu Mountain stronghold. Inspired by his lead, the horse-faced old man and the woman in blue also took out magic talismans and intensified their attack. Inside the stronghold, Zhou Yuanliang's face turned pale when he saw this scene. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart, and his eyes were filled with despair. Meanwhile, the 1,000-mile communication talisman sent out by Zhou Yuanliang quickly reached Zhou Chun's avatar. After reading the contents of the talismans, Zhou Chun's main body, far away in the Azure Lotus Mountains, quickly learned of the attack on the Kiu Mountain stronghold by human cultivators. How dare they? Inside his cave, Zhou Chun's face darkened, his heart filled with rage. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately ordered his avatar to rush to the Kiu Mountain stronghold for rescue at top speed. The ice cave that housed the Ice Moon Toad was not far from the Kiu Mountain stronghold. At Zhou Chun's avatar's speed, it would only take half an hour to reach it at full speed. Therefore, when his avatar arrived near the Kiu Mountain stronghold, the stronghold's protective array had not yet completely broken. The arrival of his avatar also quickly attracted the attention of Red Leaf Hermit. Not good. The newcomer is a late-stage golden core cultivator. Relying on his experience and knowledge, Hongai Sanren didn't need to use his divine sense to detect the speed and momentum of the white escape light. He immediately discerned the approximate cultivation level of the newcomer and issued a warning with a drastically changed expression. Hearing his warning, the others' expressions also changed drastically, realizing that they were in deep trouble. Hongai Sanren might be able to hold off a late-stage golden core cultivator for a while. But everyone knew that the Zhou family was renowned for its beast-taming techniques. Who knew if this unidentified late-stage golden core cultivator possessed a 4th-tier demonic beast spirit pet? The situation didn't allow them time to think further, and Zhou Chun quickly flew to the battlefield in his avatar. He didn't bother to waste words with Hongai Sanren and the others, and simply raised his hand and patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. 4 4-winged, 6-winged ice silkworms flew out simultaneously, transforming into 4 almost invisible white phantoms that pounced on the enemy. These 4 6-winged ice silkworms, nurtured by Zhou Chun for many years, are now very close to maturity. It's estimated that after one more molt, they will grow 6 wings and evolve into their complete forms. Therefore, to accelerate their maturation and enhance his avatar's combat capabilities, Zhou Chun had his avatar bring them to the ice cave for cultivation. Currently, half of the frost bee swarm in the ice cave has already entered their bellies. Each of these insects possesses strength exceeding that of an ordinary low-grade 4th-tier demonic beast. What's terrifying is that their current opponents are unaware of their power. At this moment, whether it's the red leaf hermit, the horse-faced old man, or the blue-clad woman, their main attention is focused on Zhou Chun's avatar. While they are also paying attention to these 4 strange insects, they don't take them too seriously. After all, the aura emanating from them is still somewhat inferior to that of 4th-tier demonic beasts. This deceptive nature means that none of them particularly value the transparent ice silk spewed from the mouths of the 4 6-winged ice silkworms, simply activating their magical treasures and artifacts to protect themselves. Thus, the disciples at the Purple Mansion stage brought by the group became the first victims. The transparent ice silk swung rapidly through the air, effortlessly slicing through 3rd-tier magic weapons and even talismans in two, as easily as cutting through mud. Whether it was a flame shield or a rock shield, they all instantly disintegrated when twisted by the transparent ice silk. In the blink of an eye, 4 Purple Mansion stage cultivators were torn in two by the ice silk. Even more terrifying, no blood flowed from their wounds, because the extreme cold attached to the ice silk had frozen the wounds while severing their bodies. Hiss! What kind of demonic insect is this? How can it be so terrifying? The horse-faced old man gasped, his expression changing drastically as he exclaimed in shock. He then hurriedly activated a cyan bronze bell magic treasure to protect himself, no longer daring to underestimate it. But the most enraged was Red Leaf Hermit. Because among the Purple Mansion stage cultivators who had just died was one of his beloved disciples. "You beast, you're courting death," he roared, spewing out a ball of crimson true fire that transformed into a crimson firebird that swooped down on a 6-winged ice silkworm. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's avatar coldly retorted, "You're the ones who deserve to die." With that, he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of white ice light, which extinguished the crimson firebird almost instantly. Simultaneously, 9 invisible ice needles flew from his sleeve, silently piercing the 3 golden core cultivators. He didn't even bother to ask where they came from, he only wanted to eliminate them first. Chapter 718 Zhou Chun's Demand. Aside from a brief appearance in Wu'Ying Kingdom, Zhou Chun's avatar had not yet made a public appearance. The major powers in Wu'Ying Kingdom, of course, wouldn't come specifically to inform the Moonwheel Sect of these matters. Crucially, the Moonwheel Sect's own intelligence, relayed through spies, confirmed that there were no golden core cultivators stationed at the Kiu Mountain stronghold. Therefore, their contingency plan was that if the Kiu Mountain stronghold were attacked, at most a golden core elder from the Zhou family or a 4th-tier demonic beast might come to its aid. In that case, with Hongai Sanren's strength, there was no need to worry too much. Even Yanayu's Henrin hadn't imagined that Zhou Chun actually had an avatar remaining in the wilderness to cultivate in seclusion, and that he could remotely control the avatar from thousands of miles away to provide support to the Kiu Mountain stronghold at any time. Even he couldn't do that. Misled by this information gap and cognitive dissonance, the tragedy of Hongai Sanren and the others was essentially predetermined from the start. At this moment, with Zhou Chun personally taking action, the horse-faced old man and the woman in blue were both powerless to resist and were quickly pierced by invisible ice needles, their bodies erupting with cold poison and plunging them into danger. Only Hongai Sanren barely managed to block a few invisible ice needles aimed at him, still struggling desperately to resist Zhou Chun's attacks. With the 3 golden core cultivators unable to help, how could the remaining Purple Mansion cultivators withstand the attacks of the 6-winged ice silkworms? They immediately followed in the footsteps of the previous 4. After killing those Purple Mansion cultivators, the 4, 6-winged ice silkworms seemed to have awakened their ferocity, even trying to help Zhou Chun attack Hongai Sanren. This prompted Zhou Chun to quickly activate his insect-repelling technique to suppress them, putting them into his spirit beast pouch. He had painstakingly cultivated these demonic insects to this point, and he didn't want anything to happen to them just as they were about to reach maturity. Hongai Sanren was, after all, a late-stage golden core cultivator, and it was hard to say how strong a counterattack he would unleash in a life-or-death situation. The 6-winged ice silkworm, not yet fully evolved, might not be able to withstand such a counterattack. As it turned out, Zhou Chun's worries were well-founded. After a fierce battle with his avatar for a while, Hongai Sanren first tried to escape, but finding it difficult to break free from his attacks, he decisively used the disparate technique. Even a nascent soul cultivator avatar had to take a late-stage golden core cultivator's desperate technique seriously. Of course, it was only a slight concern. The difference in strength and methods between the two couldn't be bridged by a single disparate technique. Hongai Sanren didn't even possess a single top-grade magic weapon. After a dozen or so exchanges, Zhou Chun's avatar suddenly unleashed a powerful ice attribute divine ability, creating a fist-sized teardrop-shaped ice crystal that shot towards Hongai Sanran. At this moment, Hongai Sanran, through burning his lifespan and divine soul, was still superior to Zhou Chun's avatar in terms of sheer magical power. The key was that he was determined to fight to the death, often willing to trade blows with Zhou Chun, which forced Zhou Chun to be more cautious. Seeing the ice crystal hurtling towards him, although he knew not to judge a book by its cover and underestimate such an attack, he still didn't take it seriously enough. He simply channeled his magic to create a crimson firebird that swooped down on the ice crystal, then used several magical treasures to launch a counterattack against Zhou Chun. Unexpectedly, after the ice crystal collided with a crimson firebird in midair, the firebird was pierced through and shattered. After piercing the firebird, the ice crystal then fell into the crimson fire cloud that Hongai Sanran had used for protection. This crimson fire cloud was easily pierced and shattered, revealing a large gap. Hongai Sanran finally realized the danger, but it was too late to take any further action. He barely managed to exhale a ball of true fire towards the ice crystal, only to watch helplessly as it suddenly exploded, transforming into a white, frigid aura that engulfed and froze him, his consciousness plunging into eternal darkness. After killing Red Leaf Hermit with a single strike, Zhou Chun rushed to the other two golden core cultivators who were nearly killed by the cold poison, and he neutralized the poison within their bodies. This wasn't out of kindness or a desire to spare their lives, he simply wanted them alive to interrogate them about their origins. After neutralizing the poison, he sealed their cultivation. Then, he sternly shouted at Zhou Yuanlian, who was still staring in disbelief inside the Jade Mountain stronghold, "What are you all still standing there for? Open the formation and let me in." Hearing this, Zhou Yuanlian snapped out of his daze. After a slight hesitation, the man mustered his courage and said loudly, "Senior, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. But could you please tell me about your relationship with the Zhou family? I don't recall ever seeing you in the family before." Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he nodded with satisfaction, saying, "You're quite good, Junior. Even in this situation, you still remember the family rules. You haven't let the family down." He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a token, and tossed it towards the stronghold, saying, "This should prove my identity, right?" Inside the stronghold, Zhou Yuanlian examined the token and his expression quickly changed. His gaze towards Zhou Chun was filled with astonishment and suspicion. He could now confirm that the token in his hand was a Zhou family elder's token. This type of token was specially made by the Zhou family, and only core family members possessed the ability to recognize it. Even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family didn't know its material or the mysteries it contained. However, this was the first time Zhou Yuanlian had learned that the Zhou family had an elder named Zhou Yun. After a brief hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and activated the protective array. He then respectfully presented the elder's token to Zhou Chun in person, bowing deeply and saying, "Junior Zhou Yuanlian greets Elder. Elder, we and all the cultivators at the Kiu Mountain Stronghold are deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. Get up. Clean up those corpses outside. I still need to interrogate these two thieves." Zhou Chun waved his hand, retrieved the elder's token, and led the two prisoners directly to the garrison cultivator's cave at the Kiu Mountain Stronghold. With the protective array fully activated, he couldn't easily enter the stronghold. However, once inside, he knew how to remove the restrictions to enter the cave specifically for golden core cultivators, so Zhou Yuanlian didn't need to open the door for him. After entering the cave, Zhou Chun put down the two prisoners and immediately began the soul search. By now, Zhou Chun's Tai two-part divine technique had reached the second level of mastery, theoretically allowing him to consider transforming into a second nascent soul. Coupled with his powerful nascent soul cultivator's divine soul essence, searching the souls of two golden core cultivators would be effortless. However, as expected, something unexpected happened. When he searched the souls of the two golden core cultivators, he easily discovered that both had been placed with highly sophisticated restrictions. Only a nascent soul cultivator could set such restrictions, indicating that the two were of extraordinary origin. Zhou Chun now had a general idea of their background. It was simply the Moon Wheel Sect or the Flame Sun Sect causing trouble behind the scenes. The fact that these two sects were able to discover the secrets of the wilderness lands clearly showed their deep infiltration of the Zhou family. It should be noted that the wilderness lands were now largely self-sufficient in terms of population. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of mortals there, and the number of cultivators produced from among them was considerable. Furthermore, The Zhou family encouraged cultivators to have offspring, meaning that the number of key refining cultivators here no longer needed to be replenished from Jing Kingdom's mainland. Naturally, ordinary Zhou family cultivators would no longer have the opportunity to train here. Therefore, the number of people who could leak detailed information to outsiders was relatively small. By further investigating the people who had traveled between the two places in recent years, finding the spy shouldn't be too difficult. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he immediately woke up the two people on the ground. Then, he coldly looked at the two and said, "I know that since you were sent to do this, you must be extremely loyal to the forces behind you. I guess the news of your failed operation has already spread. However, if you are willing to reveal which force is behind you, I don't mind giving you a quick death." Hearing his words, the horse-faced old man and the woman in blue exchanged a glance. Then, the woman in blue spoke first. "It is indeed beyond our expectations that such a powerful person as you is guarding this place. This time, our defeat is not unjust, but if you want to know our origins, you should give up that idea. We will never reveal any secrets." Before she finished speaking, Zhou Chun suddenly made a move and directly beheaded her. Then, Zhou Chun made her hand seal and cast a spell, preparing to extract her soul. But the restrictions in the woman in blue's soul were more sophisticated than he had imagined. As the woman in blue's body perished, the restrictions collapsed on their own, annihilating her soul. The horse-faced old man, his face splattered with blood, couldn't hide the fear in his eyes, but remained silent. Just then, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with a sharp light. And he suddenly exclaimed with realization, "I understand. You are from the Moonwheel Sect." Only a long-established sect like the Moonwheel Sect could possess such a profound and mysterious soul-binding technique. Upon hearing this, the horse-faced old man's pupils contracted, and his expression subtly changed. These slight changes were enough for Zhou Chun to confirm his guess. He immediately let out a heavy snort and said, "HMPH, that old bastard Silver Moon is still determined to destroy my Zhou family. It seems I was too weak before, making him think I wouldn't dare to turn against him." Upon hearing this, the horse-faced old man's expression instantly changed. His eyes filled with fear as he stared at him and exclaimed in shock, You are pure Jun's Henren Zhou's Hengchen. Among the entire Zhou family, only Zhou's Hengchen dared to speak of Silver Moon's Henren in such a tone. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the horse-faced old man could guess his identity from his words. He had no reason to deny it, and simply glanced at the horse-faced old man, saying, "Since you know this, do you want to live?" Defeated by a nascent soul-stage cultivator, Guo and the others died without injustice. The horse-faced old man muttered to himself, then closed his eyes. Seeing this, Zhou's Hengchen understood his meaning and casually struck him, ending his life. After annihilating the invading enemies, Zhou Chun fell into deep thought. For him and the Zhou family, eliminating the invaders only temporarily secured the Kiu Mountain stronghold. A secret is a secret precisely because it remains unknown to outsiders. Now that the underground waterways and the wilderness stronghold have been exposed, the enemy will naturally have plenty of ways to continue their sabotage. Therefore, Zhou Chun's current priority is whether to temporarily close the wilderness stronghold and withdraw his forces back to the family. This decision is not easy. Even now, the income from the wilderness stronghold is still considerable. Closing the stronghold would significantly reduce the family's income, and the withdrawn cultivators would be difficult to manage. Furthermore, besides its economic value, the wilderness stronghold also holds significant strategic value. If the Longyuan's demon race truly intends to attack the human cultivation world, this is the place where they will gather their beast hordes, and the Zhou family will be among the first to receive intelligence. It seems I must pay a visit to fellow Taoist Zhuanzun. On Azure Lotus Peak, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he already had a plan in mind. Since the secret of the underground waterway had been discovered by the Moonwheel Sect, and he couldn't possibly destroy the Moonwheel Sect now, the only way to maintain the Zhou family's interests in the wilderness was to force the Moonwheel Sect to give up through external pressure. With this in mind, Zhou Chun immediately set off for the True Profound Sect, where true Taoist Zhuanzhen resided. He moved extremely fast, arriving near the True Profound Sect's mountain gate in no time, and directly sent a message to true Taoist Zhuanzhen himself. True Taoist Zhuanzhen also gave him face, quickly coming out to meet him outside. In short, that's the situation. True Taoist Silver Moon and the Moonwheel Sect must give me a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Otherwise don't blame me for disregarding the overall situation and completely breaking ties with him. On a mountain peak, after meeting true Taoist Zhuan Chun, Zhou Chun didn't embellish anything and directly told the truth about what had happened not long ago. After listening to his account, Master Zhuan Chun immediately looked at him and comforted him. Fellow Taoist Zhou, I understand your anger. However, you say that fellow Taoist Yinai was behind this, but you have no direct evidence to prove it. Of course, I have no intention of protecting fellow Taoist Yinai. I just want to say that if you use this as a reason to target the Moonwheel sect, it is morally untenable. This answer certainly did not satisfy Zhou Chun. Upon hearing this, he immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, I came to discuss this matter with you first because I respect fellow Taoist Zhuan Chun. If you find this matter difficult and do not wish to get involved, I can only retaliate against the Moonwheel sect and kind. I believe they will definitely not be able to find any evidence that I took action. As soon as these words were spoken, Master Zhuan Chun was indeed no longer calm and couldn't help but look at him and ask, then what do you want me to do? Fellow Taoist Zhou, my request is simple, make that old scoundrel Yin Yu swear before me and fellow Taoist Zhuan Chun that the Moonwheel sect will no longer openly or secretly tamper with the Zhou family's stronghold in that underground waterway and the wilderness, otherwise it will be considered a full-scale declaration of war against the Zhou family, Zhou Chun replied in a low voice. Chapter 719 The intent to kill arises. As the saying goes, fortune's wheel turns. Back then, true person Silver Moon couldn't control Zhou Chun himself, so he went to great lengths to bring in true person Zhuan Chun, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, to force Zhou Chun to abandon his power grab. Now, Zhou Chun is following suit, directly pressuring true person Zhuan Chun to warn the Moonwheel sect on his behalf. True person Zhuan Chun is quite troubled by Zhou Chun's strong demands. He helped the Moonwheel sect pressure Zhou Chun because he owed them a favor. Although he eventually repaid the favor, he undoubtedly dragged himself into the power struggle among the major forces of Jing Kingdom. Now, he wants to simply walk away, but that's not so easy. Today, he could ignore Zhou Chun's demands and remain a bystander. But the consequence would be complete chaos in Jing Kingdom, and even the possible fall of nascent soul cultivators. He would then have to intervene to clean up the mess, and the situation would only be more complicated and difficult to manage. Therefore, he can't easily extricate himself from this matter. Fellow Taoist Zhuan Chun, I have a legitimate reason for asking you to intervene in this matter. The existence of that underground waterway is a double-edged sword. If the commotion caused by our Zhou family and the Moonwheel sect is too great, and the Dragon Abyss Demon clan learns of its existence, it could become a quick passage for the demons to attack if a war breaks out between the two races. Furthermore, if our Zhou family maintains a stronghold in the wilderness, we can better monitor the movements of the Dragon Abyss Demon clan and provide timely warnings to our rear. Seeing that Zhuan Chun's Henren remained silent, seemingly unable to make a decision, Zhou Chun offered him another reason to intervene, providing a way out. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Zhuan Chun's Henren finally made up his mind. Alright, I will accompany you, fellow Taoist Zhou, to Jing Kingdom and discuss the matter with fellow Taoist Yinai. After making this decision, the two headed to Jing Kingdom together. However, even with Zhuan Chun's Henren accompanying him, the cautious Zhou Chun still did not set foot within 1,000 miles of the Moonwheel sect's mountain gate. He simply told Master Zhuan Chun to go and discuss the matter with Master Yinai first. Master Yinai seemed surprised that Zhou Chun would retaliate by bringing Master Zhuan Chun to pressure him. When he learned of Master Zhuan Chun's intentions, his face instantly darkened. He looked at Master Zhuan Chun with a grim expression and said, if I don't agree to your mediation, will you attack me in our sect? That's unlikely, Master Zhuan Chun said gravely. However, if you're rational, Master Yinai, you should know that once a real fight breaks out, unless Master Zhou risks his life to come near your Moonwheel sect's mountain gate, you simply cannot defeat him outside, Master Zhuan Chun added gravely. Therefore, I advise you not to act rashly and let things escalate to a irreconcilable point. These words were true, but the truth is often the most hurtful. Master Yinai's face darkened further, and he remained silent, his expression turning ashen. In truth, after the soul tablets of Hongai Sanren and the others shattered, Yinai's Henren knew that the operation against the Zhou family had failed. Although he was quite disappointed, he still felt there would be other opportunities for revenge later. For example, he could reveal the existence of the Zhou family's strongholds to the Longyuan's demon race, who would then naturally help destroy them. However, he never expected that Zhou Chun would actually go to Zhuan Chun's Henren to confess this matter and persuade Zhuan Chun's Henren to come and pressure him. Facing Zhou Chun's threatening and warning words, one can imagine how terrible he felt. He didn't want to compromise, but he had taken the initiative to seek Zhou Chun's help in negotiating peace with the Zhou family. If he refused now, wouldn't the favor he had done be wasted? If I had known this would happen, I should have directly leaked the information to the demon race, he thought with deep regret. Unfortunately, there's no going back, it was too late for regrets now. After much deliberation, he finally sighed and said, so be it. Since fellow Taoist Zhou Chun has intervened, I must give him face. He then looked at Zhou Chun's with a serious expression and said, I can assure you, I will not tamper with the Zhou family's stronghold in the wilderness or that underground waterway again. Very good. I hope fellow Taoist Yin can keep his word. Some things are better left unsaid. One wrong step could bring irreparable destruction to yourself and your sect. Zhou Chun's nodded first, then looked at him meaningfully and gave him a warning. Some things don't need to be said too explicitly, those who have lived for thousands of years understand. Just as Yin Yu's didn't try to deny that he had sent Huangai Sanren and the others, he simply wouldn't admit that they were related to the Moonwheel Sect, and the fact that the Moonwheel Sect could incite the demon race to target the Zhou family's stronghold was clearly known to all three parties. If they really did that, it could very well sow the seeds of future annihilation. Therefore, Master Zhou Chun warned Master Yin Yu to prevent him from acting rashly and doing something irreversible. Of course, if Master Yin Yu continued his ways after the warning, Master Zhou Chun would certainly not show mercy when the truth came out. Having received Master Yin Yu's assurance, Master Zhou Chun had given Zhou Chun a satisfactory explanation. On the other hand, after learning of Master Yin Yu's words from Master Zhou Chun didn't insist that the other swear an oath in his presence. He knew that Master Zhou Chun's intervention was already a great favor, valuing his future potential and not wanting to offend him too much because of past events. If he didn't understand this and tried to take advantage, he would only bring trouble upon himself. Whether Master Yin Yu would truly keep his promise was actually unimportant. After this incident, if the stronghold in the wilderness was attacked again, Zhou Chun would have a reason to wage war against the Moonwheel Sect, and Master Zhou Chun would definitely not interfere in the war between the two sides. After thanking Master Zhou Chun, Zhou Chun returned to his family. The Zhou family then took various measures to address the attack on their stronghold in the wilderness. First, they thoroughly investigated any internal spies. Then, they reorganized the personnel at the wilderness stronghold, no longer sending important family members there, but instead assigning some less promising clansmen to manage affairs. However, what infuriated Zhou Daowei was that the spy seemed to have received prior notification from the Moonwheel Sect and had left the Zhou family under an excuse before Red Leaf Hermit and the others departed, their whereabouts now unknown. The spy's identity was as expected, a female cultivator from the Zhou family's maternal relatives, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. This woman, using a bewitching charm, had subtly seduced her partner during their dual cultivation, causing him to reveal the secret of the wilderness stronghold. If she hadn't fled after being exposed, and if the Zhou family hadn't discovered that her partner had been affected by the charm, it would have been impossible to understand how she had learned the secret. This led Zhou Chun and Zhou Daowei to make another decision. All members of the Zhou family above the Foundation establishment stage must cultivate a secret technique for calming the mind and focusing the spirit to prevent similar incidents from happening again. 1,000 days of guarding against thieves is never enough. The best way now is for us to plant spies within the Moonwheel Sect ourselves. The few rogue cultivators the family secretly sent into the Moonwheel Sect before are now close to the Foundation establishment stage. The family can help them advance further. Inside the cave, Zhou Daowei spoke his opinion in a low voice. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, saying, "Uncle, you are right. Our Zhou family really needs to invest some resources in this area. We can't always let others plot against us, we can only passively respond." Both of them knew that spies could never be completely eradicated. Those who aren't spies now might succumb to certain temptations and become spies later. Therefore, the only solution was to increase the level of secrecy and cultivate spies in reverse. A cultivation family like the Zhou family inevitably possesses numerous in-laws, providing ample opportunity for corrupting and bribing them. Conversely, a cultivation sect like the Moonwheel Sect, which aggressively recruits disciples, makes it even easier for external forces to plant spies. The Zhou family is currently at its zenith, even surpassing the Moonwheel Sect in influence. With sufficient resources, Cultivating spies with certain status within the Moon Wheel sect wouldn't be difficult. However, Zhou Chun is well aware that these methods are underhanded and ineffective. The truly effective approach is to completely crush the Moon Wheel sect's will to resist, forcing them to cower within their sect walls forever. Indeed, Zhou Chun has already decided to kill them. The Silver Moon True Person's repeated provocations have annoyed him. He's considering eliminating the opponent first. However, the Silver Moon True Person is, after all, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, making killing him extremely difficult. Zhou Chun is still far from that level. However, if he could cultivate another spirit pet to the 5th rank, thus completing the Heavenly Annihilation 4 symbols formation composed of 4 5th-rank demon kings, he might be able to achieve this. Currently, the Golden Winged Tiger's foundation is insufficient and needs further accumulation. The only suitable candidate for cultivation might be the wood sprite, Mu Sang. Mu Sang's reserves are already sufficient, but knowing how difficult its heavenly tribulation would be, it has never attempted to undergo it. In recent years, it hasn't wasted its time, but has diligently practiced its internal energy to improve its strength. Now, with Zhou Chun's unwavering support, it has refined 16 4th rank, Heavenly Wood Dao soldiers, using 16 4th rank spirit trees. The Dao soldier formation composed of these, Heavenly Wood Dao soldiers, is enough to withstand several attacks from a nascent soul cultivator. But even with these preparations and the magical treasures provided by Zhou Chun, its chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation are still less than 50%. After all, compared to the Silver Dragon Lord and the Mountain Lord, its biggest weakness is the lack of a powerful physical body. This will put it at a great disadvantage during its tribulation. Unfortunately, its heavenly tribulation lightning is of the most powerful type. Zhou Chun hadn't urged it before, because he worried that if the Wood Spirit and Wood Mulberry failed their tribulation hastily, it would cause irreparable damage. After all, the Wood Spirit and Wood Mulberry were already bringing him and the Zhou family enormous benefits. But now, facing the complex external situation, Zhou Chun felt he needed to feel a sense of urgency and couldn't be as complacent as before. He wanted to wait out the time to improve his strength, to outlast certain opponents, but his opponents wouldn't just stand by and watch him progress. Furthermore, if a war between humans and alien races were to break out in the future, without the combat power of a Grandmaster, even a nascent soul cultivator would be in great danger. If only I could obtain the Azure Lotus Sect's inherited spiritual treasure, the Azure Lotus Tribulation Armor. As a rare defensive spiritual treasure, it would be the best tribulation crossing artifact for a spirit like Mu Sang, who lacks a physical body. With this treasure, it could increase her tribulation success rate by at least 30%. Zhou Chun sighed inwardly after carefully reviewing the methods available to the wood spirit Mu Sang for tribulation crossing, thinking of this renowned spiritual treasure. Over the years, the 3 major powers of Jing Kingdom had never given up searching for the spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, the hidden lineage successor of the Azure Lotus Sect was extremely cautious, never revealing any of the Azure Lotus Sect's methods, and it was certain that the other party was not in Jing Kingdom or the surrounding countries. This made it like searching for a needle in a haystack for the 3 major powers, yielding nothing. Zhou Chun was only thinking about it at this time. In reality, he secretly took some precious spiritual wood materials and went to the cultivation world in the far west to meet with a blazing fire true person of the Heavenly Fire Sect, entrusting him to help refine several high-grade wood attribute magic treasures. Because it lacked a physical body, the wood sprite was unable to withstand the tribulation lightning during its tribulation, and could only use magical artifacts as consumables to withstand the first and second rounds of tribulation lightning. Therefore, Zhou Chun planned to prepare more high-grade magical artifacts suitable for it, so that it could conserve its energy to deal with the more terrifying tribulation lightning later on. The fiery true man's weapon refining skills were, of course, far inferior to the late Grandmaster Yan Kang. Zhou Chun prepared enough materials to refine more than 10 high-grade magical artifacts. But he only succeeded in refining 3, 2 of which were successful only because they used 5th-order spirit wood. However, Zhou Chun had no reason to complain, as the other party's willingness to help refine weapons was already a great favor. When Zhou Chun returned to the Zhou family with his refined magical artifacts, someone he had previously paid considerable attention to was already waiting for him. This person was none other than Wu Yazhu, who had gone to the Yuanmo realm with Zhou Yuanlian. At this time, Wu Yazhu had already successfully formed her core. When she went to the Yuanmo realm with Zhou Yuanlian, Her cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. This shows that her gains in the Yuanmo realm must have been considerable. And her return from the Yuanmo realm also brought back information that Zhou Chun had been wanting to know, the truth about Zhou Yuanlian's demise. Damn it. He finally managed to chat with a local girl online during the new year, and she agreed to meet him today, but it all fizzled out. He reflected on it for a long time after coming back today. He really couldn't be too honest when chatting with girls on blind dates. He had to lie when necessary, and even if he didn't lie, he couldn't be so foolish as to tell everyone his true feelings when asked. Chapter 720 The Myriad Poison's Secret Realm, Mu Sang's Tribulation. Zhou Yuanlian's sudden demise shocked and enraged Zhou Chun and several other high-ranking members of the Zhou family. Unfortunately, due to the separation between two realms, they were powerless to do anything. However, the desire to find out the cause of her death remained in Zhou Chun's mind. Now that Wu Yazhu, who had accompanied her to the Yuanmo realm, has returned safely, the truth about her demise has been revealed. Senior, you are wise. Sister Lian perished in the Myriad Poison's secret realm set up by the Myriad Poison's true lord. She must have failed the trial left by the Myriad Poison's true lord as a successor. When Sister Lian and I traveled to the Yuanmo realm, we were well prepared, and our journey across the desolate spirit desert was relatively uneventful. We didn't encounter any fatal dangers. After arriving in the Yuanmo realm, we were extremely cautious. We first learned the local language and customs in a small town, and gathered information about the Yuanmo realm. Only after several years did we dare to show our faces and search for the next generation of the Myriad Poison's true scripture. During this time, we also clashed with some demonic cultivators in the Yuanmo realm, but Sister Lian's strength was formidable, and she never allowed any of them to gain the upper hand. Later, Sister Lian displayed remarkable skill in poison techniques during her battles with demonic cultivators, attracting the attention of poison cultivators who had also received the Myriad Poison Sect's inheritance. Through conversations with these poison cultivators, we learned of the existence of the Myriad Poison secret realm. According to those poison cultivators, the Myriad Poison secret realm was a heritage secret realm established by the Myriad Poison's true monarch. It not only contains the complete inheritance of the Myriad Poison's true scripture, but also the Myriad Poison's divine banner, a treasured heirloom. After discussing with those poison cultivators, Sister Lian used the earlier chapters of the Myriad Poison's true scripture as leverage, vowing to share the complete scripture with them intact, thus obtaining the token for entry into the Myriad Poison's secret realm. Later, Sister Lian gave me some spiritual items and a soul tablet she had obtained from the exchange, and then entered the Myriad Poison's secret realm alone to undergo the inheritance trial left by the Myriad Poison's true monarch, and I waited outside for half a year, only to receive the news that Sister Lian's soul tablet had shattered and she had perished. Inside Zhou Chun's cave, facing Zhou Chun's inquiry, Wu Yazhu slowly recounted the circumstances of Zhou Yuanlian's demise in a low voice. After hearing her account, Zhou Chun and the others remained silent for a long time. This outcome was quite different from what everyone had anticipated. Zhou Chun had previously assumed Zhou Yuanlian's demise was the work of demonic cultivators from the Yuanmo realm, but he hadn't expected her to die in the trial realm established by the late-stage nascent soul cultivator, the Myriad Poison's true monarch. This rendered the Zhou family's efforts to avenge her meaningless. What do you know about that Myriad Poison's secret realm, young friend Wu? After a long silence, Zhou Chun finally spoke, inquiring about the trial. Zhou Yuanlian's talent in poison arts was undeniable. Being the first to cultivate the Myriad Poison's true scripture and reaching the golden core stage without guidance, no one would believe she lacked such talent. The fact that such a talented golden core poison cultivator had perished in the inheritance trial was difficult for Zhou Chun to accept. After hearing his question, Wu Yazhu replied humbly, reporting to Senior, "The information I know is all from what Sister Lian relayed to me. According to Sister Lian, the Myriad Poison's secret realm was specially established by the Myriad Poison's true monarch to prevent the extinction of his poison arts lineage. Only cultivators below the nascent soul stage can enter it through a special token. The secret realm itself isn't large, but it's filled with numerous poisonous insects and herbs, and a special forbidden technique is used to fuse their toxins into poisonous gas that permeates the entire realm. It's said that the poisonous gas inside is a great tonic for those who cultivate poison arts, but if one cannot withstand its corrosive effects, they will perish." She stopped there. "That's all I know. I don't know the specifics of the trials inside, Zhou Chun fell silent after hearing her answer. After a long while, he looked at her again and asked, "So, what about you, young friend Wu? Now that you've also formed your core through cultivating the 10,000 poisons true scripture, the crises that Zhou Lian encountered will continue to occur to you. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yazhu immediately replied respectfully, replying to Senior, "I plan to cultivate diligently in the cultivation world for a period of time. After refining my poison techniques to a certain level, I will then venture into the 10,000 poison secret realm in the Yuan demon realm to seek the inheritance of my poison techniques." At this point, she bowed to Zhou Chun and said, "I owe my current cultivation level entirely to Senior and Sister Lian's support and care. Although Sister Lian has passed away, I am willing to inherit her will and serve Senior and the Zhou family for the rest of my life." Hearing her answer and thoughts, Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, and he looked at her with some surprise. He then nodded slowly and said, "You are very thoughtful. If Zhou Lian knew that you could inherit her will and fulfill her unfinished wishes, she would be very gratified." He then waved his hand and said, "In that case, you will inherit Zhou Lian's cave dwelling from now on. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can come and ask me." "Yes, this junior will certainly not fail the clan leader's kindness," Wu Yazhu replied with a slight bow. Having settled Wu Yazhu's future, Zhou Chun changed the subject and suddenly said, I am also somewhat curious about the situation in the Yuanmo realm. Since you have returned from there, please answer some of my questions." Hearing this, Wu Yazhu immediately replied respectfully, "Clan leader, please ask me anything. This junior will answer all my questions." So Zhou Chun began to ask her questions about some issues of concern. Through his exchange with Wu Yazhu, Zhou Chun gained a more detailed understanding of the situation in the Yuanmo realm. According to Wu Yazhu, the Yuanmo realm is roughly the size of 3 Xianling realms. However, many areas there are resource poor and unsuitable for cultivators. The area where demonic cultivators mainly congregate and operate is less than 2 Xianling realms in size. There are no longer any immortal cultivators there, only various kinds of demonic cultivators. The number of demonic cultivators in the Yuanmo realm, however, is enormous. There, demonic cultivators deeply infiltrate the mortal world. Almost every newborn child undergoes a cultivation aptitude test, and those with spiritual roots are brought into demonic cultivation groups. Large demonic sects often have hundreds of thousands of disciples, far surpassing the major sects of the Xianling realm in scale. However, this shouldn't be seen as a good thing for the demonic cultivators there. Competition within demonic sects is extremely brutal. Many sects hold rituals to encourage their disciples to fight to the death. The loser not only loses all their wealth to the winner, but their very flesh and soul are used by the victor to cultivate demonic arts. Therefore, those low to mid-level demonic cultivators are basically consumables for the sects, or even reserves for high-level demonic cultivators. What's terrifying is that the demonic cultivators there have become accustomed to this abnormal environment. They don't see anything wrong with it, they only try to kill their fellow disciples and climb to the top by stepping on their corpses. It's worth mentioning that the demonic cultivators of the Yuanmo realm have created their own list of the 10 great demon lords. Among these 10 demon lords, the first 6 are all late-stage nascent soul cultivators, and the last 4 are said to also possess combat power at the level of great cultivators. The late-stage nascent soul demonic cultivator Blood Infant Ancestor, who fought against Kung Tsu's Henren, is one of them, and he is also known as the Bloodbone Demon Lord. The 10,000 Poisons True Lord, who created the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture, was also one of the 10 great demon lords in the past, and was also known as the 10,000 Poisons Demon Lord. From this, it can be seen that the true strength of the Yuanmo realm far surpasses that of the Xianling realm. If it weren't for the barrier of the desolate spirit desert and the sacrifice of true person King Xiao to blast open the spatial teleportation channel, the heavenly spirit realm would likely have had a hard time driving the Yuan Demon Legion back to the Yuan Demon realm. However, while the Yuan Demon realm was powerful, it wasn't without its constraints. First, their internal factions were far from united. Many sects were even mortal enemies, fighting to the death whenever they encountered each other, with rewards for hunting down disciples of opposing factions. Second, they also had a menacing alien race called the Giant God race. This race was not to be underestimated, no less powerful than the multi-winged race, and extremely aggressive. Every few years, the demonic cultivators of the Yuan demon realm would wage war against this race, each battle resulting in massive casualties. Therefore, The factions of the Yuan Demon Realm's united expedition to the Heavenly Spirit Realm might have been motivated by a desire to secure a retreat. Unfortunately, immortals and demons are irreconcilable enemies. The cultivators here wouldn't allow these demonic cultivators to wreak havoc on the cultivation world simply because they were of the same race. Now, with the establishment of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance and the pronouncement of Venerable Xian'ai to unite the entire cultivation world in response to a potential alien crisis, the Yuanmo realm has even less chance of invading the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Therefore, having learned this, Zhou Chun didn't ask any further questions about the Yuanmo realm and immediately dismissed Wu Yazhu. Next, under Zhou Daoi's arrangement, Wu Yazhu, as an elder relative of the Zhou family, met with the Zhou family's higher-ups. At the same time, the matter of Zhou Yuanlian's demise was no longer concealed from the clansmen. However, the cause of his demise was still not announced, only that he had died unexpectedly while traveling, and the cause was still under investigation. Although some Zhou family cultivators were puzzled by this, since Zhou Yuanlian rarely interacted with other clansmen during his lifetime, they didn't delve into it. However, the inexplicable demise of a golden core elder did cause quite a stir within the family, forcing some family cultivators to reconsider their travel plans. Zhou Chun, however, had no interest in these changes within the family. After his conversation with Wu Yazhu, Zhou Chun officially began to advance the tribulation preparations for Mu Mei and Mu Sang. Several magical artifacts to assist in the tribulation were all prepared for his refinement. Zhou Chun even took out a top-grade magical artifact, the Azure Profound Seal, used to suppress the core of the Azure Dragon formation, and temporarily entrusted it to him for refinement. The magical artifact replacing the Azure Profound Seal to suppress the core was replaced by Luo Qingni's natal magical artifact, the Azure Cloud Tower. This Azure Cloud Tower had been nurtured by Luo Qingni for hundreds of years, and although it hadn't yet reached the top-grade level, it wasn't far off. Using this treasure to suppress the core, coupled with her personally overseeing the formation, would be nearly as effective as using the Azure Profound Seal. With everything prepared, Zhou Chun secretly left the mountain gate with Fen Yuanjun and Mu Mei and Mu Sang, heading towards the tribulation site he had chosen for Mu Sang. To maintain secrecy and to increase Mu Sang's chances of success, Zhou Chun didn't intend for her to undergo the tribulation in the Azure Lotus Mountains. He had already chosen a superior place for Mu Sang to undergo her tribulation, the Blackwood Forest, a perilous area in the Han Kingdom. This Blackwood Forest was located at the border of the Xianmen Plain and the Han Kingdom, a place frequently inhabited by the Wood Spirit clan of the five-element spirit races. Some had even discovered traces of a fourth-tier Wood Spirit there. If Mu Sang underwent her tribulation there, even if the humans learned of it afterward, they might assume that the Wood Spirit clan had produced another fifth-tier Spirit King, or that the Wood Spirit of the Blackwood Forest had become a Fairy King. In short, it wouldn't be like if she successfully underwent her tribulation elsewhere, immediately leading to associations with Zhou Chun. Furthermore, the Blackwood Forest was rich in spiritual energy and lush with vegetation, making it ideal for the Wood Spirit Mu Sang to unleash her gift of life, innate divine power. If she used gift of life here, the enhancement she received would definitely be stronger than in the Azure Lotus Mountains. And it wouldn't damage the Zhou family's spiritual land. Nascent soul stage cultivators travel at incredible speeds. Only a few days later, Zhou Chun had already arrived within the territory of the Han Kingdom. Upon arriving in Han Kingdom, he deliberately concealed his aura, disguising himself as a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and then plunged into the Blackwood Forest. The Blackwood Forest earned its name not because the trees were black, but because its towering trees blocked out the sunlight, creating a dark, night-like atmosphere within the forest below. Many rare spiritual herbs and trees grew within the Blackwood Forest. Despite the presence of the Wood Spirit clan, a foreign race, cultivators frequently ventured there to explore its mysteries. After entering, Zhou Chun released Mu Sang to scout ahead and avoid alerting the Wood Spirit clan. After traveling over 1,000 miles, Mu Sang finally selected a satisfactory location for his tribulation. It was a basin-like valley where spiritual energy converged, home to many different types of second and third-tier spiritual trees. A small Wood Spirit tribe had made it their settlement, concealed by an illusion array. Unfortunately, this illusion could not deceive Zhou Chun, nor could it fool Mu Sang, who was proficient in illusion techniques. The strongest elder of this small Wood Spirit tribe was merely a fourth-tier high-grade spirit general. The remaining fourth-tier spirit generals numbered only 5 in total. Zhou Chun didn't even need to lift a finger. After the wood spirit Mu Sang summoned 16 4th tier, heavenly wood Dao soldiers, to attack, the wood spirits voluntarily abandoned their settlement. The wood spirit was the darling of the forest, and the wood spirit's methods were effectively countered by it. Therefore, the wood spirits would generally retreat when encountering a wood spirit of the same tier. Of course, this was a strategic retreat. They would later notify a 5th tier spirit king to subdue the wood spirit. For the wood spirits, the wood spirit was also a rare treasure of heaven and earth, greatly beneficial to their cultivation. However, the wood spirit's main camp was deep within the heavenly barbarian plains, and it would take considerable time for them to contact their own spirit king. And after occupying their abandoned settlement, the wood spirit Mu Sang quickly triggered a heavenly tribulation. Chapter 721 An outrageously powerful tribulation lightning. Is this the heavenly tribulation of spirits? It's truly despair-inducing. Inside the Blackwood forest, Zhou Chun looked at the thick thunder clouds in the sky and couldn't help but gasp. He was a cultivator who had done considerable research on heavenly tribulations. He had personally witnessed the heavenly tribulations that he and Luo Qingni had undergone, as well as those of the 3 demon kings' spirit pets. In his view, the heavenly tribulation of Mu Sang was several times stronger than the heavenly tribulation that Fu Shanjian had encountered. Although the heavenly lightning hadn't struck yet, Zhou Chun was certain that even an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator might not be able to survive such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. This was a heavenly tribulation that left no way out for the one undergoing the tribulation. Based on Mu Sang's performance, without his support, Zhou Chun felt that it didn't even have a 10% chance of successfully undergoing the tribulation. No, not 10%, it would have failed 100%. Now, despite having made ample preparations for Mu Sang, he still dared not have much confidence that it could successfully overcome this tribulation. Doing his best and leaving the rest to fate was all he could do at this moment. Looking at Mu Sang below the thunder clouds, it was already poised and ready for battle. 16 4th tier, heavenly wood Dao soldiers, surrounded it, ready to assist at any moment. A dark blue shield-like magic weapon had been summoned and floated above its head, and it had also laid down several layers of magical defense. Boom! With a deafening roar, the first tribulation lightning finally arrived as scheduled, crashing down. The power of this first tribulation lightning alone was no less than that of the second round of tribulation lightning from Fu Shanjian. This showed just how fierce the heavenly tribulation Mu Sang was experiencing. After this tribulation lightning struck, the shield-like magic weapon, which served as the first line of defense, was directly blasted to the ground, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its body. The residual power of the tribulation lightning then shattered 2 more protective spells before dissipating. Mu Sang only had time to add 1 more protective spell before the second tribulation lightning struck down. This time, the shield-like magic weapon was instantly reduced to dust by the lightning, and Mu Sang's 3 layers of protective spells also crumbled. Silver lightning struck the emerald green spirit deer, instantly blasting away a large portion of its body. At this moment, its pure spiritual energy body was no longer an advantage, but an insurmountable disadvantage. Spiritual energy, encountering the power of tribulation lightning, crumbled instantly, offering no protection whatsoever. After this attack, feeling the restraining effect of the tribulation lightning on itself, Mu Sang dared not harbor any more illusions. When the third tribulation lightning struck, it immediately summoned a reddish-brown wooden shield magic weapon to shield itself. Zhou Chun had previously commissioned Master Li Hao to forge all 3 magic weapons, choosing wood attribute defensive magic weapons, hence all 3 were shield-type magic weapons. The reddish-brown wooden shield magic weapon that Mu Sang summoned this time was even more exquisite than the previous bluish-black shield magic weapon. However, after 2 bolts of tribulation lightning, this treasure still shattered into more than a dozen pieces. When the 5th bolt of tribulation lightning struck, it could only summon a 3rd shield magic weapon, a blackish-purple wooden shield magic weapon. This wooden shield magic weapon was entirely made of 5th-grade spirit wood, and its quality was extremely superior, helping it block another bolt of tribulation lightning. However, with all 3 high-grade magic weapons destroyed, it only helped it survive 7 bolts of tribulation lightning, not even completing the first round. This result exceeded Zhou Chun's prior expectations. According to his prior estimates, 3 high-grade magic weapons should have been enough to help Mu Sang survive the first round of tribulation lightning. Therefore, at this moment, He himself was more nervous than Mu Sang, who was undergoing tribulation, and his face was already very heavy. Of course, Mu Sang was not without nervousness, but facing one bolt of tribulation lightning after another, it had no time to think, and all its energy was focused on dealing with the tribulation lightning. When the 8th lightning bolt struck, it summoned another high-grade wood attribute magic weapon, the very same science spear Zhou Chun had given to Luo Qingni. This science spear was also crafted from 5th order azure profound wood, possessing exceptional hardness and formidable power. However, after Luo Qingni formed her nascent soul, such a high-grade magic weapon became somewhat unsuitable for her. Furthermore, since she no longer needed to fight, upon learning of Zhou Chun's plan to support Mu Sang in her tribulation, she proactively bestowed the weapon upon Mu Sang. However, this weapon was not a defensive magic weapon. Even if it could disperse the lightning bolts, the scattered lightning power would still continue to surge towards Mu Sang. Therefore, after being struck by 2 lightning bolts, its deer spirit form was riddled with holes, becoming incredibly ugly. Fortunately, as a wood spirit, it possessed an advantage that demonic beasts lacked, the ability to quickly and easily recover mana. Taking advantage of the moment before the second round of tribulation lightning struck, it immediately used its innate talent to rapidly restore its mana by absorbing the wood spirit essence contained within the surrounding spiritual trees. By the time the second round of tribulation lightning began to fall, it had recovered 80% of its consumed mana. The second round of tribulation lightning was several times more powerful than the first. The first bolt of lightning struck, shattering the science spear into several pieces. Fortunately, Mu Sang was prepared, and the several layers of protective spells it had laid down successfully blocked the aftershocks of the tribulation lightning. When the second bolt of tribulation lightning crashed down, it had already activated its Dao soldier formation. 16 4th tier, Heavenly Wood Dao soldiers, acted simultaneously, pooling their spiritual power into a single, emerald green umbrella-shaped shield, protecting Mu Sang within. The tribulation lightning struck the umbrella-shaped shield and was immediately neutralized. 1, 2, 3, 7. The umbrella-shaped shield, supported by 16 4th tier, Heavenly Wood Dao soldiers, withstood 7 bolts of tribulation lightning before being blasted away. When the 9th bolt of tribulation lightning struck in the second round, Mu Sang directly summoned his top-grade magic weapon, the Azure Profound Seal, to meet it head-on and forcefully dispersed the lightning. Then, taking advantage of a moment of respite, Mu Sang activated his Gift of Life, innate divine power. Instantly, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Within a radius of dozens of miles, countless emerald green light spots emerged from the vegetation, floating densely in the air like a green meteor shower. These emerald green light spots surged forth from the vegetation and quickly rushed towards Mu Sang, engulfing him in the rain of light. As these emerald green light spots emerged, the vegetation within a radius of dozens of miles visibly withered and turned to dust, as if 1,000 years had passed in an instant. The once lush and verdant forest was transformed into a desolate wasteland in the blink of an eye, the ground covered in gray-black dust of vegetation that swirled in the wind. In contrast, the wood spirit Mu Sang, after absorbing the essence of the vegetation, instantly recovered all its magical power, temporarily multiplying its total power several times over. Even the Heavenly Wood soldiers, who were on the verge of exhausting their spiritual energy, were instantly restored to full strength. This recovery speed was frighteningly exaggerated. Not long after, the third round of tribulation lightning officially descended. The 16 fully restored, Heavenly Wood soldiers, once again recreated the previous scene, forming an umbrella-shaped shield to protect Mu Sang. However, the first bolt of tribulation lightning alone caused numerous cracks in the umbrella-shaped shield, with strands of lightning passing through the cracks and landing on a piece of emerald green armor that Mu Sang had conjured. Then, the second bolt of tribulation lightning struck, and the umbrella-shaped shield shattered instantly. The aftershocks of the tribulation lightning spread out, instantly destroying 4 Heavenly Wood Dao soldiers, and shattering the several layers of protection Mu Sang had erected. Zhou Chun's eyelids twitched at this sight, his eyes filled with shock. He had previously tested the umbrella-shaped shield's defensive power, even with his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. It required 3 attacks to break it. Now, just 2 bolts of tribulation lightning had shattered the umbrella-shaped shield, demonstrating just how monstrous the power of this third round of tribulation lightning was. To put it bluntly, The final bolt of Zhou Chun's heavenly Dao tribulation was not as powerful as Mu Sang's third round of tribulation lightning. Such a powerful heavenly Dao tribulation, even for figures like the Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord, would likely have had little chance of surviving. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Zhou Chun wouldn't have believed that the heavenly Dao tribulation from merely advancing to the 5th-tier demon king could be so powerful that even ordinary 5th-tier demon kings would struggle to overcome it. It was clear that Mu Sang was now showing fear, and its heart was beginning to panic. When the third lightning bolt struck, it immediately summoned the Azure Profound Seal again to meet it. Although it successfully used the power of this top-grade magic weapon to forcibly disperse the lightning bolt this time, the Azure Profound Seal, this top-grade magic weapon, became dim and developed fine cracks. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly used the mental connection between master and servant to soothe it and calm it down. Under Zhou Chun's reassurance, Mu Sang quickly regained its composure. However, the fourth lightning bolt had already struck, and it could only continue to activate the Azure Profound Seal to resist the lightning strike. This time, the Azure Profound Seal, this top-grade magic weapon, was directly blasted into the depths of the earth, and the magic weapon itself suffered considerable damage. At the same time, the several layers of protection that Mu Sang had set up were all shattered by the aftershocks of the lightning, and the deer spirit's body once again showed considerable pitted wounds. When the fifth lightning bolt struck, it immediately mobilized the remaining 12 heavenly wood Dao soldiers to meet the lightning, and also summoned another top-grade magic weapon, the mysterious spirit earth banner. Indeed, to ensure Mu Sang's successful tribulation, Lord Fushin had voluntarily lent his own top-grade magic weapon. Although this top-grade magic weapon's attributes weren't a perfect match for Mu Sang, its superior quality, along with the sacrifice of the 12 heavenly wood Dao soldiers, still helped Mu Sang overcome the fifth lightning bolt. When the sixth lightning bolt struck, the mysterious spirit earth banner was also overwhelmed, following in the footsteps of the Azure Mysterious Seal, and was blasted away to some unknown corner. Mu Sang's dear spirit body was also shattered by the aftershocks of the lightning, almost completely disintegrating. Therefore, when the seventh lightning bolt struck, it could only summon its last trump card, the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword. Unlike other magical artifacts that had only been temporarily refined, this Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword was directly lent to it for refinement and nurturing after the Silver Dragon Lord went into seclusion to recuperate. Now, after years of nurturing and familiarization, the sword could unleash 70 to 80% of its power in its hands. At this moment, it slashed at the falling tribulation lightning head-on, and as expected, it shattered the tribulation lightning with a single strike, even absorbing a significant portion of the aftershocks. Then, the eighth tribulation lightning fell, and it was also shattered by the flying sword it controlled. Until the final tribulation lightning struck. Like all the heavenly tribulations Zhou Chun had witnessed before, the power of the final tribulation lightning would suddenly increase significantly. The final tribulation lightning that Mu Sang encountered was even more terrifyingly strong. The terrifying tribulation lightning completely transformed into heavenly tribulation lightning dragon that was 100 feet long, crashing down towards the small emerald green spirit deer below. The emerald green spirit deer also chose to burn its own essence, using all its strength to drive the silver flying sword to unleash the strongest sword strike of its life. A flash of silver sword light disappeared in an instant, disappearing into the body of the heavenly tribulation thunder dragon, seemingly devoured by it. Then, the heavenly tribulation thunder dragon exploded, transforming into a sky full of lightning that engulfed the area where the emerald green spirit deer had been. An area of 20 or 30 miles in radius was completely transformed into a vast ocean of lightning. In the distance, Zhou Chun's expression suddenly changed drastically, his body swayed slightly, and his face turned deathly pale. This was because he suddenly realized that a mental connection between himself and Mu Sang was becoming intermittent, like a candle flame in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. What this meant, as a nascent soul cultivator, he knew all too well. Was it truly going to fail? Looking at the vast ocean of silvery white lightning, a strong urge to rush forward and rescue his beloved pet rose within him. Master, please calm down. The tribulation lightning hasn't dissipated yet. If you intervene, you will only harm Mu Sang and yourself. Feng Yuanjun, who was accompanying her master, seemed to have noticed her master's thoughts and hurriedly tried to dissuade her. She was equally worried about Mu Sang's safety, but compared to Zhou Chun, her feelings weren't as intense, allowing her to remain calmer. I know, let's get closer and wait for the results, Zhou Chun whispered to his beloved pet, then immediately flew towards the tribulation site. After traveling dozens of miles, the sea of silvery white lightning finally dissipated, and the thunderclouds in the sky rapidly collapsed. Zhou Chun had completely severed his mental connection with Mu Sang. Mu Sang, Mu Sang, are you still alive? Zhou Chun couldn't help but call out loudly, his divine sense repeatedly scanning the massive crater blasted by the tribulation lightning, trying to find his beloved pet's figure. But his words received no response, the mental connection remained broken. This situation made him feel incredibly distressed and terrible, unable to accept the most unbearable thing. Just then, Feng Yuanjun seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly said, Master, look at the sky. Hearing her words, Zhou Chun quickly looked up at the sky. In addition to the setting sun, a silvery white full moon appeared in the sky. This scene was very familiar to both him and Feng Yuanjun, as they had witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon more than once. The sun and moon appeared in broad daylight, and imperial dew descended from the heavens. This was the reward bestowed by heaven after the demon beast had survived the heavenly tribulation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722 The Mysterious Light of Life and Death. Emperor's Dew was undoubtedly more convincing than anything else. Therefore, upon seeing the Emperor's Dew, Zhou Chun's mood improved considerably, even though he hadn't yet restored his mental connection with the wood spirit Mu Sang. He gazed intently at the full moon in the sky, calming himself to wait. Strands of silvery dew drifted down from the sky, all converging towards the sinkhole. Following the guidance of this silvery dew, Zhou Chun quickly made a delightful discovery. At the bottom of the sinkhole, a charred stone he had almost overlooked suddenly shone with a vibrant, emerald green light. As the silvery dew continued to fall into the stone, the emerald green light grew increasingly dazzling. Seeing this, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief, completely at ease. But just as he was quietly observing this scene, his expression suddenly changed, his gaze sharply sweeping towards a certain direction in the sky. Dozens of miles to the west, a streak of green light was rapidly approaching, revealing a green-haired, blue-eyed wood spirit king. This wood spirit king had originally intended to use wood escape technique, but Mu Mei and Mu Sang had previously destroyed all vegetation within a radius of dozens of miles with their gift of life, innate divine power, limiting his wood escape technique to only a few dozen miles. This forced him to be exposed to Zhou Chun's perception. Seeing his clear intention to attack Emperor's Dew, how could Zhou Chun allow him to succeed? Immediately, Zhou Chun opened his mouth and unleashed a golden divine light that pierced through the air towards the green streak. He had directly activated his formless Zheng metal divine light, divine power, which he had cultivated for many years. The wood spirit king seemed to sense the danger as well, immediately halting his escape. With a wave of his sleeve, green light surged forth, transforming into a large leaf-shaped spiritual shield in front of him. Although he didn't dare underestimate the power of the golden divine light, he still underestimated its strength. The golden light struck the leaf-shaped spirit shield, instantly tearing a crack in it, and then, with undiminished force, struck the spirit king's true form. Fortunately, the spirit king was wearing a vine armor woven from 5th-tier spirit vines. While the golden light left a deep mark on the armor, it ultimately failed to completely penetrate this armor, which was comparable to a top-grade magic weapon. Despite this, the startled wood spirit king immediately turned and retreated rapidly in the direction he had come from. Zhou Chun, however, didn't let him off so easily. He formed a hand seal, and a ball of golden light manifested before him, instantly transforming into a golden lightning bolt that blasted towards the spirit king. This was another divine ability he had been diligently cultivating, the Zhengjin sky-splitting lightning. In a flash, the golden lightning caught up with the fleeing green light. The wood spirit king was a decisive individual. He activated the protective magic of his vine armor with all his might, and during Zhou Chun's attack without hesitation. With a low roar and rising green smoke, the wood spirit king finally escaped into the lush blackwood forest, then swiftly used his masterful wood escape technique to flee. HMPH, you got lucky, Zhou Chun sneered, turning his gaze back to the sinkhole. If he hadn't wanted to avoid complications, he would never have let the king leave so easily, even if he couldn't stop him. Inside the sinkhole, the charred black stone had completely lost its luster, revealing its emerald green crystal essence. This cracked emerald green crystal was none other than the core of the wood spirit, Musang. The final tribulation lightning strike had shattered its spirit-ear body, leaving only its hard core to hold on. Ultimately, even its demon core shattered under the aftershocks of the tribulation lightning, its consciousness almost completely extinguished. This is why Zhou Chun suddenly lost his mental connection with it. In this state, it was truly in a life-or-death situation, on the verge of complete annihilation. But perhaps heaven truly has a benevolent heart, or perhaps the extreme of death is life itself. As the power of the tribulation lightning dissipated, the wood spirit Musang, whose consciousness had not yet been completely extinguished, successfully passed the heavenly tribulation according to the will of heaven. Therefore, Emperor's Dew, representing the creation of life, descended upon it, bestowing upon it a new life. Nourished by the continuous flow of Emperor's Dew, Musang's almost extinguished consciousness rapidly stabilized and strengthened, and its previously cracked demon core visibly healed and recovered. Danger and opportunity coexisted. After the overwhelmingly powerful heavenly tribulation, the amount of Emperor's Dew that descended far exceeded the amount that other fifth-tier demon kings could obtain. Even the amount of Emperor's essence that Lord Fushan obtained was less than 2/3 of what Musang received this time. Zhou Chun, seeing how severely Musang was injured, didn't choose to collect any Emperor's essence for other uses. Thus, nourished by the abundant Emperor's essence, Musang was reborn under the watchful eyes of Zhou Chun and Feng Yuanjin. As the last wisp of Emperor's essence fell, the silver full moon in the sky seemed to appear suddenly and then abruptly vanished. Looking into the sinkhole, the green light gradually faded, revealing the figure of a flesh and blood emerald green spirit deer. This spirit deer was over 10 zang long, with a pair of emerald green antlers with dozens of forks on its head, resembling two branches covered in twigs. The spirit deer's body was covered in interwoven emerald green spiritual patterns, like the fine veins on a leaf, mysterious, beautiful, and elegant. Unbeknownst to them, the severed mental connection between Zhou Chun and Musang was restored. Musang, how are you feeling now? Looking at the fully grown spirit deer in the sinkhole, Zhou Chun couldn't help but ask. His words seemed to awaken the newborn spirit deer. Its eyes opened, and its emerald green eyes immediately looked at Zhou Chun. A flash of joy appeared in its eyes, and it quickly replied to Zhou Chun, replying to Master, I feel great now, better than ever before. With that, it shook its head and stomped its four hooves on the ground, instantly transforming into a green streak of light and flying to Zhou Chun and Feng Yuanjin. Then, its eyes full of excitement, it shook its head at Zhou Chun and said, Master, touch me. See if my body is any different from a real demon beast's body. Hearing this, Zhou Chun became interested as well. He immediately did as it said, reaching out to first touch its antlers, then placing his hand on its neck and pinching its neck muscles. The feel of it was no different from that of flesh and blood beasts. He could feel the pulse and blood flowing within. This amazed Zhou Chun, who nodded repeatedly, saying, Excellent. Excellent. It's just like a real flesh and blood beast. Congratulations, Musang, you finally have your own great Dao body. Hearing this, Musang shook his head with joy, saying, Since even you, Master, think it's no different, it means my body is truly without any problems. He then excitedly ran around, venting his excitement. He had waited for this day for countless years. Only after possessing a flesh and blood body could he be considered a true living being, truly having the foundation for achieving the Dao. This made him happier than anything else. Alright, let's save the happy words for later. The commotion earlier was a bit too much. To avoid revealing our presence, let's leave this place first. After watching him frolic for a while, Zhou Chun waved his hand and stated his decision. Hearing this, Musang naturally dared not object and immediately acted as his mount, carrying him and Feng Yuanjin away from the place. Having gained a physical body, Musang remained completely unconstrained in the forest. He carried Zhou Chun and Feng Yuanjin as they raced through the forest, the trees and vines along the way seemingly gaining independent life, automatically parting to make way for them. This was the innate divine power of a fifth-tier wood spirit demon king, transforming him from a mere child of the forest into a true king of the forest. The trees and vines that parted to make way for him were like his subjects. Furthermore, he left no trace or aura wherever he went in the forest. All traces were absorbed by the trees and vines. Even a wood spirit king, equally adept at navigating the forest, could not find any trace of him. After carrying Zhou Chun and Fen Yuanjin for over 1,000 miles through the forest, Mu Sang finally set them off in a valley. Mu Sang, you should be able to transform into human form now, right? In the valley, Zhou Chun dismounted from the deer's back and couldn't hide his curiosity as he asked a question that had been on his mind. Hearing this, Mu Sang immediately replied, of course. As he spoke, he transformed into a middle-aged man with green hair and deer antlers on his head. Then, he raised his hand, and the leaves and vines around him flew over automatically, weaving into a leaf robe that he wore. Looking at his transformed appearance, it was no less than that of Fen Yuanjin beside him, and in some ways, it was even more human-like. So, what about your supernatural abilities? After advancing to the Demon King level, Mu Sang, what kind of supernatural abilities did you gain? Zhou Chun looked Mu Sang up and down in his human form and then asked the question that he was more concerned about. Zhou Chun had witnessed how terrifying the heavenly tribulation of spirits and monsters was. But as for the abilities of spirit and monster demon kings, he only had fragments of knowledge from ancient books, and much of it was not guaranteed to be true. Therefore, he was extremely curious about the wondrous abilities that the Wood Demon King, who had survived countless near-death experiences, possessed. Naturally, Wood Demon King answered his questions readily. As mentioned before, a 5th-tier wood spirit was the king of the forest. After advancing to the 5th tier, the wood spirit not only condensed a physical body using the power of the Emperor's Dew, but also awakened and mastered a variety of powerful racial talents and supernatural abilities. Now, as long as he was in the forest or grassland, he could disappear at any time, and even the divine sense of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator could not lock onto him. His wood escape technique had reached the point of traveling 1,000 miles in a single leap, making it difficult even for a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to catch up. Furthermore, he possessed an indestructible body even more powerful than demon kings like the Mountain Lord. Even if he were torn to pieces, as long as his demon core remained intact, he could reconstruct his physical body using a portion of his original flesh and blood. This level of indestructible body already possessed the initial characteristics of immortality. Furthermore, whenever he is in the forest, his perception will be greatly enhanced, allowing him to sense movement 700 or 800 miles away through vegetation. If he so desires, no rustling of grass or whispering in the forest will escape his notice. All the plants and trees are his eyes and ears. Previously, he had to rely on his senses to find spiritual herbs. Now, he can even establish a direct connection with them, making them report their locations. These are merely innate abilities derived from his race after advancing to the 5th-tier Demon King, similar to the ability of a key-refining cultivator to fly after successfully establishing their foundation. After advancing to the 5th-tier Demon King, his existing abilities have been significantly strengthened, and he has awakened new ones. For example, the Heavenly Wood Deo Soldier ability, which displayed its power during his tribulation, has been enhanced, and he can now even refine 5th-tier spiritual wood into 5th-tier Deo soldiers. While these 5th-tier Deo soldiers lack the supernatural abilities of a true 5th-tier Demon King, they still pose a threat to both 5th-tier Demon Kings and nascent soul cultivators, and are not easily damaged. If you were to amass a sufficient number of 5th-tier Deo soldiers, fighting beyond his level would not be impossible. Furthermore, supernatural abilities like Sweet Dew and Wood Divine Thunder have also been upgraded to the 5th tier, greatly enhancing their healing effects and offensive power. In addition, he has awakened 4 new innate supernatural abilities. The first is called Wood Spirit Substitute, a top-tier life-saving ability that can transfer all attacks aimed at him to a substitute Wood Spirit. This substitute Wood Spirit is easy to create, requiring only a section of 5th-tier Spirit Wood and a portion of his own essence blood. Crucially, this ability has virtually no limitations. Its effectiveness depends solely on the number of substitute Wood Spirits he prepares. The second divine ability is called Myriad Manifestations of the Universe, a top-tier illusionary divine ability that can create a substantial illusionary domain to trap enemies, making it difficult even for nascent soul stage cultivators to escape easily. The third divine ability is called Thousand Leaf Spirit Armor, a powerful defensive divine ability with defensive capabilities comparable to a top-grade magic weapon. The fourth divine ability is called Mysterious Light of Life and Death, a powerful divine ability that can both heal and kill. When used to heal, it can revive anyone with a last breath, making it an unparalleled healing divine ability. When used to kill, it can reverse life and death, extinguishing life force. I left my hometown today. I'll try to resume 6,000 word updates tomorrow or the day after. Chapter 723 The Calm Before the Storm. After Mu Sang ascended to the Demon King realm, she awakened 4 innate divine abilities, more than Zhou Chun's other Demon King spirit pets. This was normal, given the terrifying heavenly tribulation she had endured. Surviving such terror naturally brought great opportunities and rewards. And these 4 innate divine abilities were all incredibly powerful. The Wood Spirit Substitute technique needs no introduction. This substitution-based tribulation averting technique is a highly sought-after secret technique among high-level cultivators in the cultivation world, even among nascent soul-stage cultivators. Furthermore, the substitution-based tribulation averting technique is not only difficult to cultivate and requires scarce materials, but also often has various side effects. Crucially, most substitution-based tribulation averting techniques can only be used once. However, Mu Sang's Wood Spirit Substitute divine ability, as her innate divine ability, can be used multiple times as long as she creates a sufficient number of substitute wood spirits, theoretically even infinitely. This is truly astounding. In this way, combined with his powerful wood escape technique, unless in certain special environments, within a forbidden formation, or attacked by a 6th tier technique, almost no one within the 5th tier could kill him. Furthermore, the myriad manifestations of the forest, and thousand-leaf spirit armor, divine abilities are also very practical and powerful, similarly geared towards self-defense and survival. With these 3 divine abilities by his side, although Mu Sang has only recently advanced to the 5th tier Demon King, it is virtually impossible for a 5th tier being to threaten his life. However, his truly powerful divine ability is the Life and Death Profound Light. This divine ability is definitely no less powerful than the Primordial Magnetic Divine Light, and in some aspects, it even has greater potential. Just like its name suggests, it possesses the power to manipulate life and death. It can inject life force into the dying, pulling those on the verge of death back to life. It can also extinguish the life force of the living, dimming the life force of the healthy, or even causing them to die from the loss of their life force. Human vitality is a conceptual thing, encompassing all aspects. A person with abundant vitality is in excellent condition, in their prime. Conversely, if vitality is dim and weak, it indicates a very poor condition, possibly with little time left. The Life and Death Profound Light can diminish a person's vitality, which is terrifying for any cultivator or demon beast. For cultivators, once their vitality is inexplicably weakened and significantly drained, their vital energy will be severely damaged. Minor injuries that were previously insignificant may become major, and old injuries that were almost healed may become new. Even those cultivators with limited lifespans may experience accelerated lifespan loss due to weakened vitality, leading to premature death. After listening to Mu Sang's explanation of this divine ability, Zhou Chun took it very seriously and immediately asked him to demonstrate its power. The Blackwood Forest is home to many demon beasts, and with Mu Sang's current abilities, no demon beast in the forest can escape his notice. Therefore, not long after, he found a high-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast, the Azure Rhinoceros. Known for its powerful vitality, as his test subject. A flash of green light appeared in his emerald eyes, and a dark green divine light fell upon the Azure Rhinoceros. Instantly, the once energetic Azure Rhinoceros seemed to have all its energy drained away, becoming sickly and listless. Like a heavy opium smoker, its fur visibly lost its luster. Although it was still as large as a small mountain, it looked like a sack filled with hay, as if a gust of wind could topple it. In fact, after its vitality was greatly diminished, the Azure Rhinoceros was indeed a sick cat. Even a low-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast could challenge it. Zhou Chun discovered through his experiment that although the Azure Rhinoceros had no injuries, its tough, thick fur had significantly reduced defensive capabilities compared to before. Previously, without a high-grade 3rd-tier magic weapon, it was difficult to tear through its fur's defenses. Now, even a low-grade 3rd-tier magic weapon could leave marks on it. This wasn't because the magic weapon had become stronger, but because its life force had been severely diminished, its fur had become loose and weak. In short, although it was still a high-grade 3rd-tier demon beast with the magic power of a high-grade 3rd-tier demon beast, its physical condition had regressed to that of a low-grade 3rd-tier demon beast. What was even more terrifying was that its life force had truly dissipated completely and wouldn't recover quickly just because the duration of the divine power had passed. If nothing unexpected happened, It would need to recuperate for many years before it could possibly fully recover its lost life force. However, not wanting to trouble someone else, Zhou Chun quickly had Mu Sang test the healing ability of the life and death profound light on it. A vibrant emerald light descended upon the azure rhinoceros beast, instantly transforming the previously sickly creature into a powerful, vigorous beast, as if it had consumed a potent tonic. This dramatic change vividly demonstrated to Zhou Chun the profound mystery and potential of the life and death profound light, divine ability. He knew that while this ability might not directly kill an enemy, its effectiveness far surpassed that of many offensive divine abilities. For instance, even a sharp offensive divine ability like the formless Zheng metal divine light posed little threat to a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, the life and death profound light was different. It could even affect late-stage nascent soul cultivators, diminishing their life force, albeit with a slightly weakened effect. Furthermore, this ability's greatest strength lay in its near-complete disregard for any defensive divine abilities, remaining unaffected by any obstruction. To avoid being affected by it, one must anticipate its effects and dodge it with incredible speed. However, activating the life and death profound light also consumes a considerable amount of mana and life force, making it impossible to use it as a regular attack. In short, thanks to the life and death profound light, Mu Sang will no longer be a burden or a mascot on the battlefield. Having understood the changes in Mu Sang after his advancement to 5th tier Demon King, Zhou Chun was satisfied and returned to his family with him. What kind of ripples the appearance of a new 5th tier Demon King in the Blackwood Forest would cause in the Hen Kingdom's cultivation world was none of Zhou Chun's concern. He figured the Wood Spirit Clan's Spirit King he had injured and who had escaped would definitely not reveal the truth to the human race. Upon returning to his family, Zhou Chun's first action was to have Mu Sang use the life and death profound light to treat the recuperating Silver Dragon Lord. When the Silver Dragon Lord shed all 72 scales, his vital energy was severely depleted, and his symptoms were very similar to those of the azure rhinoceros beast, whose life force had been stripped away by the life and death profound light. Over the years, although he had consumed numerous vital replenishing substances prepared by Zhou Chun, his depleted energy was not easily replenished. After witnessing the effects of the life and death profound light on the azure rhinoceros beast, Zhou Chun had an idea, and this was a test. The facts proved that Zhou Chun's idea was correct. After receiving Mu Sang's life-giving treatment, the Silver Dragon Lord's life force indeed recovered significantly, with effects no less than those of the vital replenishing elixirs he had previously consumed, and even surpassing those of any single elixir. After this treatment, the Silver Dragon Lord, who originally needed 60 or 70 years of recuperation to fully recover, could now be completely healed in just 20 or 30 years. Zhou Chun could accept this time frame perfectly, because whether it was his own cultivation of the Qiankan's Huanling Ju secret technique, or Mu Sang and Yinlongjun's nurturing and restoring of their magic treasures, and their joint practice of the Xianzhu Six Yang array, all require this period to see results. Top-grade magic treasures are indeed top-grade, their inherent quality is exceptionally high, and they are not easily completely damaged. Although the several top-grade magic treasures Mu Sang used for his tribulation had all suffered varying degrees of damage, they could all be slowly nurtured and restored. Among them, the Kingxuan seal and the Xiangang's Hanlei sword were the most severely damaged, but due to their unique characteristics, they could be nurtured and repaired by Mu Sang and Yinlongjun, who were perfectly suited to them. As for the Zuanling Wuta flag, Fushinjun didn't actually value this treasure much, as his own supernatural powers were already sufficient. It's worth mentioning that although Chongsun Demon King had said, and Zhou Chun had promised, that he would go and help Mu Sang with the matter after Mu Sang passed the heavenly tribulation, Zhou Chun still had no intention of going at this moment. He maintained his initial thought, only after ensuring he possessed the combat strength of a grand cultivator should he engage in contact with a dangerous being like the Chongsun Demon King. In the following time, the 5th Order Wood Spirit Demon King demonstrated another powerful ability to Zhou Chun. Previously, the Sweet Dew divine power could directly increase the age of spiritual herbs by over 100 years, but its effect was diminished for herbs over 1,000 years old. Now, the 5th Order Wood Spirit Demon King's Sweet Dew divine power could not only directly mature some herbs that were several decades old into 500-year-old herbs, but also had the same effect on herbs over 1,000 years old. Since the Zhou family established themselves in Nine Peaks Ridge, they had been a clan for 600 or 700 years. Even though many spiritual herbs had been destroyed due to the beast tide, their herb garden still contained plenty of herbs over 500 years old. This meant that if Mu Sang used the sweet dew divine power once, he could mature a 500 or 600-year-old herb into a 1,000-year-old herb. This was incredibly powerful. It's important to understand that the jade marrow Ganoderma used to refine foundation establishment pills is so precious because, besides needing to be cultivated on 4th-tier spiritual wood, it also requires 1,000 years of medicinal age before it can be harvested. Now, with Mu Sang's sweet dew supernatural power, the Zhou family can harvest a batch of 1,000-year-old jade marrow Ganoderma every 500 years to refine foundation establishment pills. Every cultivator knows the immense benefits of this. Moreover, 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs are the primary ingredients for refining the magical power of purple mansion stage cultivators and breaking through realm barriers. Most pills used by golden core stage cultivators also require a significant number of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs as auxiliary ingredients. Now that Mu Sang can mature some hundreds of years old spiritual herbs into 1,000-year-old ones, and with the Zhou family possessing the alchemy master Luo Qingni, the combination makes the future of the Zhou family's purple mansion and golden core stage cultivators incredibly fortunate. Especially since the Zhou family has been extensively planting spiritual herbs, plants, and trees throughout the Azure Lotus Mountain range for nearly 200 years. If things progress this quickly, in another 300 years, once the planted spiritual herbs reach 500 years of age, they can be accelerated to maturity one by one. Who knows how many 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs will be harvested then? Upon discovering this, Zhou Chun was also filled with excitement, repeatedly saying it was worthwhile. It wasn't in vain that he had exhausted so much effort to help Mu Sang successfully overcome his tribulation. Mu Sang had now proven himself with his own abilities. He was completely worthy of Zhou Chun's cultivation and the many high-grade magic treasures he had used during his tribulation. Luo Qingni was also happy about this. Although she was already a master alchemist, she had many pill formulas but hadn't actually refined them many times. Firstly, the pills refined from those formulas had rather niche effects, and the demand was small, so it wasn't worth wasting 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs that could be used elsewhere on them. Secondly, some pill formulas required rare spiritual herbs that overlapped with other, more important formulas, making it difficult for her to collect the required 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs to refine those pills. But now that Mu Sang had this ability, she no longer needed to worry about it. The same kind of spiritual herb, if it's a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb, will be highly sought after and sold sparingly. But if it's only 500 years old, it's undoubtedly much easier to obtain. After all, for many cultivation families and sects, it's hard to say whether they will still exist in the world after 500 years. If Luo Qingni can try refining more pills that she has rarely encountered before, it will significantly help improve her alchemy skills. When she feels ready, she will be able to start refining the Jiazi longevity pill and the purple flower crimson pearl pill for Zhou Chun. Time flies, and 10 years pass in the blink of an eye. For a key refining stage cultivator, 10 years is enough to break through several levels of cultivation, and it can be said to be a crucial period that determines one's life path. But for a nascent soul stage cultivator like Zhou Chun, it's just a blink of an eye. He has been secluded and diligently cultivating secret techniques and supernatural powers for the past 10 years, and now he has finally mastered the basics of the Qianqin's Huanling Ju secret technique. Previously, he thought that the best target for transferring damage with this secret technique was Fushan Jun. However, it has now been discovered that Mu Sang is also quite remarkable. Mu Sang's undying body is at an extremely high level, almost approaching the legendary blood rebirth realm. He can completely withstand damage transfer to him and recover quickly. This sometimes frees up Fu Shanjun's combat power, allowing him to focus more on the battle. In addition, Zhou Chun's formless Zhengjun divine light, divine ability, after refining a considerable amount of Zhengjun, is also very close to the great completion realm. Now, the power of this divine ability is enough to make even mid-nascent soul cultivators take notice. On the other hand, after 10 years, the two Ice Moon Toads have also made great progress in their cultivation. One of them, with higher cultivation, has already swallowed a moon-gazing ice toad, demon core, and is currently attempting to break through to the 4th rank. The remaining Ice Moon Toad has also benefited from Mu Sang's ability to accelerate the ripening of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and has consumed a considerable amount of ancient dust pills, and is now a mid-grade third-rank demon beast. If the Ice Moon Toad successfully advances to a fourth-tier demonic beast, Zhou Chun slowly progressing 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad Chapter Secret Technique will have much greater potential. Of course, what Zhou Chun is most looking forward to right now is the transformation of the 4, 6-winged ice silkworms. About half a year ago, after consuming dozens of heavenly frost bees, these 4, 6-winged ice silkworms spun cocoons and entered a transformation state. This is their 9th cocoon transformation since hatching. 9 is the ultimate number. After this transformation, they should be fully mature and become true 6-winged ice silkworms. Mature 6-winged ice silkworms can even easily kill high-grade 4th-tier demonic beasts. They are definitely among the most extraordinary insects in the cultivation world. Zhou Chun is eagerly anticipating their performance after their transformation. It's worth mentioning that during these 10 years, Zhou Chun once again received a letter urging him to travel to the heavenly barbarian plains to deal with the 2-headed black dragon. Compared to the previous urgent letter, Master Zhang seemed much more anxious this time, even stating that he had less than 200 years of lifespan left and hoped to retrieve the Sect's inherited spiritual treasure before his death. Zhou Chun ignored him, simply replying that he understood, and said nothing more. The person Zhou Chun truly valued now was Master Yinliu. According to intelligence, Master Yinliu's remaining lifespan was likely less than 100 years. Judging from his previous actions, he was definitely not the type to accept his fate and wait for death. Therefore, Zhou Chun now considered eliminating this threat far more important than dealing with a 2-headed black dragon. Over the years, Zhou Chun hadn't been idle. When he communicated with powerful figures like Nanguang Wuking and Huangfu Xianming, he intentionally brought up the matter of the Moon Wheel Sect's powerful weapon. According to their irresponsible speculation, it should be a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure-level inherited artifact, but since the descendants of the Moon Wheel Sect were not at the late nascent soul stage, it was difficult to gain the artifact's spirit's recognition, and they could only activate it through certain sacrificial methods. Zhou Chun feared that when True Person Silver Moon's lifespan was nearing its end, he might sacrifice himself to activate that heaven-reaching spiritual treasure to attack him. Therefore, he had no choice but to strike first and kill True Person Silver Moon before he could make a move. With True Person Azure Moon, a nascent soul cultivator, left alone in the Moon Wheel Sect, the latter would definitely not dare to leave the sect. To achieve this goal, Zhou Chun only needed 2 things. The first was to wait for Silver Dragon Lord to fully recover his strength, and the second was to find a way to lure True Person Silver Moon out of the Moon Wheel Sect. He had thought a lot about this. Just as Zhou Chun was considering how to strike first and eliminate this threat, True Person Silver Moon, as he had expected, was indeed already considering his own affairs after death. Senior brother, are you really planning to do this? It's not that I don't trust you, but if you fail, it will undoubtedly enrage Zhou Chun. At that time, our sect will only have the option of sealing off the mountain to protect ourselves, inside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate. After having a deep conversation with Silver Moon True Person who had invited him to the sect, Kangyu True Person also expressed his concerns with a worried expression. Faced with his worries, Master Yinliu shook his head slightly and said, Junior brother Kangyu, you still harbor wishful thinking. This makes me even more uneasy about you taking sole control of the sect in the future. Without even noticing the slight change in Master Kangyu's expression, he continued, back then, I greatly admired King Xiao's decisive action in seizing the heavenly mirror. If I were in his shoes, I might not have dared to make such a bold move. Although King Lian Temple has now been destroyed, King Xiao's actions undoubtedly gave it hundreds of years to recover. It was only because the situation changed too quickly afterward, and his own sect's younger generation was incompetent, that the excellent situation he had created was ruined. He then sighed deeply. The situation our sect faces now is so similar to that of King Lian Temple back then. Then, in a desolate tone, he continued, the Zhou family is currently at its peak, with many talented individuals emerging. Zhou Zhengchen, in particular, is blessed by heaven, as if divinely aided, and his cultivation and strength are growing at an astonishing rate. If I still have a long lifespan, with the deterrent power of the sect's inherited treasures, I might be able to contend with him. However, once I pass away, and with no new successor in our sect, and junior brother Kangyu unable to leave due to your duty to guard the mountain gate, our sect's control over its branch academies and its influence in foreign lands will inevitably plummet. At that time, The Zhou family only needs to seize the opportunity to push forward, and they can naturally compress our sect's influence to the mountains. With just a small corner of the sect, we can easily take over the influence of our sect in foreign lands. At this point, True Person Silver Moon paused slightly, a look of resentment and helplessness appearing in his eyes. Then, his gaze sharpened, and he said resolutely, "Since the final outcome is destined to be this way, why shouldn't I follow the example of King Xiao and fight with all my might? If this succeeds, although our sect's influence will still decline significantly for a period, there will still be a considerable chance of a future resurgence. Even if this fails, it will only mean closing the mountain to protect ourselves a few years earlier." Hearing his analysis and seeing his resolute expression, True Person Azure Moon knew that his mind was made up and difficult to change. His lips parted slightly, then he let out a long sigh. "Alice. Since senior brother Yanai is so determined, I, your junior brother, will not say anything more in opposition. I only hope that your decision is truly correct." Seeing that he no longer objected, True Person Yanai nodded slightly and immediately decided, "Then let it be decided this way. Junior brother Kangyu, you should prepare well. In a few years, I will personally preside over your promotion ceremony. Junior brother understands." "Then I will take my leave," True Person Kangai replied calmly, then bowed slightly to True Person Yenayu and withdrew. Watching his departing figure, True Person Yenayu shook his head gently and sighed again, sobbing finally, "I finished writing 6,000 words." Chapter 724 Hongyu passes away. Kinglian Peak. That day, Zhou Chun, who was meditating and cultivating his ki in his cave, suddenly opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face. Finally succeeded, he murmured to himself, his attention immediately falling on his avatar in the desolate wilderness. From within the ice cave where his avatar resided, a powerful burst of extreme cold erupted, accompanied by a deafening croak of a frog. It turned out that the third-tier superior grade, Ice Moon Toad, which had swallowed a moon-gazing ice toad, demon core, had finally successfully digested the fourth-tier mid-grade demon core, advancing to fourth-tier demon beast. A demon beast breaking through to the fourth tier was quite a commotion, but because it was located deep underground in an ice cave, a place Zhou Chun had cultivated for many years, concealed by numerous arrays and restrictions, there was no visible movement on the surface. However, the heavenly frost bees, kept there were somewhat affected, while uneasily flying out of their nests and forming a cloud of insects to guard the area beneath a giant 1,000-year-old cold jade. Meanwhile, in an ice chamber not far away, 4 six-winged ice silkworms, having undergone metamorphosis from their cocoons, remained completely unaffected, utterly silent. Zhou Chun, in his avatar, was also stationed outside the ice chamber where the ice moon toad slept. Zhou Chun hadn't mentioned signing any contracts with these 2 ice moon toads sent by the ice prison gate. He only needed their essence and blood to cultivate secret techniques and divine abilities. He had no other significant needs. However, these ice moon toads had been raised by the Flying Snow Palace for thousands of years and had long since developed a human-like understanding, making them relatively less untamed than wild demonic beasts. Zhou Chun, being crafted from snow enchantresses, naturally inspired a sense of closeness and fear in them, preventing them from disobeying his commands. However, all of this was predicated on the ice moon toad's cultivation level being only a third-tier demonic beast. Whether this fourth-tier ice moon toad would remain so obedient was uncertain. Therefore, once he sensed that the demonic beast's aura inside had stabilized, Zhou Chun, in his avatar, directly opened the ice chamber door. Whoosh! As soon as the ice chamber door opened, a beam of white icy light shot towards Zhou Chun's transformed form, giving him a real shock. Fortunately, he was prepared. He immediately opened his mouth and spat out a similar white, icy breath, which struck the white icy light like an arrow, instantly shattering it. Then, without even checking on the situation of the ice moon toad inside, he transformed into a one-horned white snake and plunged into the ice chamber. A moment later, Zhou Chun's one-horned white snake tightly coiled around the ice moon toad, which was brimming with confidence after its advancement, subduing it once again. After subduing the newly advanced ice moon toad, Zhou Chun's transformed form leisurely examined the beast carefully. He saw that the ice moon toad, after advancing to the 4th rank, already bore a resemblance to his original form, the Tian moon toad, and its size had also increased considerably. Judging from the exchange just now, its strength is quite good among 4th-tier low-grade demonic beasts, ranking in the upper middle tier. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun already has 4 5th-tier demonic king spirit pets, so he naturally looks down on this newly promoted 4th-tier low-grade demonic beast. After examining it for a while, he unceremoniously took some of its essence blood, then threw down a few energy-restoring pills before temporarily leaving the ice cave. Soon after, the essence blood of the 4th tier, Ice Moon Toad, was delivered to Zhou Chun's main body through the Zhou family cultivators at the Jade Mountain Stronghold. He immediately used this essence blood as material to cultivate the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad Chapter Secret Technique. He found that the effect was slightly better than the 4th tier, Ice Moon Toad, essence blood he had previously exchanged from the Flying Snow Palace. This made his face darken, and he couldn't help but sneer, HMPH, the people of Flying Snow Palace are indeed no good either. The essence blood they gave me back then was actually substandard. Upon discovering this, the slight remorse he felt for forcing the ice prison gate to steal the Ice Moon Toad vanished completely. However, the Ice Moon Toad had just advanced to the 4th rank, and it wasn't advisable to frequently extract its blood. Zhou Chun's goal of cultivating the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad Chapter to its peak in the short term was definitely out of the question. It would be best to cultivate the remaining 3rd rank mid-grade, Ice Moon Toad, to the 4th rank as well, taking turns extracting its blood from both. That would greatly shorten the time required to master the secret technique. And this didn't seem to be particularly difficult at the moment. Thanks to Musang's greatly increased ability to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs, and the fact that he had previously obtained some suitable pill formulas for demonic beasts from the inheritance of the Spirit Control Gate and Spirit Control Sect, the Zhou family now had more than just the ancient dust pill, suitable for 3rd rank demonic beasts. If Zhou Chun had any needs, these pills would naturally be supplied to him first. Perhaps the only troublesome part was how to advance the 3rd tier high grade, Ice Moon Toad, to the 4th tier. After all, he didn't have a second 4th tier mid-grade demon beast, Moon-gazing Ice Toad, Demon Caller. But this wasn't without a solution. Don't forget, the Golden Winged Tiger hadn't yet undergone the Heavenly Tribulation. If it successfully passed the Heavenly Tribulation, Zhou Chun could use some Emperor's essence to feed the Ice Moon Toad, giving it a helping hand. Zhou Chun had already planned for this and was confident in his approach. However, his good mood, which stemmed from the Ice Moon Toad's advancement to the 4th tier demon beast, was soon overshadowed by another heavy matter. Lin Hongyu was dying. Yes, this elder, who was once the first golden core cultivator in the Zhou family, was now nearing the end of her life. As a former protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect, Lin Hongyu was even older than Zhou Mingde. Her Zhou Daowei had just celebrated his 800th birthday a few years ago, while she herself was already over 900. For nearly a century, she had deliberately reduced her public appearances, seemingly intentionally downplaying her influence within the Zhou family. Because Zhou Daowei had to manage family affairs, she often traveled alone, experiencing the various aspects of life. In the last 2 or 3 decades, she had even gone to live alone in Tuianling, tending flowers and birds, quietly enjoying her remaining years. Now, as her lifespan was nearing its end, she had informed the family a year or 2 in advance. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun's heart inevitably grew heavy. It wasn't that his relationship with Lin Hongyu was particularly deep, but rather that from Lin Hongyu's passing, he could see the future of his 2 closest elders, Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daowei. Zhou Mingde was only less than 100 years younger than Lin Hongyu. Since Lin Hongyu was leaving, it meant his lifespan was also running out. Even if Zhou Chun had given him a 60-year longevity pill, it would only extend his life by 60 years at most. He and Zhou Daowei might both pass away within a few decades. While birth, aging, sickness, and death are inevitable for anyone who cannot achieve true immortality, and Zhou Chun had already witnessed a passing of close friends and family, the thought of his 2 closest elders possibly dying within 100 years still left him deeply troubled. Many low-level cultivators, and even mortals, have a misconception that high-level cultivators, having lived for hundreds or thousands of years, have seen it all and experienced countless life and death situations, and therefore are indifferent to emotions and death. This is not true. A nascent soul cultivator like Zhou Chun naturally takes a detached view of the lives and deaths of unrelated outsiders and even ordinary family members. After all, he isn't very familiar with these people. Even if he had some dealings with them before, it was merely out of respect for elders, not personal affection. However, If it's a close friend or relative with whom they have a deep connection and a bond built over hundreds of years, then they are actually just like ordinary people facing the death of a friend or relative, and may even be more emotional. All the indifference to life and death is simply a matter of not caring for those they care about, for those who are in danger. Even a nascent soul cultivator or a deity transformation cultivator will feel sorrow and shed tears. In some ways, the emotional desires of cultivators are actually much stronger than those of ordinary people, and higher-level cultivators are much stronger than lower-level cultivators. Grandmother, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? If so, please speak freely. The younger generation and the Zhou family will do our utmost to fulfill them for you. On Tuyun Ridge, Zhou Chun, who had come to visit his elder Lin Hongyu upon hearing the news, also expressed his sincere greetings. Lin Hongyu was now old and wrinkled, her complexion very poor. However, her mental state was quite good, her eyes were not dull or lifeless, and her consciousness was still very clear. After hearing Zhou Chun's words, she simply shook her head slightly and said, "What last wish could I possibly have? To have lived to be over 900 years old, to have witnessed the vastness of the entire cultivation world, to have personally seen nascent soul cultivators and fifth-order demon kings achieve enlightenment, and to have received your respect and care. I have already lived a more fulfilling life than most golden core cultivators. It's all worth it." As she spoke, she looked at Zhou Chun with deep emotion and said, "When I first met you, Zheng Chun, I could never have imagined that little key refining cultivator would become a nascent soul cultivator revered by all cultivators." She then smiled and whispered to Zhou Daoai, who was beside her, "To have formed a bond with the Zhou family in this life is my greatest opportunity and blessing, and the most correct decision I've ever made." Finally, she nodded slightly to Zhou Chun and said, "If I have any last wish, it is that the Zhou family will prosper and that you, Zheng Chun, will have a smooth path in your cultivation, reach new heights, and truly ascend to the pinnacle of the realm." You, Zhou Daoai, whose hair was also completely white, couldn't help but reach out and hold his wife's hand. Deeply moved by her sincere words. Their union could be described as a tragic one, their path fraught with hardship. But after weathering storms and stumbling along for hundreds of years, their feelings for each other had deepened, and they had long since opened their hearts to one another. Now, seeing his companion of hundreds of years about to pass away, and hearing her heartfelt words of gratitude, how could Zhou Daoai not be moved and shed tears? Seeing this, Zhou Chun silently withdrew from the cave. For the next 2 years, Zhou Daoai also put aside family affairs, devoting himself to accompanying his wife through the final journey of her life. Family matters were entrusted to elder Zhou Zinan. After these years of reflection, or rather, after some harsh lessons, Zhou Zinan had come to terms with reality and was no longer as arrogant as he had been when he first successfully formed his core, believing his future was bright. His talent and aptitude had been fully realized after achieving core formation. The resources available to golden core cultivators for advancement within the Zhou family were already limited, and he faced competition from Zhou Zhiyang and his daughter Sufu, with Zhou Zhiqian joining the fray later. This meant he could no longer expect to receive usable spiritual items and pills from the family for advancement as he had when he was at the Purple Mansion stage. Furthermore, after traveling and experiencing the vast world outside, he realized that his talent, aptitude, and cultivation techniques were merely at the normal level for golden core cultivators and major powers, lacking any particularly outstanding qualities. In reality, a golden core cultivator like him, let alone reaching the nascent soul stage, might not even be able to reach the late golden core stage. Furthermore, he had a fatal flaw. The GMU Zhuangong he cultivated would trigger a wood transformation tribulation at the golden core stage. This tribulation usually erupts in the mid or late golden core stage, and once it occurs, it's difficult to overcome on one's own. One needs the protection of a more powerful elder. Therefore, after returning to the family in recent years, he quietly began to devote his energy to internal family affairs, helping Zhou Daoai with many tasks. Zhou Chun didn't hold it against him, only telling him to learn from Zhou Daoai, and that he would naturally lend a hand if he ever encountered difficulties. After all, the Zhou family needed someone capable of handling things after Zhou Daoai. Neither Zhou Zhiyang, nor Sufu, nor Zhou Zhiqian were clearly suitable candidates. Sunrise and sunset, 2 years passed in a flash. On a rainy night, Lin Hongyu peacefully passed away. Respecting her personal wishes, the Zhou family did not hold a grand funeral for her. The elders and core members of the Zhou family simply accompanied Zhou Daoyi to bury her remains in the Zhou family cemetery. According to the Zhou family rules, female cultivators or male cultivators from outside the family who had not borne children with a Zhou family cultivator were not allowed to be buried in the cemetery. However, Lin Hongyu's status was extraordinary, and she had made great contributions to the Zhou family. Making an exception for her was understandable. After the news was made public, some Zhou family members who had received favors from Lin Hongyu spontaneously took time out of their busy schedules to come to the cemetery to pay their respects. Lin Hongyu became the first golden core cultivator to pass away naturally after the Zhou family's reconstruction. Chapter 725 Battle with True Person Yin Liu. Lin Hongyu's passing marked the end of an era for the Zhou family. Compared to Zhou Chun, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi felt this even more deeply. Previously, although they had watched themselves grow old year by year, they had subconsciously avoided thinking about or discussing their own deaths. Now, Lin Hongyu's passing forced them to confront their own lives and consider their legacy. Since neither of them had any children, their thoughts on their descendants were undoubtedly focused on the family. Therefore, Zhou Ming volunteered to gather people to begin compiling the family history. The Zhou family history would now be divided into two parts, one during the Three Absolute Sect period, and the other after arriving in Jing Kingdom. For the current Zhou family members, the latter part was clearly more important. As the one who single-handedly rebuilt the Zhou family, Zhou Ming had personally experienced all the major and minor events of the Zhou family over the past hundreds of years. No one knew these matters better than him. He also wanted to use the last years of his life to compile a glorious chapter in history, so that future generations could learn about the deeds of their ancestors and remember their contributions to the family by reading the clan history. Zhou Chun naturally supported this. As the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhengzhen, the central figure in the family's compilation of clan history, should be the most important protagonist. He had no reason not to support such a momentous achievement. While Zhou Ming was compiling the history, Zhou Chun sent an avatar to Zhou Daoquan's secluded cultivation place to visit this family elder who had switched to ghost cultivation. Now, after the incident where Zhuan's Henrin came knocking on his door, Zhou Chun had a clear understanding of why ghost cultivation had become a taboo in the cultivation world. As far as he knew, the emergence of ghost cultivation methods coincided with the appearance of turbid evil energy in this world, which was extremely strange. At that time, a sixth order being calling himself Netherworld God Venerable suddenly appeared in the cultivation world and spread ghost cultivation methods. What happened next was not hard to imagine. Because of the advantage of ghost cultivators having no lifespan to worry about, many cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan choose to switch to ghost cultivation, including even nascent soul stage venerables. However, with the emergence of a large number of ghost cultivators, the insightful people in the cultivation world finally realized the problem. First, cultivators who want to switch to ghost cultivation must find a yin and evil place as their training ground. But naturally occurring yin and evil places are scarce in the cultivation world. If too many people switch to ghost cultivation, and ghost cultivators have no lifespan to worry about, then the land will obviously be far from enough to go around. This naturally leads to some people committing massacres and artificially creating yin and evil places. In the context of the time, this undoubtedly further damaged the survival environment of the entire human race. Second, those who switch to ghost cultivation will have their consciousness corrupted by the ghostly energy of the underworld, becoming increasingly evil and violent, making normal interaction and communication difficult. Many cultivators who switch to ghost cultivation are often high-ranking members of a faction. Their initial motivation, besides not wanting to die, is also to continue protecting their sect and family. However, in reality, they would later destroy their own sects and families. It was not uncommon for entire sects and families to be sacrificed to their own ghost cultivator ancestors for cultivation techniques. Thirdly, some ghost cultivators would mysteriously perish and disappear. Later, nascent soul venerables discovered that the Netherworld God Venerable's cultivation level was increasing extremely rapidly, clearly inconsistent with the typical growth rate of nascent soul cultivators in this realm. Therefore, they deduced that the disappearances of those ghost cultivators were all the work of the Netherworld God Venerable, who had achieved rapid advancement by using other ghost cultivators as cultivation resources. This was intolerable. At that time, due to the appearance of the turbid evil energy, those nascent soul venerables were all unable to ascend, and their cultivation was greatly affected. Yet the netherworld god Venerable still wanted to scheme against them and exploit them. How could they tolerate this? Soon, the entire cultivation world began destroying ghost cultivation methods and exterminating ghost cultivators everywhere. Any force that collected ghost cultivation methods or protected ghost cultivators was listed as an enemy of humanity. The netherworld god was besieged by several nascent soul venerables and never appeared again after a great battle. In this campaign to exterminate evil and exterminate ghosts, more than 90% of the ghost cultivators in the cultivation world were wiped out. Almost every yin-sha place that could be found was searched more than once, and many yin-sha places were forcibly destroyed. In the years that followed, any ghost cultivator who dared to show their face would be immediately suppressed and exterminated. Ghost cultivation methods were destroyed and banned, becoming an untouchable taboo in the cultivation world. In the last few thousand years, due to the ban on ghost cultivation methods, ghost cultivators have rarely appeared. The cultivation world's vigilance against ghost cultivators has thus relaxed somewhat. Many forces and cultivators with insufficient foundations do not know much about the netherworld calamity and are unaware of the harm that ghost cultivators once caused to the cultivation world. Zhou Chun in the past was undoubtedly that kind of person. In a sense, this was the price of a small force growing up. Some so-called taboos in the cultivation world are not explicitly told to everyone. Once someone touches them, a large force can use them as leverage to control the other party. Zhou Chun had to thank true person Xinjing for helping him scout the pitfalls, allowing him to stop in time and not spread the ghost cultivation method. However, many times, knowing something is one thing, and being able to do it is another. Earlier, after learning about the dangers of ghost cultivation, Zhou Chun had no intention of letting his family elders switch to ghost cultivation methods. But now that he has discovered that his two closest elders are nearing the end of their lives, he can't help but have the idea again. Visiting Zhou Daoquan at this time is also to verify the rumors about ghost cultivation, to see if it is really as evil as it seems. Speaking of which, 400 or 500 years have passed since Zhou Daoquan switched to ghost cultivation methods. When he switched to ghost cultivation methods, he was just a purple mansion stage cultivator. Now he has lived the lifespan of a golden core stage cultivator. From this perspective, he definitely made a huge profit. Over the past few hundred years, Zhou Chun had visited Zhou Daoquan several times, as he had Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoai. Through these visits and conversations, all three could sense that Zhou Daoquan's temperament had changed. However, they hadn't intentionally delved into it before, thinking that as long as he still recognized them and retained his previous memories, that was enough. This time, Zhou Chun himself went to the Yin-Sha land where Zhou Daoquan resided and cultivated, but he didn't immediately reveal himself. Instead, he secretly observed from outside the Yin-Sha land. Given the abilities of ghost cultivators within the Yin-Sha land, even a nascent soul stage cultivator entering its boundaries would be quickly discovered by Zhou Daoquan. But if they didn't enter the Yin-Sha land, it wouldn't be easy for him to find Zhou Chun in person. After observing secretly for several months, Zhou Chun's expression became solemn and grim. This was because he discovered that Zhou Daoquan had secretly raised a squad of corpse soldiers within the Yin-Sha land and had even sent his psychic zombie avatar to capture ordinary people in the wilderness. This discovery sent a chill down Zhou Chun's spine. He knew perfectly well what Zhou Daoquan was doing by capturing mortals. The ghost cultivation sect contained many methods for cultivating secret techniques and supernatural abilities using the souls of mortals, as well as for crafting ghost path artifacts. Zhou Daoquan's capture of mortals was undoubtedly for these very purposes. Moreover, he had only witnessed the psychic zombie avatar capturing mortals. No one knew if Zhou Daoquan had also secretly captured cultivators from the Zhou family's pioneering settlements in the wilderness. It was well known that almost every year, people went missing or were injured at the Zhou family's pioneering bases in the wilderness. Therefore, after discovering this, Zhou Chun completely gave up hope. He even deeply regretted giving Zhou Daoquan the complete ghost cultivation inheritance he had obtained. If he hadn't known the cultivation methods for those ghost path secret techniques and supernatural abilities, perhaps even if he had evil intentions, he wouldn't have had a stage to use them. But now the mistake had been made, and Zhou Chun knew regret was useless. The most urgent matter was to figure out how to deal with this matter. The best solution, of course, was to uphold justice and send Zhou Daoquan's soul directly to the underworld. However, remembering Zhou Daoquan's kindness to him during his lifetime, and that he himself had facilitated Zhou Daoquan's transformation into a ghost cultivator, Zhou Chun couldn't bring himself to act directly. After agonizing over this for a while, Zhou Chun decided to first destroy Zhou Daoquan's psychic zombie clone, severing its reach to the outside world. He would discuss the rest with Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi before making a decision. So, after staking out for over a month, taking advantage of the zombie clone's absence, Zhou Chun's main body directly and with all his might suppressed and destroyed it. Not even giving Zhou Daoquan's divided soul a chance to plead for mercy. Afterwards, Zhou Chun's main body visited Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi, explaining his discovery. I never imagined that ghost cultivation methods would be so malevolent. In that case, it was we who harmed Daoquan. Zhou Mingde, after hearing Zhou Chun's explanation, couldn't help but sigh deeply with a grim expression. He wasn't exactly a good person. He had previously attacked other cultivators to seize treasures. However, Zhou Daoquan's current actions of extracting living souls to cultivate secret techniques and refine magical artifacts completely crossed his bottom line and were unacceptable to him. The Zhou family never considered themselves a prestigious and righteous sect, but they would never commit such large-scale acts of heinous crimes. This junior has already destroyed Uncle Daoquan's zombie clone. He should be unable to harm people now, but he definitely knows it was my doing. I'm afraid this junior will not be able to appear before him again. Zhou Chun spoke of his actions in a low voice, his mood extremely unpleasant. His unpleasant mood was not entirely due to Zhou Daoquan's change in temperament, but more so because the path for Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi to extend their lives through ghost cultivation methods had been effectively blocked. Zhou Mingde, naturally unaware of his thoughts, saw his dejected appearance and assumed he was simply blaming himself for advising Zhou Daoquan to switch to the ghost path. He nodded slightly and said, well, Zhangjin, you shouldn't appear before Daoquan for now. I'll go see him personally and explain the situation. Hearing this, Zhou Chun didn't think much of it and simply replied softly, then I'll trouble you, sir. However, to Zhou Chun's surprise, after Zhou Mingde went to the wilderness, he returned and told him that he had already sent Zhou Daoquan's soul to the underworld. This is something none of you can do. As Daoquan's elder, since he committed such an inhuman act, I have a responsibility to punish him. Facing the astonished Zhou Chun, Zhou Mingde calmly explained his reasons. Then, with a serious expression, he said to Zhou Chun, the path of ghost cultivation is inherently forbidden in the cultivation world. Back then, we were unaware of the truth and it was understandable that we broke the taboo. But now that our family has grown to such a large scale, with thousands of members, we must never repeat such a taboo that could lead to the extermination of our clan. Hearing these words, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback. After a long while, he seemed to understand and replied in a deep voice, I understand, elder. Rest assured, if such reckless individuals appear in our family in the future, I will personally eliminate them without hesitation. It's good that you understand. Seeing the change in his expression, Zhou Mingde knew that he truly understood his meaning, and a look of relief appeared on his face. He then spoke with deep feeling, saying, I've recently been revising our clan history, and looking back, I've learned some lessons from the forces that our Zhou family defeated. For a force to prosper and continue its legacy even in decline, besides having capable leaders, the most important thing is maintaining good family traditions and preventing members from attracting trouble with powerful figures. Before, we had nothing, and to survive, we sometimes resorted to any means necessary, but now that our family is large and powerful, with abundant resources, we can't be too extreme in our actions, leaving ourselves no way out. These words surprised Zhou Chun greatly, and even brought him some relief. In the past, Zhou Chun had often argued with this elder about matters of principle, and the two had each won and lost. Sometimes Zhou Mingde would be persuaded and agree with his approach. Other times, when he saw he couldn't change the elder's mind, he could only give in. These words from Zhou Mingde would never have come from his mouth before. This made Zhou Chun quite emotional. People's thoughts truly do change with time and environment. He couldn't help but sincerely agree, saying, what you say is absolutely right, elder. I've always thought the same way. With Zhou Mingde eliminating the threat of Zhou Daoquan, Zhou Chun felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Only a few of the older generation of Zhou family cultivators knew about this, and they all tacitly refrained from mentioning it further, simply destroying the ghost cultivation methods originally stored in the family's secret vault. 3 years later, a piece of information that delighted Zhou Chun suddenly reached him. It turned out that a Zhou family cultivator traveling abroad had discovered the whereabouts of a suspected successor of the hidden lineage of the Qinglian temple. According to the intelligence report, Wang Shengnan, a female cultivator from the Zhou family at the Purple Mansion stage, was sent to Bamboo Leaf Island in the Kingdom of Li to help her people eliminate a malevolent beast. She unexpectedly discovered that the beast was actually a cultivator's spirit pet. During her battle with this Purple Mansion stage cultivator, he was forced to use the signature Lotus Birth secret technique of the Azure Lotus Sect under her relentless pressure. For years, the Zhou family had never given up searching for the hidden successor of the Azure Lotus Sect, and related bounties were prominently displayed in the General Affairs Hall. Upon discovering that her opponent might be a hidden successor of the Azure Lotus Sect, Wang Shengnan lost interest in fighting and let him go, then quickly returned to her family to report the matter. Zhou Zinayan, aware of Zhou Chun's emphasis on the hidden successor of the Azure Lotus Sect, immediately forwarded the intelligence to Zhou Chun after receiving Wang Shengnan's report. After reviewing the intelligence, Zhou Chun personally summoned the female cultivator to his cave for questioning. This junior greets the clan chief. May the clan chief be well. Inside Zhou Chun's cave, Wang Shengnan, arriving for the first time, was incredibly nervous and excited to see Zhou Chun, a legendary member of the Zhou family. She immediately knelt down and performed a grand salute. Zhou Chun glanced casually at the kneeling woman in black and said gently, "No need to be nervous. I summoned you here simply to inquire about the suspected successor of the Qinglian temple you met in Li Kingdom. Yes, this junior will answer all your questions." Wang Shengnan quickly replied respectfully and began to recount the events. Through her detailed account, Zhou Chun gained a general understanding of the matter. When he learned that the demonic beast that had plagued the Zhou family cultivators on Bamboo Leaf Island in the Kingdom of Li was being driven by a suspected successor of the hidden lineage of the Azure Lotus Sect, he narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Interesting. As a successor of the hidden lineage, instead of diligently cultivating and restoring his sect, he actively came to provoke my Zhou family. Is he blinded by hatred, or is there some other scheme?" Always cautious, he felt this matter might not be so simple. However, since he had finally discovered the intelligence, even if someone was indeed plotting against him, Zhou Chun was determined to investigate and find out who was behind it. Therefore, after some deliberation, he decided to personally go to the Kingdom of Li to investigate. Of course, to avoid the enemy using a diversionary tactic, Zhou Chun only brought Fen Yuanjin and Mu Sang with him. Fu Shanjin and Yin Longjin accompanied Luo Qingni to guard the mountain gate. What Zhou Chun didn't expect was that as soon as he arrived at Bamboo Leaf Island, the Zhou family's enclave, the person behind it all revealed themselves. "Oh, so it's fellow Taoist Silver Moon again, causing trouble. I was wondering why the hidden lineage successor of the Azure Lotus Temple, who has been hiding for hundreds of years, would suddenly be so foolish as to jump out and provoke my Zhou family." In the sky, Zhou Chun looked at the suddenly appearing true person Silver Moon and said with a gloomy expression. As he spoke, his mind was extremely tense, and his divine sense spread out to search for any possible hidden enemies. He naturally knew that true person Silver Moon was using this method to lure him out, so he must have ill intentions. Therefore, he was extremely nervous. Seeing his tense appearance, true person Silver Moon said with a hint of sarcasm, "Zhou Zhengchen, since you have suspicions in your heart, you still dare to come and investigate directly. It seems that you are truly skilled and bold, unafraid of danger, HMPH. Enough nonsense, you old scoundrel Silver Moon, what tricks are you trying to play by leading me here?" Zhou Chun snorted coldly, no longer maintaining his polite facade, and directly questioned the other party's intentions with profanity. Although he knew he had been tricked, just as Master Yin Ayu had said, he was highly skilled and daring, so he wouldn't panic too much. With his current abilities, and with Fen Yuanjin and Mu Sang by his side to assist him, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to stop him. The fact that Master Yin Ayu had led him here actually proved one thing: the heaven-reaching spiritual treasure of the Moon Wheel sect wasn't on him. Otherwise, if he possessed such a treasure, why would he need to lure him here? He could have attacked him directly once he left the protective mountain array. "Don't you know very well what I want to do? I just want to invite you to your death." Master Yin Ayu stared indifferently at Zhou Chun, speaking in a low voice. Just you alone, Zhou Chun seemed to have heard a joke, his tone full of mockery. "Yes, I alone am enough." Master Yin Ayu nodded slightly, speaking with certainty. He then raised his hand, and a silver moon-shaped magic weapon rose into the air, the Holy Moon Wheel, the inherited spiritual treasure of the Moon Wheel sect. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sneer. How laughable. Let me see where your confidence comes from. He then patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing Fen Yuanjun and Mu Sang. Oh, another unfamiliar 5th-tier demon king. Is that your wood sprite spirit pet? You really have been hiding your strength? Master Yin Ayu's gaze lingered on Mu Sang for a moment, a slight surprise on his face. But from his words, it was clear he wasn't entirely surprised by the situation. This made Zhou Chun even more confused, wondering where his confidence came from. However, Zhou Chun always spoke contemptuously of his enemies while taking them seriously strategically. Without further ado, he launched an attack. With a phoenix cry, Feng Yuanjun unleashed a wisp of 7-colored divine fire, transforming it into a 7-colored fire arrow that shot towards Yin Yu's Henren. Yin Yu's Henren, however, did not underestimate it. The sacred moon wheel above her head spun slightly, and a silver blade of light shot towards the 7-colored fire arrow. Neither the 7-colored fire arrow nor the silver blade appeared particularly remarkable. However, when they collided in midair, they suddenly erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations, the sky filled with a dazzling clash of 7-colored fire and silver moonlight. This was a characteristic of battles between nascent soul stage cultivators. Their meticulous control allowed them to condense the power of their spells into an inconspicuous point. A fireball that looked similar to a first-tier fireball spell could actually contain world-destroying power. Just as Fen Yuanjun's divine power clashed with a Yin Yu's Henren's, Zhou Chun activated its Moon-Toad Pearl spiritual treasure, unleashing a Tai in Extinction divine light attack. At the same time, Mu Sang also opened his mouth and spat out, directly urging the Azure Profound Seal, which he had nurtured and restored to most of its power, to blast towards Silver Moon True Person. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.